live right now. Great. Okay, awesome. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Technical difficulties. How are y'all doing?
Happy Mondays.
Hope I didn't say anything too embarrassing.
Wait, do you have the mic? Awesome. Well, welcome to the first day garage sale. It's going to start in about 10 minutes flat.
10 minutes,
10
Jesus.
minutes.
Okay, if you got a question before the sale starts, because stuff goes quick this morning, pop it in the chat right now. We got 10 minutes to answer questions.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for that to start and waiting for your questions, here's what you need to know. Garage sale starts at 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time on knifewear.com.
10 minutes.
That is in 10 minutes. It also starts at the store at 10 a.m. local. There is exclusive stock both in-store and online. So if you're in a city where we have Knifewear, Toronto, Edmonton, Ottawa, Calgary, and Vancouver, you can go check that out as well. We're going to be live all day long answering questions, helping you shop. We have a guest blacksmith who's going to be forging a knife live on stream and then I think auctioning it off later. So stay tuned for all that cool stuff. Other than that, we have a new feature on the website. Stuff will be held in your cart for 3 minutes, which means you have 3 minutes to complete shopping and checkout. So add your favorite thing to your cart, go add the other stuff you want, other knives, honing rod, blade guards, stickers, whatever. Make sure you leave yourself a couple of minutes to fill out your details and your credit card and everything before you check out. Also, this is a brand new feature. We did test it, but we haven't tested it with like 50 people at a time. So
something will go wrong.
I hope not. Godspeed. We appreciate your patience. And yeah, if you got a question for us, now's the time.
Yeah, especially those knives that we have only one of a kind. One of, it's really good, the feature. Once you have that in your cart, you will have 3 minutes to do all the checkout stuff, and you come back and purchase. After the 3 minutes, that the stock will go back into the inventory, so you may actually have a chance to purchase that particular item. At the end of today, when the stores close, those exclusive stocks that's left over in the stores will go back into the online. So if there is any items that you had an eye on, you may be able to see that at somewhere around like 6 p.m. local times. And you see them like, oh, Vancouver, well, the Toronto is closed. Those items will appear. Oh, Edmonton, Calgary closed. It's like Tuesday election day. I'm just kidding. Let's not talk about that.
Things will float back up to the surface.
Okay.
No,
But it's like that. So as they close, those inventory will become available for you to purchase. So keep looking. Well, again, as Nathan said, we'll have the special guest come in today, probably 11-ish. So we'll have him. And we'll swing the camera. We maybe get to see some like spark shows right before the snow. Apparently, it's going to snow tomorrow. So,
oh, crazy!
This is garage sale. Knifewear Garage Sale happens twice a year. Spring and fall. This is a full garage sale. Garage sale is about knives that we don't usually carry. Things like Jacob. I'm just going to show off that those cool knives here. Oh, there's a one-of-a-kind knives like from Manakasa, one-of-a-kind knives like I just happen to have some Shigehusa here. So those ones are gonna be on sale in about
I can just grab a
7 minutes. So questions will come in. Asking the question like Moritaka AS versus Koishi Tsujihiki. So we have this Moritaka AS, often just on the full garage sales. Algami Supers, no stainless. Really, the big difference is that the Moritaka slicers are a little bit more slender. It's really good to do the slicing meat. Slender parts are great for roasts and stuff like that. Masakage Koishi slicer, it's great. It is a little bit taller bevel, but it also has a bit height at the heel. So the Koishi is really good. If you could use them like a Gyuto as well, but I really like the slender part of the Tsujihiki. So I like the
you can't go wrong with either one of them.
No.
Yeah, I have both, to be honest.
Right. Bread knives, we have the smoking deal on this one here, the Tojiro Supreme VG10 stainless steel in the core. It cuts exactly like the Tojiro Flash that we had before it, which were priced at the $300 mark. This one here is the $98. It's a fantastic deal. We also have this, I think it's the refarb. There's a whole bunch of section of refurb. Just type refurb or demo. You'll find this product. There's a drop-down menu. You'll be able to find the whole bunch of the great deals. Also, refurbs. There will be a unique refurbs at each stores as well. So, alrighty. Kramer SD deficiencies. Oh,
Yeah. What is the story with this?
What's the deal?
This was a refurb.
I have no clue.
It looks
Immaculate.
immaculate. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Yeah.
It was a trade-in from the trade-up program.
So apparently it's a trading from the trade-up program.
It doesn't look as though there are any deficiencies, and it doesn't look like, it had been chipped or damaged and we repaired anything. It looks like it has the full blade. Like it doesn't even really look like it's been sharpened.
I think we
Like
put
maybe
the
we
last
touched
edge.
the edge
we
up,
touched the
but-
edge on, so it does look a little bit more
Okay,
smoother.
sale starts in 5 minutes.
Whoa.
I just have a quick question, which is worth just shouting out loud. Somebody is asking for UK. The UK is value-added tax already added to shipping. So all taxes and duties should be added at checkout. You'll get a full quote of that before you hit the button that takes your money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Do we have other housekeeping stuff we need to talk about before we get into too much of this?
We talked, I mean, if you just joined the live stream, we have a new feature this year. So items will be held in your cart for 3 minutes on the first day.
Yep.
That means 3 minutes to shop and check out. And then it's out of your cart and somebody else has a shot at it. So that means two things. You still got to move quick, just not as quick, and you're not going to get sniped by somebody else. Go around for a minute, find the accessories, the other knives you want to grab. Make sure you give yourself a couple minutes to enter your details. Takes longer than you think. And the other thing is that if the knife you want gets snagged first thing, it might be back online in a few minutes if somebody decides they don't want it or they add like 20 things to their cart.
Cool.
So the question is bunka or kiritsuke?
Something good for everything
Something good.
to go with my 240 Gyuto. Yeah.
I'll go for bunka. It's just a real kind of not super different, but it is different enough from the size wise. It comes really handy. Bunka, like this particular one is the Hado Shiosai, their new line SG2 with a beautiful Tsuchime pattern. It's super original. The sound of wave or the ocean is what that Shiosai
you hold it up to your ear, you can hear the ocean.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, you're not going to go wrong with either of those choices, bunka or kiritsuke. I mean, if you can get the bunka and that kind of spreads it out a little bit, because eventually one day you will get the 210 in between them, because that makes sense. So you won't make a bad decision with either of those.
Right.
Okay, what's now?
Well, fine. There's like question coming there.
Yeah, Mason's got one.
One knife under 550.
Something's good for everything. Something impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this rainbow Damascus sure is impressive. Oh, can you see it? Oh. So this is a stunning knife. It has different layers of copper and brass in with the stainless steel. It's a VG10 steel, which is really phenomenal for kitchen knives. That's why we see so much of it. And it's beautiful. Santoku is a very good shape for all purpose. We've got this black Damascus SG2 steel, which is one of my favorite types of steel because it's so good at staying sharp. I've actually been looking at this knife in the 240 size. This is a 210 millimeter size, and it's $500. It's very, very thin. It's like a little laser beam for your kitchen, and its thinness makes the length of it seem smaller and more compact. You could use this knife all day.
How many minutes? 1 minute. 1 minute.
1 minute. And then the Sekai Kikumori is really cool too. It's a white carbon steel Kiritsuke, and you know what? Very similar in function to a lot of the other Gyutos. A little bit straighter edge, but really beautifully made. And I appreciate this classic look. It's also white carbon steel, so if you're interested in doing sharpening for yourself, it's going to be easy.
So because we have a 10 or 20 second delay on the stream, the sale is starting right now for those of you watching, within a couple of seconds. So have fun, good luck. I'm sure most of you won't be paying much attention to us right now.
Yeah.
But we'll continue to answer your questions.
Someone wanted to see the Boss Bunka.
Are they for sale?
Yeah, they're for sale.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a product?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
amazing.
Here,
This is the one that I opened.
Mike was asking me about this. This is, sorry Naoto, this is way cooler.
We got some fun stuff here too.
Craftsperson and tradespeople trading cards, right? From Sanjo?
Yeah.
And so Mike's got one here. They're in the style of Pokemon or Magic.
Yeah. It's almost like more than Magic. They
More
can
like
actually,
Magic, yeah.
they can play with it. Apparently, there's like, defense number and attack number.
That's
and
awesome.
Apparently, you get to play with it. We have.
We can start like a little tournament.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. 124 companies in the region.
So in the region of Niigata, we get lots of knives from. They've made themselves Pokemon cards from their craftspeople.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Craftspeople plus a lot of different companies. It's just a local company representing local companies. Like they have like lawyer.
Amazing. Well, Kevin brought back a bunch. You can find those online. There's a product for that
and
if you're into some fun stuff.
No. I'm not sure. So someone wanted to see the Boss Bunka.
Boss Bunka. I think making any knife a boss version is like going to be a new trend here. But Shiba, our good friend Shiba, is awesome with this stuff.
Yeah. So he decided to make the Kotetsu is great, right? Like this it's a brand that's been he's been like sharpening for quite a while.
Yeah.
Really nice and thin. It's like razor.
Super high performance.
Super high performance, but he realized that he wanted to create something a little bit taller and bigger, so he made this Boss Bunka. It's got a little bit more rock to it. It's really nice and tall. It's great. I love this shape. It's like really 225 millimeter long, so it's like fantastic shape.
Especially if you're taller, I think you'd really enjoy that knife. Okay, how we doing? Sale? Is it happening? We're here all day. We're here to answer your questions. We've got some fun things to show you too. Like Nathan said earlier, we do have a surprise visit from a blacksmith this afternoon. That's probably why we have a 100-pound anvil over there and a big propane tank. So there's going to be some fun stuff today. Stick with us, or come back around what? Around noon?
Probably sometime between 11 and noon Mountain Time.
Yeah.
Which is in about 3 to 4 hours. It's also, since it's 8 p.m., that means the Toronto and Ottawa Knifewear stores are now open. So those of you in those cities might be in the shop right now. Maybe this video is playing on the TV in the store.
When you're picking yourself up a knife, especially if you're getting something for someone else, things to keep in mind is to get yourself one of these things along with your knife. This is a blade guard and a honing rod. You often want to buy the blade guard in the length longer than your blade because of the way the handle sits. And they're just really simple tools that help protect the thing you've got. When you get a honing rod, you can help maintain the sharpness of your knife. They're half price when you buy knives, so it makes it $32. But yeah, these are really simple things to add to the kit just to make sure you're taking care of your products really well.
Yep.
If you want to know more about using them, we definitely have videos on our YouTube channel of how to take care of knives. Okay.
Someone's asking the knives below 175 millimeters, I guess dollars. And so this is a really good time to talk about the little bit of sale happening. The garage sale is, knives about knives that's like one of a kind, and we don't get to see them all the time. But also we do have sale, something like the Tsunehisa, TSUNEHISA.
You might have thought we just had a problem with the feed, but no, that was Naoto.
So Tsunehisa. Tsunehisa knives are all 20% off. So something like this, Tsunehisa Sanju.
That's $100.
Yeah.
Okay, it's $105.06, but that's $100.
Yeah, 60s. So this one originally $132, 20% off makes it $105.60, I believe. Someone probably not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But something like this is really, really good. It's like one piece AUSA stainless steel for someone who's never had a Japanese knives, or get the knife for yourself at your cottage.
Listen, if I was a line cook again, that's what I would have online with me every day.
Something like this, or even this also, like, for those people who like the more traditional European style handle, this is great too, right?
And that's a Tsunehisa Nijugo.
So all the Tsunehisa knives are great deals. What's a great deal is also these guys, the Mastani-san. They've been making knives for quite some time. It's a 3-generational. Current generation is they're working like grandfather, father, son type of a situation. It's great. I went to visit them. It's they try to create a really great, good quality knives for such great price.
Something that is a great thing at this garage sale is that it's obviously leading up towards Christmas, and I want to tell you some stuff I think about buying a knife as a gift for somebody. And there's a couple of basic rules that we've got. Now there's always exception to your rules, but first, a steel that is a stainless steel is great. You don't know how much someone wants to take care of a knife. If it's your dad and you know that they're super particular, or somebody who's really like looking for an exact thing, then this rule doesn't necessarily apply. But 1, stainless means low maintenance, which makes it easier for people to deal with. 2, it should look really cool. Something that's got some hammering and some Damascus. But I'm holding up the box too, because just keep in mind, like, these boxes are really nice. These are such great gifts for people. They look really cool, and they work really well, and it makes people enjoy cooking. So keep that in mind as you're going around today. Maybe you're here for something for yourself, but maybe you grab a couple other things and you have some great Christmas gifts already.
I just want to offer a quick note/apology to the folks that had things sniped from their cart. Like I said, this is a brand new app we're testing, not only new to us, but literally new. They just came out with it on Shopify recently. And I spoke with our web manager, Ellie, and it looks like you all are so great, and there's so many of you that you crashed the app. Their server is not working anymore. So I'm very sorry about that. We appreciate all of your patience and understanding. And we'll come up with a better solution next time, hopefully.
Or maybe it'll be.
I hate being right.
Yeah. Fuck. Next time you make an order, shoot me a note, tv@knifewear.com, and I'll throw some goodies into your box. Thank you for your understanding.
Technology, you failed us.
We got all our technology working great. It's just other people's technology.
God. Sorry, everybody. What a bummer. Okay.
Alrighty. Well,
so does this mean people need to go in, check out, and boogie through? All right.
So
that
was
last
quick,
really. That was 7 minutes.
Yeah.
It lasted for 7 minutes. Probably less.
No, I don't think it lasted at all. I think it immediately crashed.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Naoto looks like you're going to show us some pretty, I think what people would refer to as baller knives.
We got the, someone wanted to see super long Tsujihikis, so we got a very few selections. I mean, we got this Manaka-san, these 300 mil and 330 mil and 300 mil and 330 mil.
Big,
but he measures it slightly different. So 300, this is like 300 mil. Here, he measures only from the heel to this here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like apparently when I measure it, it was like,
reinventing measurement.
Yeah. But this is beautiful. His Koku N series. Unfortunately, his workshop's got a unfortunate incident fire, so that he won't be able to produce knives for a little while. But this is one of the last pieces here.
Really look forward to seeing Manaka-san getting back onto his forge and working again.
Yeah.
He did have a fire, as you're just mentioning. His quality, he is the kind of craftsman who bumps up against the line of art in some ways. When you look at how his knives are, they're functioning pieces of art.
Yeah.
They're absolutely incredible.
This one here is the made by this secret blacksmith that we're bringing today. This is not a Tsujihiki, unfortunately. This is the Yanagiba. It's the single bevel. So that means one side's been, beveled, and the other side is the flat. This is like, look at this piece though. It's like really beautiful Damascus, and this like Kurochi.
It really gives that wood grain kind of look. Yeah.
It's And it's only, I don't want to say it's only, but 11.05. It's great price.
Yeah, that's an incredible price.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Okay, you want to show off something that you were excited about, Mike? Yes.
This Hado Nakiri has me.
B1D? B1D. B1D. Yeah.
The
B1D. Yeah.
Blue One Damascus Nakiri. Like, oh, thank you. Look at that. We don't typically get the Hado Damascus stuff in. Here it is. Where the black ends here, the black Kurochi finish ends, is where the bevel of this blade begins. And that has got to be a record-setting depth on a bevel. That is absolutely incredible. So what that means is right behind the edge is incredibly thin. You can see that there is, see if I can get out of the light. There is, there we go. Look at that core steel. Look at how much core steel is exposed. This would be a really delicate knife. So if you're a person that likes to hammer against the cutting board and, you know, cut to the beat of Led Zeppelin, maybe this isn't the best purchase for you. But if you want an absolute laser beam, this thing is incredible. So it is the Hado B1D Blue 1 Damascus. Blue 1's actually kind of a rare steel. It's quite hard, so it's difficult for working with. But that Nakiri, that's got my number.
You know this, like, what? I don't know if it's still here, but
oh, the sword maker's knife.
Well, this one here is made by the Hiromune Takaba-san or Takaba Hiromune-san, the swordsmith. He basically makes a living by making swords. There are, but sometimes he likes to, do something fun. So this one here, he uses the shirogami for the core, and he uses like soft steel and nickel folded into over and over to make this crazy pattern.
You know, if I had this knife, I think I would probably put a magnet on the wall or something, but then I would frame it. And I would have like one light directionally pointed down at it. It's just, this is absolutely stunning. The video doesn't really give you a sense of the dimension.
But it's really nice and thin too. It's also like very functional.
Very functional. Well,
it's really
quite. It's functional.
Yeah,
it's functional for sure.
I actually the edge wasn't the best. I mean, he's a swordsmith, right? So I actually touched up the edge before.
Yeah. Well, it's not uncommon that they expect you to touch up an edge, so they don't quite.
Yeah. So I did touch up the edge. It took really, really good edge on them. So.
We'll just talk about them quick.
Yeah.
One other thing we could talk about quick, again, like Nathan or Naoto just said, is who knows if any are left. But if they are, I would snap up a Yoshimune, and if you have, because they're gone,
good for you.
Congratulations. I was going to buy one after. Where Knifewear staff are allowed to buy stuff at the garage sale after 6 p.m. on Monday, because we get chances every day of the week to buy knives. But we don't get to buy these because they're all gone. Yeah. Do enjoy. They are absolutely incredible. The price is absolutely mind-boggling. Yeah. And you'll never see them again because this blacksmith has retired and doesn't make knives anymore.
Yeah. So not at this scale, right? There may be like one or two.
Sure.
Maybe around, but
I mean, the Rolling Stones are bound to go on tour another time at some point, right?
Right, exactly.
But, Okay. Exactly. Big Yuto. Big Yuto.
We have actually,
we got some this is a really cool selection of stuff. We've got this incredible Hado with this beautiful bevel, just like that Nakira is talking about. This is the Blue One Damascus. And, I mean, it is quite a thing. The thing with Hado is that they're contracting blacksmiths in Sakai to build knives, build the blades, and then they do the grinding and the shaping and the sharpening. And that is a very huge impact on how your knife performs and how it works, how it passes through the food. This with a very long taper means it's going to very gradually spread the food apart as it goes through, means it's going to cut like silk. Now, for a absolutely banging value of a knife, this is a Tsunehisa Nijuhachi. It has this beautiful texture that almost looks like koji. on the surface. And it is white steel #1 clad with stainless steel. So for those of you who don't know, Japanese knives are 3 layers of metal, soft on the outside, hard in the middle. Whenever we're referring to a steel type, we're only talking about the core. That's the part that cuts, and so the steel type refers to some edge retention characteristics. White 1 is very, very hard and very, very high performing. Having a jacket of stainless steel on the outside lowers the maintenance factor. You still need to care for the edge. However, it's $232, which is down from its original $290. It's very nice and thin. This knife kicks ass, and for $230, it'd be hard to beat. Okay, what else we got?
I don't know if anyone's looking for actually bigger than 240 Gyuto. We have the few 270 options. Tsunehisa number 29 270 mil Gyuto with the with AUS8 in the core, stainless steel jacket on the outside. Whopping 208 Canadian dollars. It's actually really
something I found about edge retention and a on a long knife. I always find that the 240 or 270s I have really hold their edge a lot longer, and I think it's just because there's more of it. You use more of the edge. It doesn't dull quite as quickly. This is an AUS8 steel, which is really nice. It's a little bit more durable than some of the hard Japanese steels, which can be brittle. I think this knife would be really good for any big vegetable, cutting melons or something, but also I would cut steak with this. I'd buy whole strip loins and whole pieces of meat and cut my own steaks.
Look, despite the size,
that's wild.
This
actually,
is like where it balances.
That's like, really nicely balanced.
It's like it feels so much lighter.
Oh yeah,
right. And it's like because it balances so well.
Well, and it's not terribly tall. That's okay. This is a phenomenal knife.
Really nice.
This is a great choice. Yeah. So this is the Niju Q.
Yeah. Something this Kamo-san makes this BG10 series. This he calls it the Sujihiki 270 mil.
Oh wow!
But because of the height right here,
that's definitely a short Gyuto.
Yeah, this is definitely a little narrower Gyuto, right?
This particular knife comes around for garage sales now and again, and it's a really durable knife. It's a little thicker, although in this recent round they do seem to be thinner than they once were.
Yeah.
But from the people I know that have had them, they find them to be quite a durable knife. Plus that full Paka wood handle does make it a really resilient material. It's like plywood pressed with resin, so it's like waterproof wood. Yeah, if you need a knife that you want to drive a little bit harder, that would be great. I mean, I would cut brisket with that knife.
Yeah, both will do the really great. It's great in the kitchen. It's a prep works and stuff like that. That's going to be really.
Do we have more questions?
We had a couple. Somebody was asking how come none of these are available on the website. If we're talking about a knife that might be sold out, our warehouse team is just, picking orders as fast as they can. So we might still have it available here. We'll do our best not to talk about stuff that's sold out. It's just hard to check, unfortunately. And the other thing is somebody was asking about picking up in store. Chances are, if you select pick up in store, you're going to have to wait a few days. Because typically that is inventory from our warehouse that's going to one of our stores. So if it's Calgary, it'd be a couple of days. If it's in Ontario, it could be 4 or 5 days probably. Thanks for your patience, guys. What's something you're really excited about?
Well, I'm excited about some of the deals we've got this year, like specifically this Cohen bag and some of these search and rescue denim aprons. I was actually wearing this apron the other day, and I eventually realized I needed to take it off because it's still for sale. And I shouldn't just break someone's apron in for them. But this is really nice denim with these beautiful leather straps and brass hardware.
They're pretty sturdy.
Come on, this thing is so nice, right? And what's the deal with these? We've got this green search and rescue canvas denim apron.
We got some medium rares too, and they're all 20% off right now.
Yeah, and this leather knife bag from Cohen is just stunning. It just smells, like when you go to wine tasting, you're oh, it smells like leather. That's what this bag smells like. It's so good.
So good.
It's also 20% off.
Handmade in Mexico. Really outstanding team. Really quality craftsmanship. If you want a fancy knife bag, I actually saw the chef. We went to dinner at Bar Chouette last night.
Yeah.
We did Terroir Symposium in Calgary yesterday and the day before, Saturday. And we went to dinner at Bar Chouette, and the chef from Satsuki had a really, really good sushi restaurant in Kensington.
Yeah.
If you're in Calgary, go get sushi at Satsuki. It's phenomenal.
It's amazing. Yeah, shout out to our team here, Nathan and Jacob. They haven't had a day off yet. They worked all weekend at Terroir. They've got this whole week to run through too. These guys have been kicking ass, so thanks for all your hard work, guys.
Not getting any younger.
No, not at the rate you're moving.
Have you talked about search and rescue?
Yeah, we did. We
Okay.
just had a quick talk about some of the other add-on stuff.
Awesome. So someone's asking I don't know if this person bought this one, but wanted to see a Kokuen, Monaka Kokuen option 1, which I wasn't quite sure if it were Gyuto or the this long Tsujihiki, because we have multiples of these guys. So one here, Kokuen, Kiritsuke Gyuto, option 1. I think the option that probably wanted to see the handle, because that's
Help me.
there.
Help me.
Look how pretty that the blade is here, and the handle. So that's the Kokuen option 1. Also, we have this. This is also option 1. The
Cool. Thank you.
Sekimaru Tsujihiki 330 mil with this cool stabilized wood handle with the buffalo horn in the middle with a little black spacer. It's actually really, really nice. I love these handles. What next store are you doing with the ply bar?
Well, we've got this great blacksmith that we work with named Wakui. He comes from a family that has always traditionally made pry bars and crowbars, and we were at his workshop. It's very cool.
It happened to be, though, someone's asking.
I saw that, so I thought, I'd lay that out there, because sometimes, having a crowbar is a thing you need. And when you're using Japanese kitchen knives, you need to stay away from those hard things. You don't want to pry apart frozen burgers with your Japanese kitchen knife. So maybe
this is
you could with your Japanese pry bar. The solution for anybody who's chipping their knives. I mean, if you wanted to open a coconut, would you use your Japanese gyuto, or would you use your crowbar? Obviously the crowbar.
Yeah. So, someone obviously wanted to know about the Wakui-san's knives. We have these two different kinds. They're here. This the Wakui's a white carbon steel stainless clad version of the knife. It's really nice and light. It tapers it really nice, very nicely polished.
They're really quite stunning.
Yeah.
They feel nothing like a crowbar.
Yeah.
His knives are very beautiful. I appreciate that simple, subtle look to them, and they feel wicked.
And he started doing this forge welding these days. So this is the white carbon steel, soft iron on the outside. This one here is so this really, he forge welded the steel inside. It looks nearly perfect. Like there's
forge welding meaning laminating the steel
together,
which is not something you see all the time. It is a real complexity of the Japanese kitchen knife that sanmai, or what they call sanmai, is 3 layers of metal, soft on the outside, hard in the core.
Yeah.
So you have to stick those 2 pieces of metal together somehow. Most of the time, they're buying it because that makes sense, because it's going to be done really well, and doing it yourself definitely adds a lot of time and care. So.
Yeah.
His knives are wicked.
Yeah, I love the shape too. Like a little slender, it's got a really nice curve to it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tsunehisa Juichi Kiritsuke. Someone probably wanted to see this close. It's a great deal. White number 1 carbon steel, stainless clad. It's very similar to the one that the Mike was showing earlier with the little tsuchime, with the koji tsuchime pattern.
Yeah.
This is more cleaner look. It's the
still very good performance and really nice value. White number 1, such a high performing steel. You do want to be careful with it. It can chip if you're working a little hard with it, but the Tsunehisa knives so far that we've had, our experience with them is they're quite robust.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm talking about robust on the scale of Japanese knives. These are such amazing deals. Sometimes you just need a knife to cut stuff, and you're maybe not falling into the spiral rabbit hole of being a Japanese knife nerd, and you want to have a really great kitchen knife. the end. I would go right here to a Tsunehisa. They're wicked.
Yeah, and they are, again, all the Tsunehisa knives are 20% off. So like originally $335 for, now it's like $260. It's a such great deal.
Okay.
Razor 210.
Oh, yep.
The
I'm trying to pick stuff that's not going to be sold out.
right. But the I want to talk about
Are these Isamitsus?
Yeah, yeah.
That's kind of a Razor
that's
210.
a Razor 2, yeah.
Okay, Naoto's going to keep looking, but I've got a couple of options here. We've got Razor 210. Razor being what's going to be super thin. To me, a razor versus an axe. Axe is a big wedge, splits things apart, has a lot of strength, you can hammer through it. But laser is thin.
I was getting Jacob to switch cameras because you were doing some great analogies with your
Oh,
hands,
okay.
and we didn't get to see them.
So I thought you had some announcement for us here. When Nathan cruises in, I'm always like, what's he got now? But yeah, so that thin edge as you cut through food doesn't split the food apart as much, and it feels very, very thin. The thinner the knife, it's not just how pointed the edge is, that sharpness, it's also the whole blade as it passes through the food. And we'll find different grinds, different shapes, or different textures that all help to increase that performance of the knife passing through the food with less resistance. As you cut lots of things, or as you cut big things, or as you get good at cutting, you start cutting faster, you really start to notice those things where your knife doesn't wedge in and get stuck, and you have to do some weird stuff to take it out. So we've got a couple of really cool options here if you want to flop the camera back over. This is an Isamitsu knife, which is really quite incredible. It's a white #1 ironclad, so it's full carbon steel. It is very thin. It has a very nice tall bevel, and it's got that sort of shallower blade face here where the ridge at the black line is kind of the high point, which means as the food goes through, it's going to peel off the edge. Nice little cutout here. Sorry, I'm upside down. This nice little cutout here for your finger, so you can tuck your finger in and you're gripped right tightly over top of the balance point. We also have this Kobayashi. Kobayashi is this great knife maker, and he's using R2 stainless steel, which is a really high performing steel. I just want to double check that. Yep. And so a bit of a sleeper in some ways. It's just a polished blade until you go and cut something, and then it just zips right through. I mean, our man Jacob here behind the camera, who's been a chef for a long time and doesn't typically like to mess around, this is one of his go-to makers. Because of that edge performance.
Yeah. Wanted to talk about, just gonna jump on this one here.
Oh, sure, yeah.
The Toshitaka is this knife maker in Seki. It's very similar fashion to what the Kobayashi is doing, but this is the true laser. So nice and thin. HD2 with a beautiful, look at the Damascus right here. It's really well made.
Yep.
It's got really nice taper. It's got the convexity here. But it's super thin behind the edge. This is actually really well made. A knife that's not many people actually know about. So it's great that we actually get the hands on these guys. Another one, it's very underrated.
Yeah, the Pro M's I like them a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, these are really 119.
Yeah.
The super thin razor. AUS6, I believe, is a little bit of softer steel, so it probably won't hold the edge as long as the SG2, but these can be so much easier to hone with the white ceramic honing rod as well. It's very unlikely to chip because of that type of steel. It's really
these
durable.
Pro M's, I think if you are a professional, young professional, and you just need a dependable knife that you can put an edge back on, the Pro M will be amazing. They're very thin. They cut beautifully, and they're pretty rugged. So, I mean, they're really nice knives. I think this would be a very trusty steed. It might not be the sharpest thing. It might not stay the sharpest the longest, but it would certainly work for you on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very dependable.
240 Gyuto. We got some selection of 240 Gyutos, two of which were from Makoto Kurosaki. The
oh, nice.
Yeah. The Tsunehisa SRS 13 Nijusan. This looks like the knife that we used to carry with
these are great.
red handle. But these are great. It's so dependable. SRS 13 steel is really good. It's a high-speed butter steel, similar to R2 or SG2.
I would compare this a lot to that Kobayashi.
Yeah.
Yep.
Slightly thicker.
A little bit thicker, yeah.
A little bit thicker, so it's not as razor, but the thickness is great. It's not going to be as chippy, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I once did Thanksgiving dinner, and I cut all sorts of vegetables for like 12 people, and I used 4 different knives as I was doing it. I just cut the same thing with the same knife and changed it up. And I had one of these in the fleet of things I was testing, and its performance was incredible.
We have these two Makoto Kurosaki knives. One's Ryusei. Ryusei means the shooting star. I know. VG7. VG7 is type of steel that not many knife makers use. It's the stainless steel VG series. It's got a really nice beveling to it. It's another kind of really nice razor type of the knife.
It's nice.
Here.
It's a nice and tall blade, and the way that they've pulled out the choil from the handle is nice. It's not that right angle.
Yeah.
So it moves the edge of the knife further forwards without moving the balance. It's a nice little move.
So we have the Sakura, Sakura with cherry blossom.
Listen, that's a 240 millimeter Gyuto made with powdered stainless steel for $317.
Yeah.
That is incredible value. Again, thinking from the perspective of an ex-chef, that's the kind of knife that you could drive all day long. You're not getting any fancy Damascus, but make your food fancy. You don't necessarily need to have a fancy knife.
Yeah. There.
But I mean, fancy knives are also awesome. Okay.
We got some Chikabucho question. Da.
We haven't shown off Michiko
And
yet.
we can talk about this one as well. So Tonakuris and Bunka, the Chikabucho. We have this knife. Here is the kind of collab.
Yeah.
CCK, the Chinese Hong Kong manufacturer of the kitchen knives. A friend of ours, Shibata-san, put asked to create this knife called the Tank. So cut the tip off like this. This is really thin, so it's not really to cleave the bones or anything like that, but it's going to be really nice if you're looking for Chinese cleaver, but it's got a Japanese feel to it. Edge is actually really nice. We have Tonakiri, very tall. He calls it Chuka. Tonakiri from the Hinokuni Sakai-san. I think it's under Chuka Bocho, the Chinese cleaver, but again, I wouldn't cleave anything with this one. It's got really nice. He hand forge welds the white number 1 carbon steel with the soft iron, soft carbon steel here. It's really nice. Mike was saying on Friday that the preview that his quality of his knives has gotten improved so much in the last couple of years since he started his own workshop. So it's great. If you're looking for something super affordable, something that you're looking for something that looking like a Chinese cleaver that does the Chinese cleaver work. We have one Hu Tei, one WAN Hu HU Tei cleaver from produced by the Tojiro. So something like this is really good thing.
Well, we have one happy customer here who has a Tsunehisa 135 Petty demo that they bought out of the Scratch and Dent for $100. This has been resharpened. It's in beautiful condition.
Beautiful shape.
It's Algami Super clad with stainless steel. Algami Super is one of the carbon steels we like a lot. It doesn't tend to rust as quickly. It does have a bit of chromium inside of it, but it just holds an edge wickedly. The stainless steel on the outside, like, what more do you want? You want the performance of carbon steel with less rust factor? You got it right here. It's also got this beautiful texture on the outside, so that's going to help break up surface tension, so it's going to slide nicely through the food.
Oh.
And there's your knife. Look at that. This beautiful solid piece of oak for a handle. Very simple.
Oh, this one. This one.
Very beautiful. Congratulations. Look at how thin your knife is. That's incredible. Awesome. You are going to love it. We're going to get that in the post to you as soon as we can, and do enjoy. But I think, Naoto, we should show off this this absolute piece of art. This is a giant deba, and it's not so much about the knife as it is about the work of art on the top of that. Look at that.
Look at that. So it's the hand engraved, no sketch or anything. She doesn't draw anything before.
Really?
Oh no, she doesn't. No.
Wow.
No, she just go at it basically. But she's the Michiko Kubota-san from the Sakai Takayuki. She started working at a Sakai Takayuki, and just she wasn't really hired to be a engraver. It's one of the jobs that she was doing. She was basically engraving names, and then I think she has a little bit of art background. So she got fascinated by all the works and stuff. So she got into more and more. And the great thing about the company, like Sakai Takayuki, they were like, "Do it, go for it, do it, more."
Yeah.
And now it's got the some like, I think that the video that that she was on the YouTube got a viral for some reason.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
And, it's she's been traveling. I've seen like her traveling quite a few places in the world. We would like to have her here in Calgary sometimes, or in Canada. But the look at the detail, right? Like on the whale here. Oh, it's too close, maybe.
Yeah.
Right?
It looks real.
And each store, we have one here in our warehouse. We got, I think, 6 in total or something. Each store has at least one of these. If you want to see that in person, and you happen to live in the city where we have the stores in, you should go there and take a look if they still have one. I've seen one with the octopus. It's like really, really detailed.
Yeah, we have stores in Calgary, which is where we are, Edmonton, Vancouver, Ottawa, and Toronto.
Yeah.
Of course, we have the website here.
Yeah.
We also have another great store in Calgary here called Kent of Inglewood. If you're looking for fun things, there's lots of great outdoor knives, really wicked gifts. And it's got a bunch of classic shaving gear and cool fragrances. It's a cool shop. You should check it out sometime, especially if you're here in town, you ever make it down to the store, pop in next door.
Yeah. So we have this knife here. Someone's asking the Muneishi Aogami Courage Street Santoku. That's this guy. So this knife, it's really like solid price, 198. Aogami number 2 with the stainless clad on the outside. This is such a solid knife. It's got a really nice, higher bevel like this one. It cuts through the food really nicely. Pretty thin behind the edge. Stainless clad will, protect your knife from rusting or oxidizing. Just, the shiny part along the edge here is the part that you need to worry about. It's a solid knife.
Yeah, I think, when you look at it, it's just a knife.
Yeah.
It's just a knife, but it's just an incredibly good version of a knife.
Yeah.
That, I mean, it's just a knife.
It is so well made. I love his knives. It's like very, like, not many people talk about the Muneishi-san, but his knives are so well made.
Yeah.
I love how right, that's why. Engravings on this side, but
backwards.
okay. It's sitting here before those ones. I think someone wanted to see these guys here.
Oh, that was me.
That's yours. Okay.
That was me. I put them out there because I really like these 3 knives, and not everyone that buys Japanese knives buys matching sets, but I think there is 3 knives here that would make a beautiful set. You have a bigger knife for doing most big jobs or doing a lot of cooking. You got a Santoku in the middle, and you got a petty knife that will do all the fine work you want. These things are from Sakai Kikumori. They are blue number 2 steel clad with stainless on the outside, and they're not quite like our Boss Bunka, but they are a fair bit taller, and they have this beautiful Nishiji finish to them. A nice, very comfortable grooved out choil for your finger to tuck into. And these 3 knives, we've had them here at the garage sale for a few times now.
I think it's like about the same height.
It is about the same height.
Yeah.
It is.
Very similar height.
I think these are some of the best things that we've got right now. And I could actually see these 3 together as a set, because you need at least 3 knives. You have the big one when you're going to get down and do a big pot of something. You're going to do a bunch of cooking, or you got bigger things to cut. A bigger knife makes it easier. And then most days when you're just, you know, a Santoku is going to cut anything you could buy at a grocery store. Some things it won't do as well as others because it's going to be a little bit too small. And then you've got a petty knife, and you can do some very versatile use with this. Whether you're doing something really fine, maybe you just need to cut a cucumber because you're hungry, and or maybe you need to do a little bit of lightweight butchery by taking some sinew off a piece of meat. You know, a petty knife is really good for that type of purpose, and together these 3 kind of make up the holy grail. You can have a long slicing knife if that's something that you're doing. You can get some more boning knives or butchery knives. People will also add an akiri into this kind of a mix, which is a similar length to the Santoku, but more of a square shape. I don't have one at arm's reach. However, that makes up a good set of knives. Add to that set of knives something to keep it sharp, and then some way to either protect it or display it. Like the simple solution is one of these blade guards. You can get a knife block. You can put a magnet on the wall. That's what we like doing because it, you know, makes them easy to grab and allows you to show them off in your kitchen a little bit because they're beautiful. No, it's fine. I just moved past it. Thanks, though.
Someone wanted to see Hinokuni Sakai Shiraichi Chuten Gyuto. That's this one here. The Sakai-san's knives, again, we showed the Chikabocho. It's beautifully made. The quality of the sharpening, forging, he's improved quite a bit from the first couple batches that we got. White #1 carbon steel, forged welded in-house. Beautiful black finish with the hand sharpening finish. So, like, you can see the little line there.
It's got a really interesting look to that profile, right? Where it looks like it's wider up here than it is at the heel almost. I think this knife would have a really nice, continuous sort of rocking motion feel to it. It's got a really nice, slender blade. Sometimes a bigger knife can, like a longer knife also gets bigger by resolve where it gets taller too. And depending on how tall you are or your counters or whatever, sometimes you don't want a really tall knife. But this is beautiful.
It's got a really nice thin behind the edge as well. It's very similar to the one that his sensei, the master, the Nishida-san makes.
I don't know if you just mentioned this detail either, but something that I think is a really nice little detail, if it's not going to come into focus, cover up the word, is when they widen the tang, just where your fingers grip the knife, and it tapers in this way. That just gives that grip a little bit more comfort.
Next battery circle, Yorokobis.
Are there any of these left?
Not sure. You know what the Yorokobi means?
No.
Pleasure.
Oh.
Right. So Hatsukokoro Yorokobi, it's this series made with very interesting, unique copper Damascus on the outside of the SLD stainless or the semi-stainless steel. At this point, like, it probably won't rust with the acid etch on the outside.
These are insane.
But these Yorokobi, this series with Kurochi, are forged by the Nigara Hamono with Go Yoshizawa-san, head of the Craftsman group now, right? Like, quite a few people in that workshop. It's beautiful Damascus, and I love this detail on the spine, right? Like,
it's so smart.
Beveled it.
It's so smart. And then boom, there's a bunch of copper.
Yeah.
We had a really great time this summer when Nigara came and visited us. Go Yoshizawa was here, did a forging demonstration in Calgary and Edmonton. Keep in mind that forging a knife has something about it that just draws you in to watch someone making steel red hot and hammering it. You'll be able to see some of that this afternoon. We have a surprise visitor here from Japan who is an incredible blacksmith, and we're super stoked. So around 11 or 12, we'll have some action here. It's going to be pretty fun. And look forward to that.
We also have the local blacksmith come and help us too, right?
That's right. No, it's very cool. We always keep an eye out for some local Canadian makers. So if you are one, you should stop by one of our shops sometime. And if any of these Yorokobis are left, I would run over and grab them. They are absolute stunning pieces.
I don't know if this is the knife that the person got. Was asking for the black Yoshimune. Or we heard earlier that the other Yoshimune knives are gone, but so probably wanted to see or something. This one here is the Yoshimune Kurochi. I think this one here is the white carbon steel with the stainless clad. Kurochi, just very simple, but stainless clad makes it really nice and easy to. I think these are, again, we talked about this blacksmith, the Shimune blacksmith's name. His real name was Kawamura-san. He's recently retired, and he didn't have anyone to succeed.
I don't want to talk about these anymore. I'm just sad that I didn't get to buy one.
I know.
They're incredible. They're really, really, really incredible knives. And this knife's $145. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And they are all gone.
Yeah.
Because at Knifewear, as employees, we are not allowed to buy a knife until 6 o'clock. Somebody made us up a rule one year, and we live by it.
Yeah.
And I'm sad.
Okay.
I have so many knives. I don't need any more, but I want more.
So we have all those like super fancy, cool knives, as well as very like really well priced knife like the Seki Kanetsugu Miyabi Isshin. $65, 210 millimeter Gyuto. What do you think about this knife? This person wants an opinion about this. Good knife for
it's a very good knife for under $100. I think you couldn't go wrong.
Yeah,
it's definitely got a very light feel to it.
Yeah, the handle is little. It's not. It's got a little thin feel maybe.
Yeah,
right.
It's got a thin feel. It's got a nice kind of taper. It's not straight in the way that it's not like a V, but it's got a bit of a curve to it. That kind of a curve to the taper. Do you know what? Sometimes we hear people in stores that say, "Oh, I still have roommates. I don't want to get one of these knives. No one would take care of it." Yeah. I think this would be a great kind of a use in that situation. I think if you've got, so if you just need a knife, I don't know who I'm talking to here, but if you just need a knife and you don't have a bunch of money to spend on one, but you want something better than that thing you got at a thrift shop or a Cuisinart knife, this thing will absolutely kick ass over any of those things.
Yeah.
It will do everything you need it to do. It will cut everything you can buy at a grocery store, except for bones and shells and frozen burgers. But you know what? I'd be proud to use this knife. I think it would work great. Yeah. And then one day you'd move on into something a little bit bigger and better.
Yeah.
Jarrett is asking, is it bendy like a kiwi knife?
No. It is a little flexy because it's not terribly thick here at the blade, but it is not as bendy as a kiwi. Kiwis basically feel like someone just pressed a bunch of layers of tinfoil together. They are quite flimsy. You can sharpen them on the tile floor in your kitchen. They're a pretty wild thing. This has definitely got a more substantial feel to it than a kiwi knife, and it's definitely better made. It is sanmai. There are 3 layers of steel, so there is the softer metal that protects the hard layer in the core, and that construction just gives the knife a bit of rigidity. But you can see I can bend it in my hands.
If you like this flexible bendy knife,
this thing.
I don't know if it's the on that thing, but this one here is super cute. It's got tsubame butter. They call it tsubame multi-purpose butter knife, but it's got a little tiny serration. This is super thin, right? And also it just like flexes. I don't know. It's like, hey, can we change the base camp like that, like this? It's like great spreader.
Oh, listen, if you got a bagel and you got some cream cheese and you had this knife, you'd spread that cream cheese like nobody's business.
Yeah, right. This one.
It's perfect for making sandwiches and stuff.
I know. It's like.
But it's crazy how flexible it is.
Right?
Yeah, it's very. Oh, and it sounds like you can hear it. Ooh.
But yeah, it just keeps the straightness, but it's not like flimsy.
No.
Because like if you
No, it's really quite good actually.
Yeah. So we have something like this as well, like just to fun little knife.
Okay, we got a few questions here in the lineup. Let's take a look at what we got.
Okay, someone wanted to see the Tsunehisa 31. Tsunehisa knives are numbered, actually. The Japanese name, Sanjuichi 31. 31 different kind of Tsunehisa now, right? This one's great. It looks really like Damascus pattern, like really nice. Tsuchime, rugged, a little bit more like Nashiji looking feel to it as well.
It's like lightly burnt oak handle.
Yeah. The A440C.
Oh, really?
Is the type of steel that the uses on here. It was it was very popular stainless steel when I first the steel was first launched. Now it's kind of there are more kind of steels available, right? But still, 440C is a good kitchen knife steel. It's like good, nice hardness. It's got a nice carbon content. It's the stainless steel, so it's like it's great little knife. 180 mil Gyuto is also something that the people. It's like a santoku, but if you like more like rock cutting, this is great knife. And also it's like 161.
Okay. We have a question here, and it says $250, 210, 240, 135, 150 Gyuto Petty. So I'm thinking that what I've got in front of me here is someone is looking for a pair of knives, and then we want a Gyuto that's in the 210, 240 range, and then a Petty that's in the 135 and 150 range. So we can even do this, where I can put the four shapes together in sizes. So a 240 mil Gyuto, if you hear us say the length, or you hear a number like 240, we're talking about the millimeters, and that's almost always the edge length from the heel to the tip. That's the size of the knife. Gyuto, except for when it isn't. Yeah, no, there's lots of rule breakers out there. And Gyuto, Petty, Nakiri, Santoku, that's the name of the shape of the knife. And that is sort of the profile or outline. And Gyutos, they're just basically like a Western chef's knife. It does all sorts of great jobs. It's very, very versatile. That's why you see them in professional kitchens everywhere you go. And you can do pretty much everything with these. A 240 mil knife over a 210, it just like, you just have this advantage of the size. There's more length, there's more edge, it's bigger, there's often more mass. So you find you're not doing as much effort. All you need to do is put the knife on top of the food and slide it gently to make an incision and pretty much drop the weight of your hand. And I love using 240s. You can do batches of stuff with ease, and you'll get into cooking when a knife makes your job easier. Now a 210 being a little bit shorter, or 210 millimeters, means if your space isn't that big, or you're just not wild about holding a 10-inch knife, that's where you want to be. So one of these two and then one of these two is kind of the core of what you need in a knife collection. The Pro M's, I think, are really awesome value. They're not going to hold their edge as long as the harder carbon steel of the white number 1 here. That's in the Tsukasa Shiro Kuroichi Gyutos. Tsukasa, T-S-U-K-A-S-A. These are white carbon number 1. And these are on like a pretty opposite end of the spectrum, where the Pro M is a softer steel that's going to be more resilient and less likely to chip, and it won't rust unless you really work at it, like putting it in a dishwasher, which is nothing you would ever do to your Japanese knife, right? Don't put it in the dishwasher, right? The carbon steel here can tarnish, and in fact it will tarnish. Carbon steel is lovely to cut with. It's really nice to sharpen, and it has tons of advantages. It does mean that you need to wipe it dry. And I don't mean you need to cut with it and neurotically wash it with soap and water. You just grab a dry cloth and wipe the water off of it and carry on with what you're doing. You build a patina on the outside. That's sort of a protective layer. Your knife won't rust as quickly if you've got that built up. And I often like to explain to people that you earn your patina through diligent care and use at the beginning of wiping it dry. Some people will get the wrong idea, and they get a carbon steel knife, and what they do is after every time they use it, they actually scrub the patina off with something abrasive. Every time you remove that patina, you're now back to zero, and now it's going to oxidize super quickly. So you want to keep that at bay, so you do want to let that patina develop. Now, the thing I've learned from just working with customers is the ones that get a carbon steel knife and they look at it and they see that patina and they think, oh my God, this looks dirty. I don't like those water spots and I can't clean them off. Don't get a carbon steel knife. We have tons of amazing stainless steel knives. Go for those. Now, we've been running on for a little while here.
Yeah. it's 9 o'clock apparently. So let's remind people what we were doing, who you are, and what.
All right, good idea.
Yeah.
So this is Knifewear. My name's Mike. This is Naoto. Naoto and I have worked here for an incredibly long time. We've got Mason, Nathan behind the camera here. We got this Jacob guy. We don't need to see him though. And you know what? Knifewear always puts on this garage sale twice a year. They coincide with the times that Naoto and Kevin have been off in Japan. And you go and you meet new blacksmiths and you buy stuff because you want to start friendships. So we end up bringing back all of these things, or you find something cool and you get excited and you max out your company credit card, and the next thing you know, we're back here going, oh God, what are we going to do with this stuff? So that's how the garage sale was born. And it's super good deals. We always find really awesome things, and sometimes you root through the back of somebody's warehouse and say, hey, what was that? And then you find all these other cool makers, and we get this really unique selection of stuff. We start today, started at 8 a.m. It's going to go right until the 10th on Sunday, until the end of the day on Sunday. Yeah. We also have retail stores. You can go visit them. That's Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver, and Toronto. They're not, Calgary and Edmonton and Vancouver are not open yet, but if you get a chance today, hop into the shops. It's always a fun time, and you really get why it's called the garage sale once you're in the store, because they're just super busy. Yeah,
the store inventory is more exclusive. Like, they're not available online, so they will have very special stocks. Like some of the one-of-a-kinds are at the store level as well. Like we talked about this like super cool engraved knives, one-of-a-kinds. They're in the stores as well. If you want to see them in person, go to the shop and take a look at it. Yep. Again, Ottawa shop and the Toronto stores are open already. Great. The Calgary, Edmonton, an hour to go. Vancouver, 2 hours to go.
We keep the inventory at the retail store separate from what we have here at the warehouse, and that's just to make sure our in-store shopping experience remains fun. So what that means is at the end of today, that inventory is going to come back up online, which means if you didn't find what you were looking for, or maybe you saw something and it was gone, come back and check this evening. It'll come back online kind of as the stores close, and there'll be new things. Yeah. Right? We also have a couple of late deliveries. Fingers crossed they arrive on time, but we do another one of these videos, a quick little one on Thursday. Probably Thursday. So we'll do a recap on what's still left and what's still looking good. And if anything new has arrived on Thursday, we'll launch it then. Yeah,
I know there are some latecomers. That's it's on the plane or things. So hopefully we'll get them by Thursday. There are a lot of moving parts. We have to ship the knife that you ordered. So you have to pack it. We'll manage. We'll do our best to unpack and do that stuff. So
we're here today. Naoto and I here are basically at your disposal until we're done. I don't know what time we plan to wrap up. Usually around 1 or 2. I do know we've got somebody coming later. So in past.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu! Oh, we have. In the past, done some fun stuff, like we've done some cooking demos and things like that. We're always here to answer your questions, whether it's related to the garage sale or not. If you have other questions about donabes, which are my new favorite thing, these like Japanese clay pots that you can cook in. We've got conros, which are Japanese charcoal barbecues. We have charcoal, we have accessories, we have sharpening tools. We got all kinds of really great stuff.
We just got this tool called takoyaki pan.
Oh, yeah.
I have to talk about that takoyaki pan.
Yeah, we have all kinds of great stuff. So we can definitely go off script here, and if you want to talk about non-garage sale stuff, fire us some questions. We're happy to help. Naoto's an amazing sharpener, so if any of you are out there sharpeners and you want to have any advice, Naoto does some really amazing videos on our YouTube channel about sharpening. So you've got him here live today. Yeah. Make the most of it. And then at noon, we're going to do something really fun that we've never done on our garage sale live before. So if you can, come back or stick around.
Yeah. Alrighty. So someone's asking for I think it's beginner SG2. It was kind of hard to.
I love beginner SG2. I want some beginner SG2.
Great beginner. Some maybe a little too. I don't know. If you're committed and for the Japanese knives, anything can be a beginner knife. I think some are a little bit more thinner. And
I love the philosophical nature of this. Like, right? What is beginner?
Yeah, right. Because like ones that we picked, especially asking for Kobayashi and Kato and Toshitaka and those things. They are incredible. It's like it's so nice and nicely sharpened. It's very thin. It'd be made like if you never used the Japanese knives or even like SG2, these will blow your mind.
This is a hard decision.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I'm looking at this trying to think of which one I think is the best. And I'm having a hard time figuring out which one would be the best one.
So like any of these were super nice and thin, like cutting the say yams, even like I'll be a little bit more careful, but even like pumpkin and stuff, you can cut really nicely. It really comes down to say if you like the, one of those like F40, like the super simple look, just a pure performance Kobayashi, or something like more European style handle Toshitaka, or this Minamo, which is the watermark, like water drops.
Oh, that's what it means.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to go by feel, and to me the Minamo is the best feeling one. The Toshitaka is the clear second. With that Western handle is nice sometimes, right? There's some people who are in a different camp, and it's not, like handles have different purpose to the knife and different feel. It's not like you're like on Team Makita or Team DeWalt or something. Some people feel that way about Western handles versus Japanese handles. But having that makes it feel more weight in your hand. Yeah. And whatever's comfortable is the best choice.
I actually I love this Toshitaka. Like, it feels really good. I know how thin this is. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, the Toshitakas are very cool. The grind on the Minamo has a bit more of kind of a hollow grind to it, so it tapers really drastically right here, and then gets very thin for the last centimeter or so of the blade. So this would be super high performance. The texture on the outside will be nice for sliding through, but it's kind of cool that the texture here that you don't really see, it's not really dented, but it's actually from the scratches from the grinding does give it a very smooth feel as you cut through food. And it's got more of a gradual taper, more of that sort of bullet shaped, so it would be a bit more robust. And the Toshitaka is right in the middle, where it's just like a straight V grind, which means it's just like if you were to draw a knife and draw this like shape, that's what it is. So it'll just cut through in a really typical way, and it will be really nice and cut really straight. It's one of those decisions when it's so hard, you're like, it's a hard decision, I don't know which one to do.
I mean,
it means that they're so close that you wouldn't actually make a bad decision.
Exactly. Any of these will blow your mind if you ever never use those knives, and there's no bad decision. Sets up Mazaki Nakiri buyer wants to see it.
Oh, so you bought it?
You probably bought it, and it's there. So Mazaki-san, we went to see him a couple of years ago, like 2021, I think. The how he forges and how he, especially notable thing about him is like how he finishes, how he sharpens it, right? A lot of knife makers, what they do is throughout the sharpening process there is a machines and like wheels and such where Mazaki-san only process of him sharpening is the first step to basically get the bevel out, and after that he just hides under the step, and he just sharpens it with the diamond stone and like progressing. Like, he spends so much time sharpening it, and the reason is that so that when you are to resharpen this bevel is gonna touch on the stone perfectly. Like,
there's no low spots left from any hammering or anything.
Yeah.
And I just want to touch on what Naoto just said, because he did say he uses one big machine to grind down the bevel, the initial stage, and then he hides under the stairs. He's not joking. He actually has this little stool with a little cushion on it, and it's underneath the stairs. Yeah. And so he does it because then he has a lamp clipped onto the steps underneath that's like really quite close to where he's working, and it's a really compact workstation. And he spends a lot of time and energy making this bevel just perfect.
Yeah, I know. It's insane. Like, nobody else does that process. It's just like,
I have a Mizaki Santoku. I love it. I hope you enjoy this knife.
Yeah.
It's really quite badass. It is a 165 Nakiri. it has such a great feel to it. I love how he flares the tang here, so you get that really nice grip. So congratulations, good luck, enjoy. It is fully carbon steel. If you aren't used to using a knife that's fully carbon steel, check out our YouTube page. We've got some great videos there. Inside of the knife box, there's going to be a care letter, and this goes with every single knife we ever sell. There's this wicked care letter, and I'm going to open this box, and I'm going to pull out the care letter, which means I'm going to open this box, and there's not going to be a care letter in here. No, wait, there is! Oh, I'm so lucky. Okay, this care letter, Naoki Mizaki. We haven't got his photo, unfortunately, but we always have a care letter. There's two sides to it. One is the first side, it gives you a story of the knife. Reminds you get a free knife sharpening with every knife you buy from us. And, if you ever get a knife and you chip it, because we talked about it and you didn't quite get it, and then maybe you accidentally did something, or like a lot of chips happen when people wash their knife and they hit the tip underneath the faucet, you get a free knife sharpening, and you get a chip repair too. That's kind of a get out of jail free card. Now, the backside's got a ton of knife care. We've got use, cleaning, storage, honing, do's and don'ts, and frankly, you'll find mostly don'ts here. Don't cut hard things, don't scrape your cutting board, and don't use a cutting board that's too hard. We like wood. We love these large wood cutting boards. We've been selling them for a very long time because they've worked really well for our customers. Plastic is fine, but bamboo, epicure boards, compressed things. The guy who sold you your granite countertop, who told you could cut right on it, well, he's not your knife guy. He's your counter guy. Listen to your knife guy. And a glass cutting board, frankly, is the truth. It is an oxymoron for sure. Don't cut on glass. It's just how your knife gets dull. Take care to look at this, and if you give someone a knife as a gift, do get them a chance. If you get a chance, point out the care letter to them. We put a lot of effort into it to try and make sure that everyone's successful with the products they buy from us. That's just one little thing that we like to do to make sure everyone knows what they're buying and how to manage it. We also have hello@knifewear.com. We got a help desk. We have people who are here to answer your questions and help you either with the knife that you've bought, any issues you have with anything you've bought from us, or even just help you decide on the right thing before you buy it. So give us a chance to help you out.
First garage sale order was the Boss Bunka.
The first thing that came through today was the Boss Bunka. Oh, that's fun to know. Well, you know what? We've worked with this guy named Shibata-san. He is from Hiroshima in Japan. He is the guy who put together Masakagi knives for those longtime Knifewear customers. That was something that was really exciting at the onset of Knifewear. That was this project Kevin, the owner of Knifewear, worked on with Shiba. And since then, Shiba's just gone on to get better and better at his job. He has such cool stuff. He's been working on West Japan Tools project, which brings us salvaged edged denim aprons with leather stitched pockets and knife bags and frying pans and I don't know, tinker knives, like some really cool experimental out of the box thinking, and really classic sort of heirloom style products. I look forward to what comes out next from Shiba. He's such a great dude.
When we have those ones, we should talk about the fish scalers that he.
We got some.
I think we do have some
From Shiba?
Yeah.
Now, sometimes you can take things a little too far, and this is something that's gone too far.
Yeah.
So why don't we talk about this knife you got here first while Nathan comes back. We'll talk about that in a second.
This,
my savior and angel, Mason, is here with a fresh pot of coffee.
I'm the coffee angel.
Someone's asking a difference between AS
Juan Valdez.
Moritaka Ishime versus a Algami Sweeper. So, real big difference is. So here's the big difference. Pros and cons. There's not much cons, but here's real difference. The Moritaka AS series, obviously, as the name suggests, made with the Aogami Sweeper. Where the Ishime series are made with the Aogami number 2. The Aogami Sweeper is a little bit harder steel than the harder and more wear resistant whatever. They consider that's a little bit more superior, the better steel than the.
They don't call it Super for nothing.
Exactly, right?
So this guy's sold, but we should have more in stores.
Okay, well, carry on with that. We'll circle back to this.
So sharpening. Sharpening is pretty much the same. It's a little bit more like very traditional Moritaka bevel. As well as it's got a nice taper and very thin edge. It's the same on the Ishime and the Kurochi of the Aogami Super. the Ishime series is a little bit more rigid. The reason why is that by hammering the Ishime pattern on that the surface, it made it, and it's they didn't realize until like they actually started making it, but they realized that by putting those like the tsuchime, it makes the surface a little bit more harder, so it's actually a little bit more rigid. That does not mean this is flimsy or whatever.
No.
But so there's a little bit of pros and cons there.
The Ishime series is very cool. I love using it. I've got a few of them. You know, there's no resistance when you cut with the knife. That really fine stone surface texture does the best job that I found at breaking up that surface tension and making the knife glide through food really easily. I also love the fact that it's actually a finish that they would typically put on an outdoor knife, right? Remember you had these knives from them one year that was like this stumpy handle and this like almost like a machete, and the design was that you would cut down a piece of bamboo and make like a spear for hunting wild pigs or something. At least that's what it was in my imagination. But they put that on their knives for us only. We're the only place you can get an Ishime finish knife. And I remember being there talking to him where he was discussing how he feels like this hammering texture they put on the knife actually makes it a better knife. And that's, you know, from the guy who makes the knife.
Exactly.
So we often live and die by the details of things like Rockwell hardness or steel types. There are other factors that go into making a knife awesome that are not as quantifiable in some way. So yeah, I trust them. I love their knives.
These are great. Nathan found this. So it's the fish
Nolan.
scaler. And this piece, this is very weird fish scaler, isn't it?
It is a very weird fish scaler, but
yeah, it is designed so that when you're actually scaling the fish, the scale won't fly off as much as the like traditional scaler. And there is this design that was made by the kind of little hard silicon in Japan, and he finds that when you're scaling like dozens of fish, it kind of loses its like function.
Sure.
So he decided to make it with the VG10.
listen, I've used the normal fish scaler that's just sort of like a piece of steel with some teeth on it, and it does the job. And then I got one of the Japanese ones that are the brass that have the flat edges, and that made me believe that, oh my God, there is such a thing as a better fish scaler. And I have not used this thing. And while I want to kind of make fun of it for being this really overbuilt, dumb thing, like using VG10 steel, I have a feeling that if you actually used it, you would stop and say, okay, yep, this is better. This
would be great for the, I wouldn't use this for the rainbow trout. It's too soft.
The fish is too soft?
Flesh is too soft, the scale is too soft.
But what if you just didn't push as hard?
It's little. I would use it for, say, sea bream.
Okay.
Yeah, those
things have wider scales. Not the thin little scales.
These are great for that.
Well, I think it's just comfortable, right? This right angle, this handle, like you could, I don't know, if you were a professional and you did a lot of fish scaling. You would try anything to make it better.
One of the reasons why
especially not being covered in fish scales.
Because one of the reasons why people use the brass is that they made it a little bit softer so that it doesn't.
That fish scaler is incredible.
So so it's great for the seawater fish for sure.
Okay.
Not so much with the very soft.
Yesterday at Terroir, we did this trout butchery demo with the chefs at Sate. Now you're talking about sea bream. I don't know. We're planning our Christmas party at a really wonderful sushi restaurant here. I haven't eaten a piece of fish in a long time. Now I just want to eat fish.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
I know. Good fish. It's really hard. We're living in this landlocked province, so it's really hard to find the fresh.
We gotta send Kevin out to catch us some pike.
Yeah, seawater fish hard. Here is a question about if this one is like basically it's a 300 mil takobiki fits in this Cohen Max. I had this Manaka-san's 300 mil. And I realized the Manaka-san's measurement is slightly different than the mini 300 mil takohiki. So I just brought the more traditional 300 mil takohiki.
I can tell you right now, it's going to work.
Yeah.
it's going to be. Can
So
we get the whole thing in here?
If it's traditional, like Sakai style 300mm takohiki, it will.
Look at that.
Where Manaka-san, he measures the edge. Do you have the ruler?
Yeah. The ruler is smaller than the knife, though.
Yeah, I don't know. But
You
ruler
do
is
want to keep
300
in
mil.
mind you want some sort of a cover.
See,
a
like,
blade guard's ideal.
He says it's 300mm, but this is like 300 and
Oh yeah,
plus mil.
300-ish mil.
So I wouldn't put this one in this bag. It's like little, but traditional 300mm, where measurement starts from the machi to the tip. This will fit. So
I think the answer was, will the 300 mil fit? It kind of depends on the 300 mil and how long it is overall, but there's a really good chance.
Oh.
And this is such a beautiful knife bag. Okay, what's now?
So here's a little question.
What is now?
I think this is a good question. Someone asking if they want to get one expensive knife or two inexpensive knives or two expensive knives. But realistically speaking, though, I would go for, I don't know, it's just, price isn't really the measurement. I'm like, sometimes
If you're going to enjoy the expensive knife more, I would get the expensive knife. Because you can use two inexpensive knives, but maybe if you know in your heart of hearts that one day you'll come back and buy the expensive knife, you might as well buy the expensive knife now, because these things don't wear out and they don't go bad. So if you buy it now, you will get more use out of it over your life. That's one way of thinking about it, and it just sort of depends on what you're thinking. I mean, this is probably a pretty good discussion for our people on this video here in the chat. What would you do? One expensive or two inexpensive?
yeah.
If it's my first knife, two inexpensive. If it's not, one expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you got no knives and you need two knives, buy the two knives that you need. That's one of the nice things about these things is you can't really go wrong in a sense that that you can buy pretty much anything that we sell and you will get something good.
We have got some more questions to get to. However, these guys have been going hard for like an hour and a half, so they need a break to caffeinate and urinate. And we're going to be right back after these messages from our sponsors.
And go to...
Hey, it's Nate with Whack Chop. You're going to be in a great mood all day because you're going to be whacking your troubles away. Now look, here's a potato. One whack, you got...
Already 290, you said? 230. Oh. Hi.
Go Nolan, go Nolan. It's your birthday. No, it's not your birthday, but I get your birthday. My first week sold right away.
Hey, it's Nate with Whack Chop. You're going to be in a great mood all day because you're going to be whacking your troubles away. Now look, here's a potato. One whack, you got big chunks for stews. Two whacks, home fries in a second. And look at this. You add a mushroom. The more you do it, the finer it gets. You don't have to switch any blades. You love salad, you hate making it. Take the stringy celery, take the carrots. Salad! I love pizza too, but once in a while, get the veggies in. At least put them on top of the pizza. This tuna looks boring. Stop having a boring tuna. Stop having a boring life. Here's a hard-boiled egg. One chop, you add the pickle, you add the green onion. And then what you can do is you can mix things together. You add the ham, you don't have time to make breakfast. You can live an exciting life now. Breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts. Watch this. One finger. It's so easy, kids can do it. They're gonna charge you $1 for toppings at the ice cream store. What about fruit? Put a mango. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Put that on your ice cream. Here's the garlic. With the skin, there you go. De-skins the garlic. The onions. With the skin, this is making you cry, it's making me cry. Life's hard enough as it is. You don't want to cry anymore. The skin's at the bottom. Hey, look at this. You want a little bit of onion? You don't want to drag out the food processor? The skin comes right off. We're gonna make America skinny again, one whack at a time. The Whack Chop sells for $199.95. But if you call now, we can't do this all day, we'll throw in the ceramic honing rod for 50% off. Knifewear is not liable for any damage done to your knife as a result of using it as a whack job. Side effects of using your Japanese knife as a whack job might include chipping, twisting, scraping, folding, premature dulling of the edge, and more. Please consult your local knife expert before using your knife as a whack job.
Are you or a loved one suffering from dull kitchen knives?
My bruschetta used to be made with squished tomatoes and bruised basil.
I couldn't get through a soup without my knife going dull.
It's so humiliating to show up and people ask you,
How we doing, team?
Are you the kind of man that burns his fingies getting crispy bacon out of a hot pan? Are you the type of man that struggles to cradle his infant child while preparing dinner for his family? Do your manly bare mitts get stuck trying to get Pringles out of a can? Why do they put them chips in that can anyway? I never really understood. Isn't that can for tennis balls? Well, partner, you need King Tong, the only tweezers designed by men for men. With these stainless steel culinary tweezers, you can now get bacon out of a pan burn free. You can get your favorite chips out of a tennis ball can. You can hammer nails into the wall. You can even prepare dinner while cradling your infant child. King Tong, manly man tweezers for men, or women, or non-binary people, I don't really care.
Introducing the new Knifewear Swiss Army knife. It slices, it dices, it chops. It's the ultimate kitchen utility blade. It includes a Santoku, Petty, Nakiri, and Gyuto all in one, and easily fits in your pocket so you can take it anywhere you go and slice up a meal on the go. Tired of going to your friend's house and using their crappy knives? Well, now you've got your own knife on the go with 4 different blades.
I just love my Japanese Swiss Army knife so much. I can switch from Santoku, Petty, Nakiri, or a Gyuto, just like that. No more bringing a whole knife roll to your first interview. Just bring this. It's perfect.
The Knifewear Swiss Army Japanese kitchen knife is the ultimate utility blade and everyday carry knife. Coming soon to a Knifewear near you for only $36.55.99.
6 feet. It's 6 meters. This is Canada, damn it. Oh, hold on. Hey, you. Yes, you. Have I got a deal for you right this way? Brumhilde and I are out here at Calgary Knifewear for Knifewear's Garage Sale from May 13th to 20th. That's right. Used knives. All of the used knives. With sales like these, you won't be able to stay away, damn it! Our pans might be angular, but we're not square, man. Our deals are no strain in your wallet. Wood protection for your wood. For his, her, and theirs protection. A sale is just a threat of a deal that you might miss. We're slashing prices and cutting down our competition right here during Knifewear's Garage Sale. Line. I'm not just happy to see you, that's a half-price honing rod in my pocket. The only thing more acerbic than my coffee are these knives. Do you like pre-distressed denim? Then you're gonna love this pre-owned Munitoshi. Here at Knifewear, we won't grind you on the prices. I'm bringing my best box of used knives for our sale this time. Are you ready, Calgary, Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver, and perhaps Edmonton? You might think our staff look like this at the end of the sales, but they're still keep kicking. Come on down, we're having a whale of a time. It slices, oh my god, it dices, it even circumcises for all your Masonic needs. Tossing these great sales to you. Catch, no matter if you pitch or catch, we've got you covered with these sales. Ooh, to all of our size queens out there, we've got something for everyone at this sale. Don't sleep on these prices. Don't sigh away our high prices, they're rock bottom! Come on down to the Knifewear car lot, knife lot, because we got lots of new and old used beauties from May 13th to 20th, in store and online.
You know, I was in Japan a long time ago, and this fellow came up to me, big fellow, strong fellow, tears in his eyes, and he said, "Mr. Salesman, you are a beautiful, beautiful man, and you sell our knives so well, very well, best salesman, but we sell well. Modesty, we know modesty. Look at these knives. Prices like this, so reasonable, folks. I mean, really. What do you want me to do? Sell you a whole set? Knifewear is doing a garage sale. Modesty for the people. Garages, we all have garages, don't we? You know, It was in '88, and I remember a long, long story about.
Okay, we're live from the shipping station in the Knifewear warehouse with Tiffany.
Heyo.
What are you inspecting there, Tiffany? Tiffany's doing our 23-point check right now.
I am inspecting a Yoshimune Shirogami stainless Migaki Tsukume Nikiri basswood with horn collar.
Who's it going to?
This knife is going to our friend Alex Pett.
Alex Pett, your knife's going up.
BC.
Right on.
Alex has great taste in knives. This is the first time I've actually seen this knife because I do a lot of work from my desk up front. But the tsuchume on this knife is spectacular. It's like a different, like it's sort of oriented 90 degrees from what I might expect. It's really cool looking. It's yeah, big fan.
Awesome. Well, the warehouse team is hard at work packing orders. We got a cart here. Pickmaster Nolan is somewhere in the warehouse. I think over there in the computer. There's Nolan. He's picking orders, getting them ready to go with you guys. Thank you all for your support. I'm going to let Tiff get back to work. Back to you, Jacob. Thanks, bud. That was awesome. Yeah.
They're working super hard to get your order ready, and I'm so impressed. I love that this remote camera is working. This is going. We are back. Garage sale first day. It's time is 9:30 in the Mountain Time. Our local store here in Calgary and Edmonton, the Mountain Standard Time, will open in 30 minutes. And also, the Vancouver store is going to be open in an hour and a half. We're back online with Knifewear Garage Sale, where we get the knives that we don't usually carry, a lot of one-offs, one-of-kinds, sometimes like, get the things. And also lots of things that we have really well priced at. Something like we have Tojiro, like Narihiras. They are really well priced. We got some of the Tojiro Tojiro Supreme bread knives. They're priced very nicely as well. So if you're looking for deals, these are great time. There are all the Tsunehisas are 20% off. There are some other actually deals, including some of the kitchen gadgets that we are doing a sale on 20% off, like these guys here.
Oh yeah.
Because they're discontinuing some colors,
Beautiful spoonulas. Get it right.
Get it right. Stuff is like great.
Yeah, it is the best brand of silicone tools. These are only discounted because we're not getting these colors anymore.
Yeah, colors anymore.
But they're phenomenal. We have sold them for years, and they're the best.
I love this whisk too. Like I was just making a whipping cream last night, and it just like takes a minute.
I got the mini version for my daughter for Christmas, and I use it way more than she does because it's so good.
It actually works really good. Yeah. I have both, like small and this size. So it works fantastic. So there is a sale section on our website. So if you're looking for deals, go at it. I just wanted to show something like this one. It's we don't get this as often.
Oh, is this a Masashi single bevel?
Yeah.
We haven't had these for a couple years, have we?
I know, right? This one here, we have actually these too. The really cool.
Oh yeah.
So this is really simple white carbon steel Sakimaru Takohiki. It's like on the website though, it actually says comes with sayas attached to it. Yeah. Saya maker is actually no longer in business.
That was a holdover from the last time we got them, so we apologize. There are not size for these. Yeah. And Jacob was going to take new photos this morning, but we had to get this set up.
Exactly.
We were hustling all weekend.
Well, we wanted to show off, right? And also we have this this black finish Yena Sakimaru Takohiki with, I don't know if that actually can show. Yeah, Damascus finish on it too. So these I'm very excited about these. Masashi Yamamoto-san will be joining us later today. He is going to actually do a live forging demonstration in front of the camera. So I'm really excited. So, well, stay tuned on that. Let's get back to some questions. Someone wanted to see the Narihiras. Narihira is this sub-brand from Tojiro that they had for a little while. They basically discontinued, so we just bought quite a few of them. Fantastic price, stainless steel. It's mono steel. It is also one of those like knives that we talked about, like Miyabi Ishin earlier. It's one of those knives I have them. I probably have them at home. Like if someone comes for dinner party and wanted to help me prepare and stuff, these knives are great. It's like I wouldn't worry about them chipping it or rusting it and stuff. Edge is pretty good. So it's one of those knives that it comes really handy if you have like some other places, cottages, Airbnb. These knives are a fantastic option for that. Yes. Alrighty, so next. Oh yeah, it's a while ago, but someone was asking about the Tsubame Sanjo. Did he mean Tsubame and Sanjo?
Just Tsubame.
Oh, Tsubame. I thought it's a Sanjo. It's two different cities. And I grabbed the Sanjo knives, not the Tsubame knives. I know. Well, just gonna come back for it. 1 second. Okay. So let's do a Murata-san's here. Murata ko Bocho. This here, Aogami number 1. The Murata-san, he's also in Japan known as the Kamisori Murata, meaning the razor Murata. So like basically what that means that his edge sharpening is like not the laser but razor, to shave with. So Kamisori Murata is his kind of nickname. It's really nice and thin, well made. We used to carry his knives with the Western handle. He stopped making them, but he still does forge this Japanese style handle. This kobocho, the kobocho basically means a small knife, comes really handy because it's a little bit, it's got a height. So when you hold it here, you're not bumping your knuckles on the cutting board by cutting like this. So this comes really, really handy, small knife to do the small tomatoes and ginger, garlic, that kind of shallots, that kind of stuff. So, Tsubame is this place in Niigata. Sorry, can you put back me on the camera here? Tsubame Sanjo are those of this place in Niigata. The Tsubame is on a little bit more closer to the ocean side. Sanjo is on the mountain side. They have the station, Shinkansen station, right on the border of these two towns. Tsubame exit and on the one side and Sanjo exit on the other. Lots of handmade knives are produced. There are a lot of blacksmith in the Sanjo side. There are a little bit more bigger manufacturing side in the Tsubame. And Tsubame knives so there are knives like Tojiro there in Tsubame. We have we'll have actually late top-up knives from the Kataoka-san, which is under this. They try to call it Bright, but they spell it like Brieto. So Brieto. Those knives are coming. That's made in Tsubame.
Oh, those some of the late arrivals?
Late arrivals.
Cool, yeah.
And also we had this super flexible knife that we showed you. That is made in Tsubame. So Tsubame knives are really well-made, mass-produced knives, where the Sanjo knives are more of the blacksmith made.
Right. Okay. Cool.
So that's a little bit difference there. And we don't want to mix these two things up because it's like It's farther apart, but it's like a Calgary Edmonton rivalry kind of stuff.
Montagues and Capulets.
But they're still, but Superman and Sanjo are attached to each other, so it's the rivalry is like
right. We don't want to.
Yeah. So
don't want to cause any. Yeah. All right. Here's something that I'm surprised we still have, sort of, because I think we actually forgot to put it on the website. We do a really good job of acting professional, but we're not. This is the Makusta Genbu set, one of only 50 ever made. I'm going to open it up a little bit and be very careful to not get my greasy fingerprints all over it. But this is a knife set inspired by the mythical giant turtle that guards one side of China, right?
The south.
The south side. There's 4 mystical beasts that
protects the capital.
Oh, I did. I showed it up here. Yeah.
Protect the capital.
Protects the capital in the south, in China. So they had these 4 lines inspired by these 4 mythical beasts, and we managed to get our hands on one box of one of the lines. They're very, very difficult to get. Most of them sold right away. This Genbu is still available. I just double checked. This is crazy. It's for those knife nerds in the audience. This is coreless Damascus, except they've put a core in it, so it's coreless. I don't know how to say that. It's really cool. They've got this crazy turtle shell inspired pattern on the blade. It's actually got like quite a lot of texture there. I reckon it would help with food stickage. And then this handle is really cool too. Kind of looks like something out of Mortal Kombat. And it's just got like this beautiful swirly dark green resin, also inspired by the mythical turtle, obviously. Nice pointy end to the handle there. Yeah, they're pretty dang cool.
Yeah.
And so they come in this beautiful presentation box that looks like something you would put expensive cigars in, with like green velvet.
It's
nice
really. I'm sure you already talked about it, but it's the steel made out of the coreless Damascus of VG2 and VG10. Mm-hmm. But they also added another layer on top.
Oh, on top. Okay, so there isn't a core steel, sort of.
Sort of, like core steel.
There's a core of coreless Damascus.
Exactly, core of coreless Damascus, but they put another layer. So when they put that weird tsuchime or that they engrave, like imprinting on them, those layers will show up so much better.
And if I'm not mistaken, the idea behind coreless Damascus, or the theory behind it, is that it will
wear
the two steels will wear at different rates.
Yeah, so that it will create almost infinite teeth.
Right. Yeah, it's a really interesting way to make a knife. It's also just super cool.
Yeah.
Like I'm not. If I had $5,000, I wouldn't be getting this for the technical specs. I'd be getting it because it's extremely awesome and extremely rare.
It's super. No, it's really super cool. It's very well made.
Yeah. Makusta makes fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this is their cool. 4th series. They started out from the the red.
Yeah, it took 4 series for us to be able to get one, but here it is.
They're working on the last one.
And back on the main camera, you can see the box.
Yeah.
Beautiful wood box. Woo. Very special.
And put
this over here.
The cardboard box actually has the serial number, so.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Oh, the chisels. Do we have any of these left?
Well, there's one here and there's one there.
Cool.
As far as here, I don't know if they've sold it.
I'm going to check. I don't actually know a ton about these, besides they are beautiful and they're about 1,500 Canadian dollars. I don't know if we mentioned that. We're in Canada, so if we're saying dollars right now, we're talking about Canadian monopoly money, and so you can expect to spend a lot less if you're from the USA.
So these are made by the Tasai-san, Akio Tasai-san. He is a chisel.
Okay, we still have some.
Chisel plane maker from that particular area. This, if you look, it's very traditional technique to show the black Damascus, almost like a kuroshu.
It looks a lot like a Masashi kuroshu, yeah. It's a bit reminiscent of a river jump as well. It's kind of between the two in a way.
So it's like look how. So it's the same. They made in the same region.
Yeah. Okay.
In the Sanjo, right? So
Cool.
they share, and this technique's been around for a little while. But this is called Tenmoku series. It's this Damascus one is Tenmoku series. The precision of chisel maker are crazy because the
it's a very precise tool, right?
Yeah, I mean, like you are making the wood straight.
Yeah, you need your finished product to fit together as well as that box for those knives
Exactly,
that I was
right?
just playing with.
Yeah, so it's like the tools has to be super precise.
Yeah,
Not
especially
only
if you're doing that like
chisels.
Japanese joinery where it's
Yeah,
like
exactly.
you're slotting in pieces of wood that need to be accurate to like the molecule.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So the chisels, plane blades, he does plane blades as well. These has to be flat, right?
Yeah.
So the precision of those carpentry tool makers are top notch. Like Blacksmith, like if there are the level of Blacksmith, there isn't. But they do different things and different good for different things, right? But
I watch this carpenter on YouTube a lot, John Malecki, and he's got like a really high-end carpentry workshop, but he also does like viral TikTok woodworking, trying other people's tricks and stuff like that. And he's tried to do some of that Japanese joinery, and he's got very high-end tools, but it's more American-style stuff, and it shows you just how hard it is to do that stuff, and just how precise and sharp your tools need to be.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
So it's like they sometimes consider themselves a the better blacksmith than the other.
I think they're allowed to have a bit of an ego.
Yeah, exactly.
If anybody is.
There isn't any but
I really hope these all sell. I don't really have the money for it, but I am also selling my house next week, so who knows? Maybe I need a chisel set. If I didn't just spend $1,000 on a new tattoo, I'd be buying that. What else we got?
Someone's asking for white carbon 270 mil Gyuto. 270 mil Gyutos are a little bit hard to come by.
Yeah, they asked for a white carbon one, and I couldn't find one.
No.
So I grabbed the next best thing.
Like, we order things from Japan. The including Masakagi Yuki. They produce the 270 mil Gyuto.
Right.
And
we get them like once every 2 years, right?
Yeah. That's kind of
yeah. It's anytime you get outside of the regular range of sizes and shapes, it gets a lot harder for them to make. Like to keep a piece of steel that long, straight and nice and get the right taper is I would say more difficult than you would think. Like it's not 30 millimeters more difficult. It's like twice as difficult. That's why you see like the Moritaka Tsujihiki 360 is like super thick, because that's pretty much as thin as they can get it without it going all crazy on you.
So like something like this 270 mil Tsunehisa, this one here, the blade is actually been cut out like a cookie cutter, so it makes it a little bit easier to make, right? Like they
totally, there's a lot of benefits to a stamped or a machine forged blade, and being able to make big ass knives is one of them. Because we see more of these in the Sakai Takayuki SK4 series. If you want a carbon steel, I think they have a 270 or 300 mil Gyuto. Tojiro has some big Gyutos and stuff. They make like long cake and brisket slicing knives.
Right.
But this, I mean, if you're looking for just a big Gyuto, especially I assume if you want a 270, you would probably work in a restaurant. So whoever was asked that question about the white carbon 270 Gyuto. If you do work in a restaurant, I have white carbon knives and I love them, and I would never take them to a restaurant because somebody else is going to use it, or it's going to sit and get rusty because I had to step away and pull something out of the oven that was about to burn or whatever. So for me, AUS8 would be the steel I go with anyways. I used a lot of knives made from similar steel when I did work in restaurants, because it sharpens up really nice, it holds an edge great, but it's more durable than white carbon steel or any carbon steel really, at least harder carbon steels. And it performs beautifully, doesn't rust. You can beat it up a little more, takes an edge no problem. Otherwise, keep your eyes open. the more specific you get about what you want in a knife as far as steel and size and everything, the trickier it gets to find typically. And so I would just keep an eye open on the website, maybe put your name in the like notify me box for any 270 white carbon steel Gyutos you see, and we'll notify you as soon as they come in.
Well, someone wanted to see the Anryu Nakiri, the Aogami number 2 stainless steel cladding. This is beautiful. Ikeda-san, who took over the Anryu Hamono, has been doing this like such great job. Like the taper, like look at how thick this part that goes into the handle here, and tapers it down really nicely. And the sharpening job, he's got a few younger craftspeople working for him as well, including Nakazato-san. I was like kind of following him on the Instagram. His work has been incredible. So like Ikeda-san's been kind of oversighting those younger craftspeople and done such great job.
Ikeda-san has.
Yeah.
Nice.
So they have like few younger guys working for him.
Yeah,
right?
they're doing a really good job in Takafu of continuing the craft and preserving it and also reinventing it. It's really interesting since we opened Knifewear about 17 years ago. We've gone from Japanese knife making to being mostly really old guys, some of which had apprentices, to like a lot of younger and middle-aged craftspeople. A lot of the old guys have retired, and so we're seeing this totally new wave, which is good because demand for handmade Japanese knives is way higher than it's ever been because more people are aware of them, and it's really good that corresponds with a growth of new makers, so that we're not going to literally run out of knives, because Japan's only so big of a country and there's only so many people that want to make knives there. Luckily, there's more than ever.
Yeah. Also the shrinking population as well as the aging population.
Well, I mean, some of them are taking on foreign apprentices, right?
Yep.
Jordan, who works in our Vancouver, used to work in our Vancouver store, has gone over to apprentice under a blacksmith. Lots, and there's a few other guys that have.
Yeah, there's another Nathan.
Yeah, right.
In the
Nason.
Yeah.
With Hinora-san, right?
Yeah, Mutsumi-san called him a Nason, and
that's his name now.
That's his name now. But I asked him like, "What's your actual name? Is it Nathan with the S?" I'm like, "No, it's Nathan." Like, oh, good.
That's like how you say your name's Nathan when you make a reservation.
Oh yeah.
If you just tuned in, thanks for coming in today, folks. We are from Knifewear. We're in Canada. We specialize in handmade Japanese kitchen knives and great quality cookware. Most of us are former chefs, and we just love good quality tools. This week is the Knifewear Garage Sale. It kicked off today at 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time about 2 hours ago. It started 2 hours ago in Ottawa and Toronto. It opens in Edmonton and Calgary in 14 minutes, and it starts in Vancouver in just over an hour. And those are all cities we have stores in. But you can also shop online at knifewear.com. There's a link in the bio, or just type in knifewear.com, Google it, whatever. We have a whole bunch of rare and one-of-a-kind knives, most of which have sold out by now. But all week long we will have new stuff from new makers, great stuff from makers we've been dealing with for decades.
Great deals.
Smoking deals like the knife Naoto's about to talk about. If you have a question, you need help shopping, or even if it's not about the garage sale and you just have a question about knives, sharpening, whatever, pop them in the chat. We're going to be live all day long. And in about an hour, probably, we have a special mystery Japanese knife maker, right?
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu! We'll have the special guest coming in.
And he's going to be making a knife live on stream. We have a new camera that is wireless. You might have seen earlier when I was at the packing station. I'll set it up on a tripod so I don't give you guys the whole Cloverfield experience. And yeah, we're going to show him making a knife. We'll still continue to answer questions throughout that process.
It'd be like the like the old Iron Chef. Sometimes it's going to what's going on right there?
That's what I feel like today because I've been running around and coming up with announcements.
So that's what we are going to do today. So I'm really excited.
And also thank you to everybody that's tuned in. I've seen a lot of familiar faces. John May has been our basically guest moderator in chat, and we appreciate you, John. You tune in every year. Netline, let me know next time you're coming into the store because I want to have a case of beer ready for you or whatever your drink of choice is. everybody else that's tuned in. I know I saw Charminator on Friday. I don't know if Blank Blank is around. That's awesome. Good to see you, buddy. You're making some really cool knives on Instagram there.
Yeah.
I can't remember everybody else's name. Damon Spector I saw was in earlier. People who have been tuning into our live stream since the pandemic started. So you guys rock. And thank you to all the new viewers that are hanging out too. On our channel, we put out videos every week about knives, cooking, knife sharpening, chefs, and other weird stuff that we just happen to get paid to do. So stay tuned. We got one coming out on Wednesday that's about just helping beginners choose a knife, talking about hand forged versus machine made. And we also, next week, have a video about our experience at Terroir. If you're wondering why my voice sounds so bad, it's because Jacob and I were running around for 12 hours on Saturday and Sunday at a food and chef symposium. Naoto was there as well. Masashi-san came down, and we just, what are you talking about? We just spent the whole weekend talking to chefs. We put on a fish butchery workshop with Sate, doing a lot of cool stuff. So it was a lot of fun. We'll have a video about our experience next week, I think. Cool. Awesome. That might be our other blacksmith guest, Hudson Torrens from Calgary. Naoto, do you want to talk about some stuff?
Sure.
And I will, Jacob, can you mute me, please?
Okay, so, all right, someone wanted to see this knife. Come back to the question period. Oh, there. Okay, so this here is the Tojiro Supreme bread knife. It is VG10 stainless steel in the core. It's got a Tojiro Supreme on the name. Nice stainless steel handle. It does not mean that can go in dishwasher though, but it's fantastic, nice, and Tojiro actually makes one of the best bread knives. Especially these series with the smaller teeth, so that it doesn't. Bigger teeth often creates the more crumbs when you're cutting into really crusty bread, like a baguette and a sourdough. These won't create as much. So these are fantastic, and it is smoking deal. They are 98 Canadian dollars. It's such a great piece. If you haven't had a Japanese bread knife, this is really great time to get the bread knives for. And since I have this, we get something weird every time. We have Guardian of the Artisans. Oh, the other way around. So this company or this organization here in Sanjo area, they decided to create this trading card. It's the I'm not super familiar with the Pokemon card, but it's more like the Yu-Gi-Oh, the Magic the Gathering kind of stuff. They are so it's the characters represents the each companies, like the ones that we have, Hochokobo Tadahusa.
Can you unmute me, please? We're gonna play the reveal clip in a sec.
Oh, okay. Like these, we have a couple packages. So if you want, you can go grab one at the stores, and we have them online as well.
All right, folks, it's time to reveal our special guest.
Yay!
Yeah, movie star, please.
Come.
You played it? Yeah, you can play it.
Yeah.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's Clefairy!
Good morning.
Good morning,
Are you on the air already?
Oh.
All right, are we back? Are we back, Jacob? We're back.
Alrighty,
Okay.
back. Whoa.
Surprise! I think you all guessed. It's Masashi-san.
Look who we have.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. So good to see you.
Yeah.
How was the Flames game last night?
Yeah, so, excited.
Exciting. Okay. Who won?
どっちが勝ちました?
So, Edmonton.
Oh no! All right. Sorry, Flames fans. Congrats, Oilers fans, I guess. Very fun. Yeah. So today, Masashi-san is going to forge a small knife. He's going to pretty much do the whole process. I think we have time for the whole thing, and then even sharpen it.
Yeah.
So we'll be kind of switching back and forth between Q&A and showing him making a knife. If you have questions, it might just take us slightly longer than usual to answer them, but we will absolutely get to your questions today. Yeah. I'm going to let Masashi-san get acquainted with the gear, unless you'd like to say anything to our audience, perhaps?
何か今見てらっしゃる方にありますか？
いやいや、後で担当しますね。
he's gonna forge some knives, so stay tuned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll leave you to get familiar with the equipment and everything. Thanks, man. Okay.
All right.
Do you want to take a break now, Toe?
Sure. I may just gonna jump in and help him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It'll.
146 people.
Oh.
100
Yeah.
146
people, I think.
140人ぐらい。
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
All
just
right.
gonna pass this to someone else.
Okay, sounds good.
Alrighty.
Yeah. We can just mute that one for now. I'll turn it off to conserve battery. Give them a chance to let Massage Sun get acquainted with the gear. We have a local blacksmith, like I mentioned, Hudson Torrens. He is coming to help us out today. He was also, if you watched our video about Go Yoshizawa-san and Nigara Hamono being in Alberta about a month ago or two, he came and helped us out then, supplied us with a forge because mine broke. And kind of got us all set up and forged out some knives. We also have some of Hudson's knives here. So Hudson is a young blacksmith. And normally when we say young blacksmith, we're talking about young in master blacksmith years, so like 35 or 40. But he is young in real words, like 21 or 22. He's been making knives for several years. He's been coming into Knifewear for 4 years to get feedback on his knives because he wants to make something that is very heavily inspired by Japanese knives while still being his own style. He is using 52-100 high carbon steel, I believe. I'll have to double check that. He is making one-piece steel blades. He's not laminating in 3 layers. He's not doing sanmai the way they do in Japan, although he does do that style of blade making as well. So these are really beautiful. I really love his work. For 4 years, we had to sadly tell him, I'm sorry, we're not going to carry your stuff right now because you still have a ways to go. And last year, he brought in some knives that seriously impressed us. Even Naoto, who is a serious critic when it comes to knives. They've got a forged-in distal taper, which means it starts out thick at the heel of the knife, where it does the heavy lifting, and it gets really nice and thin along the tip. He forges these out by hand. He doesn't use a press, really. He just uses a sledgehammer and his arm because he's in his 20s. And they're beautiful. They're really nicely sharpened, really great taper from the spine down to the edge. You know, they're going to be on the slightly thicker side of a Japanese knife. They're not like a laser compared to a Kurosaki. I find them closer to something a bit like a Hado knife, although they are overall a bit thinner than a Hado knife, and they're just beautiful. He also completely freehand sands all of his handles, and they're just gorgeous. These are all made out of ironwood. They're stunning. They're quite light, but they feel really, really nice in the hand. He's even got a very slight notch in the handle there, a la Fujiwara-san. And so he's doing something that is, like I said, inspired by Japanese knife makers, but very much his own and very much a locally made knife. In addition to his gyutos, we have a new butcher knife that he just came out with. This would be great for skinning, for cutting chops made from a smaller piece of pork. Great for, I guess, general deboning, honestly. As long as you're not doing like tunnel boning or anything that requires a flexible blade, I would use this on fish by all means. Really cool little knife there. I'm probably going to end up with one of these guys soon because I like doing a lot of butchering at home. These two are $450 Canadian dollars. I believe you can see specs as far as weight and height and everything goes on the product page on the website. But just for a quick measure up here, the 210 Gyuto is about 50 millimeters at the heel. So nice and tall, right? Good for big hands, but not too heavy, so really good for anybody. What's that? They're great knives, man. Do you want to come and say hi? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna introduce you folks to Hudson, and then I'll get back to some of your questions. Thanks for your patience. I'm just gonna clip that right there. Okay, this is Hudson Torrens. He's the fellow I was talking about. I just want to clarify, you're using 52-100 steel on these, right? Yep. So nice high carbon steel, but not crazy hard, right?
No, it's like 1% carbon, and it's a very tough steel.
Cool. if anybody wants to nerd out about steel specs or knife making, this guy has an encyclopedia in his brain of information. I'm always terrible with that kind of stuff, and you really have it locked in there.
Yeah,
and so
I've done a lot of research over the years.
yeah, it's funny. He was telling Naoto about you're telling him about all the like techniques that you've kind of developed to make your knives and the methods you're using and all this stuff, and everything you kind of said. Naoto was like, oh yeah, that's how so and so does it. That's how this guy does it. It was really impressive because you're primarily self-taught, right?
With Chris,
yeah,
but a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah, so you apprenticed with Chris Green here
Yeah.
for a couple of years, right?
Mhm.
And from there you've just been researching and practicing and
Yeah, lots of practice.
yeah, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, so we'll hopefully have time to also show Hudson forging a knife today because he does it very fast and just like hammers it out to shape in a very short amount of time, and so it's pretty cool to see. You're also working on a collaboration blade right now.
Yes, I am.
So when Go Yoshizawa-san was here from Nigara Hamono, he brought a couple of Damascus blanks, and he did the planishing step of like refining the blade shape when we were at Highline Brewing in the parking lot there. And so he actually gave one of those blanks to Hudson to make into a finished product.
Yeah. Should I go grab it?
Yeah, do you want to show it off?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll have to go back outside though.
How we doing? We got any questions that are burning that I should get to? Let's see. Okay. All right. Well, let me catch up a little bit while Hudson grabs the stuff. You can unlock that. Somebody was asking, thanks for your patience, by the way, folks, asking about a Kato Black 240 Gyutos versus a knife that's sold out, I think a Tsunehisa knife, versus a Toshitaka SG2 Kyutsuke. So, I mean, big obvious difference is the size. You know, one knife's bigger, one knife's shorter. If you have big hands, if you work in a restaurant, I love a 240. If you are less familiar and confident with knives and you just want an everyday kind of prepping knife, the Toshitaka is a really good choice. It's very lightweight. It's definitely the lightest of the two, partially just because of the length, but they're not too far off from each other. Visually, both stunning. You know, definitely different, but again, that just comes cut down kind of to personal preference. Toshitaka is a company that specializes in knife sharpening, so if I'm actually feeling the thickness of the blade and the way it tapers down from the spine to the edge, the Toshitaka definitely wins if you're looking for the thinnest laserist knife. That's a word, right? Laserist. So if you want extremely light and thin, go for the Toshitaka. If you want something with just a touch more heft and a little bit of a bigger blade to get through a lot of prep, this guy's a good choice. Somebody's honking out there, hey? Yeah. Is that you? Might be worth checking on it. Sorry guys, we just got like something weird going on outside. All right, we're good. Was that all they wanted to know? Was just kind of a side-by-side?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If I had no kitchen knives, I'd probably choose the Kato Black Damascus. I think I'd just choose the Kato Black Damascus, but if you're a little nervous about using a super big knife, the 210's great. Okay, let's answer a couple more and then we'll get Hudson on camera here. So it'll be asking about woks, carbon steel flat bottom woks. This is what I use. These are hand forged from Yamada. And so they're awesome. We've got the flat and the round here. If you're working on a wok burner or a gas stove, you can use the round bottom ones. I'm not. I have a glass top stove, and so I use this flat bottom often. I make a lot of stir fries, a lot of fried rice. This guy is the 30 centimeter, and that's diameter from edge to edge. Personally, that is the smallest wok I would get. I'm always cooking for 2 or more people, and this is just big enough to make fried rice without it spilling everywhere. It tosses really nice, like the way the sides are sloped. Really easy to keep things in the pan though, and it's seasoned up really nicely. They do come with an anti-rust coating for shipping, so once you get it, you need to put it in your oven at 500 degrees for an hour, burn off that coating, give it a good wash, and then season it as you would normally. I even use my larger 36 centimeter, which is a fair bit bigger than this guy. It's quite large. I wouldn't recommend that for a lot of people at home, but if you are cooking on a big wok burner, you're cooking a lot of food, you're making bigger batches of fried rice for meal prep, 36 centimeter is a good option. And you can use the 36 centimeter wok over a fire pit, so that's pretty cool. That's how I like to cook with it. All right, what's next? We have got somebody asking about novice whetstones. We got a couple options. If you want something that's really good quality, it's still going to last for a very long time, especially for home sharpening. The Knifewear series, we worked with Nanawa to develop these. They're really high quality whetstones, and they're our favorites, so we put our name on them. We got the 220 grit, great for repairs, for really dull knives. If you're just doing a tune-up and your knife's still somewhat sharp, you can start on 1000 grit. I like the 220 as well for thinning blades out and taking off some extra steel. And then 4000 grit for finishing for a lot of kind of day-to-day cooking if you work in a restaurant. There's also an 8000 grit that's really nice if you have a single bevel knife or something that you want a really crazy sharp edge on, your laserist laser. Anytime you get a whetstone, you should get something to keep your whetstone flat because they do not stay flat when you use them. So a Turing stone, this guy's $32 for basic novice sharpening. This is all you need. If you want to get really serious, you can upgrade to a diamond plate down the road, especially if you're sharpening straight razors or single bevel, something that requires a perfectly flat stone. But if you just need your stone to be pretty flat, which is true for most people, this guy does the job. Leather strop, great for cleaning off burrs. I use this after every sharpening, and I use it for day-to-day maintenance. I also quite like a ceramic coning rod because it helps break off more aggressive burrs, and I use it if my knife is starting to suffer in the kitchen and it won't get through a tomato skin. Usually I cook tune-up on a rod, brings it back to life. That's what I go with. If you're really on a budget, you can also get our budget set, which is a lobster stone. It's a really cheap and cheerful, soft 200 or 180 grit. Which is quite coarse, but great for starting an edge on like a Henkel's. And then get a combination 1000, 3000. There's might be 1 and 4000, but we have a Knifewear combination stone that's quite nice. And then still make sure you get the Turing stone and the stone holder if you're on a budget. The stone holder is $30. It seems pointless, but it keeps your stone in place on the counter. It means you're not going to be chasing it around as it slides around your counter when you're sharpening. So I would definitely recommend that. All right, whetstones out of here. Mason, would you mind just clearing this stuff up, please, if you got time? We have got some Nikiris. Somebody is getting their first Japanese kitchen knife. That is awesome. I love when people come to the garage sale and grab a Nikiri for their first Japanese kitchen knife. I know a lot of people come to the garage sale for a great deal, and Tsunahisa is that. They make incredible quality knives. They do it with a larger team of people, and so it keeps the price really extremely reasonable.
Continue.
Oh, what do you have there?
Nothing.
And they're 20% off this week. So whatever aren't sold out, you should grab these. Oh, we have a mystery restock.
Don't open these yet.
Okay, I won't open those. We'll just leave it here menacingly. If you want to really treat yourself, this is a Kato Minamo, right, Jacob? Yeah, Minamo. Sorry, guys, I have a terrible memory. This is just one of his lines that he came up with recently. It's got this beautiful kind of circular tsushime. It's very shiny and reflective, as you can tell, but it's not a mirror finish, so it's not going to get super scratched up super easily. Really nice dark wood handle, pretty light. So if you've been using like those hefty full tang knives your whole life, this is going to be a real treat because it's light. It's going to drop through food quite nicely because it's super sharp. And if you eat a lot of vegetables, this is probably the best choice. Or you can get the Dark Horse. This is probably my choice just because I love the look of that. Whoo! Oh.
I've got the chef's knife version of this from years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's very much my style. I got a 240. It's thin, it's powder steel, it's Damascus, it's beautiful, and I love that cherry or the red collar on that handle.
So nice.
Yeah, that's a very me knife.
It sure is. Yeah, a little bit of race car energy there.
Yeah, that's a lot of me energy. Nathan.
Yep.
I'm going to talk into your little thing here.
Okay, we'll get close.
But listen, we've got something special here. We can unwrap this in a bit. There's two of them.
We're standing and sharing a microphone. I feel like we should be like,
it's called Yuki Otoko.
That is what we are.
Yuki Otoko. Don't open it yet.
Oh, okay.
Don't open it.
Yuki Otoko. Is it from our special guest?
It's from our special guest.
Hibagon.
And if you know what Yuki Otoko or Hibagon is, you might know what's in here.
Yuki means snow, right?
Yuki means snow.
Is that
Otoko
monkey?
Means man.
Oh, snowman.
Snowman.
It's a snowman knife.
Hibagon is from Hiroshima area.
Okay.
Where Shiba descends from.
Okay.
And Hibagon
is
a wild creature
Oh,
that is huge.
It's their local cryptid.
They are, and apparently they're huge. He told me. He said they're 2 meters tall. And I was like, Shiba, I'm 2 meters tall.
That's a monster.
And he goes, and they're 100 kilos. And I went, Shiba, I'm 100
that makes
kilos.
Me feel fat.
So there you go. So I'm the same size as a Hibagon, and apparently they have very large feet. So if you know what's in here, you know. We're going to open that in a bit. We'll talk about it in.
You know what they say about Hibagons with big feet? They got big knives. All right. What is next? Hudson is just setting up there. We got some petty knives here. Thank you all for being so patient as we answer your questions. I'm not even going to talk about these two because they're sold out. We'll yeet them out of there. All right. That made the selection easy. Somebody wants a taller wa handle, which means Japanese style handle. Anytime you see the word wa in front of something, it means it is the Japanese version. 150 millimeter length petty knife, which is just a great pairing utility knife. This would be my choice if it's still in stock. This is the Mizaki. Oh, no, it's the Sakai Takayuki in Nishiji, yeah. It's got a touch more height, and it is, I believe, measured from the heel as well, so it's a little longer. This is a great choice that you could use in your hand if you've got bigger hands, and you could use on a cutting board. You know, most of my aunts and my grandmothers always use this style of knife because it's got a little bit of height there, like, yeah, 35 millimeters, not too bad. And it's actually a little bit over 150. It's about 155. So you got great length there. I would use this kind of thing for like peeling and cutting up a melon, or just for like trimming up some potatoes and stuff. This is I believe this is a Sakai Takayuki Asagiri, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, hey, look at that. Kyutsuke Petty. Now, I believe this guy is measured from the handle. Kind of. There's something to know about Sakai knives, a lot of them, is they are often measured from the handle to the tip as opposed to the heel to the tip. Now this guy is, I believe, Sakai Kikumori, and so they, I guess, do things a little bit differently. But with these guys, it's a bit of a shorter knife. So if you feel like a 150 is just a bit too much, this is closer to like 140, almost 145. And this guy is just over 150. So I would go for this guy because I got big hands. If you got smaller hands, that's a good option. Cool. If you got any follow-up questions, pop them in the chat. And big thanks to Jacob, our moderator, for moderating, because that's his job. But he's doing it great. Give him a, I don't know, give him a puke emoji in chat if you appreciate his moderating. And if you hate his moderating, give him a pumpkin face in chat. All right. This is the Hatsu Kokoro Kumo Hatsu Shinkiro, right? I promise I know about this stuff. I just have a terrible memory. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Sanjo style knife, which means you got a lot more meat up here on the spine, but it's not too thick up here, right? A thicker knife is going to cut more like an axe. A thinner knife is going to cut more like a razor. You know, I tend to like something kind of in between. But I like this style of knife because it's got heft. If you like a hefty, weighty knife, but you want a Japanese style handle, this is going to do it for you. Because it's got a Japanese style handle, all the weight of the knife is in the blade, which means when you chop, it's going to drop blade first, and it's going to be really great for cutting if you are lazy like me. So basically, you pick it up, and then you just let it fall. And that's going to clear through potatoes, through cabbage, through carrots, through onions, through other vegetables. I've been working all weekend, guys. My brain's tired. This guy's also made out of Aogami Super Steel, or Super Blue, as we say in English, which basically means it is a very hard carbon steel. It keeps an edge really nicely, especially with the kind of edge it's got. But it rusts it doesn't rust easily. It's generally a very low maintenance steel. Some carbon steels like Shirogami rust quite easily. Like you step away for 10 seconds and rust might be starting to form on your knife if you've been cutting onions. This guy's different. I have tried to rust my Aogami Super knives, and the only time I have is when I wash them and don't dry them off and just let them air dry. So they're pretty low maintenance, especially after you build a bit of a patina on the blade. Okay, what's next? Hello, hi, it's me. My name's Nathan. I work at Knifewear. We are from Canada, and we sell Japanese kitchen knives, basically. Most of us used to be chefs at some point, and we got really obsessed with crazy good steel. I came into Knifewear and bought my first knife about 14 years ago, a Moritaka Ishime 240mm Gyuto, wicked knife. Congrats to everybody that got a Moritaka today. And I became obsessed, and I've been at Knifewear for almost 12 years now, and basically we're just a bunch of people who really love high quality tools, especially ones that you cook with. So we specialize in high quality kitchen knives, mostly from Japan, but we also carry cast iron and carbon steel pans, cookbooks, sharpening stones, Japanese grills, all sorts of stuff. You can shop on our website at knifewear.com. We also have stores in Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver. Those cities are all in Canada, so you can find us there. But we ship international. This week is the Knifewear Garage Sale. It runs from November 4th to 10th. It started at 8 a.m. this morning, about, 3 hours ago almost? 2 hours ago. And it started in Toronto and Ottawa a couple of hours ago. It starts in Calgary and Edmonton right now, about 15 minutes ago, and it starts in Vancouver in about 45 minutes. So all the stores open at 10 a.m. local time. The coolest and greatest stuff often goes first thing in the sale, but we do have some pretty rare, cool stuff still left over. And what else do I need to say? Words, where are you? There's great stuff to be had all week, right? We still have smoking deals, new stuff, other cool things, prototypes that are available all week long. And we even get some last minute top-ups and new stuff like this, for example. Whatever these are will be available for sale later today. We're not just talking about knives all day. Masashi Yamamoto is somewhere. He's a guy that makes knives in Japan. He made this knife. He's a super talented blacksmith who makes, I would argue, some of the best knives in Japan. I might be biased because I own one, but he makes incredible stuff. And he's going to be forging a knife live on the air for several hours this morning and afternoon. He'll probably start up around 11 a.m. today. Other than that, if you do go to a local Knifewear store, they have stock that is exclusive in store today. So you can go check out a great selection there. And then their inventory will go live on the website tonight between 6 and 8 p.m. Mountain Time. So if you missed out on something you wanted this morning, check back later on today and you might just get it. I think I said all the words. Excuse me, I got allergies. Top down, please. We have a question about 210mm bunka or gyuto and or kirtsuke gyuto, which we have here. Starting from the right, we have the Tsunehisa, what's the name of this one? Jugo, J-U-G-O, like the juice place. It's a Damascus finish blade, pretty light, pretty thin, pretty nimble feeling. We got some nice simple oak wooden handle there. This is a light, thin knife, but not too light and not too thin. This would be a great workhorse if you want something that's a bit more lightweight. I really like a 210mm Gyuto. It's what I use at home most of the time, if I'm being honest, because it's great for big hands, it's great for small hands. It's just a very versatile shape and size. Stainless steel on this guy, VG10, I believe, which is a great high-performance stainless steel, and it's 20% off. Next up we have Wakui. This guy makes his knives by hand. He is a traditional blacksmith. He actually was raised in a family that makes crowbars, hand-forged crowbars. We got one right over there, Mike. Mike and I both own one.
Which I was meant to get one for a friend, and I completely slept on it, and we sold out.
Mike and I didn't know they were for the garage sale, so we both bought one as soon as they showed up, and so we might have broken the rule, but they can't fire both of us.
I think we should just order more of them.
We need to get like 100 more because they're super cool. But crowbars aren't as popular anymore. A lot of the way they do demolition in Japan has changed a lot from how it was done 50 or 100 years ago. And so he's kind of the last crowbar maker of his family, and he's retooled his factory to primarily make kitchen knives. He went and trained under the folks at Yoshikane Hamono for about 4 years while also doing his full-time job making crowbars, and he now makes some phenomenal kitchen knives. This is his Kurochi series, which I think is new for us. Really nice polish along the edge and a really nice rustic finish. He is from Sanjo, and as I was saying earlier, a lot of knives from Sanjo are a little thicker up top on the spine and taper down to a really nice thin edge. So you get a knife that's hefty, but it still glides through like squash and dense foods really easily.
You're a little thicker up top.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Yeah, it's really, I'm all gut these days. This is the Yoshimi Kato Origami Super Kurochi. I think this is the V Tsuchime.
That's
it's called.
such a cool, yeah.
Oh, look at that. It's one of the most anime looking knives that we have. Just stunning look. I love how the Kirotsuke tip over here goes off at a little more of an extreme angle. He's polished up the spine of the knife, which is great because if you like to hold your knife by the blade and you've never been a chef and you don't have those calluses here and here, you're going to find this knife really comfortable. Some people find some knives to be a bit sharp up there. I don't feel anything there anymore, but if you do, you're going to appreciate how smooth this knife is. And it's really nice and thin, really sharp, but not too thin. And then we have, finally, the Hado Sakai. This is their new SG2 line. I think it's just called Hado Sakai SG2. And I really like Hado knives. I keep talking about knives that are a little thicker on the spine and have a really nice thin edge, and this is another one of those. Another one. I have a Hado Shirogami knife, and it's really, really cool.
Beautiful.
It rests like an MFer, and so I feel like an SG2 option would be great if you have kids.
One thing I wanted to point out, and you get the real difference sometimes with that K-tip Gyuto versus Kirotsuke.
Cookie time.
And it's that curvature of the profile at the tip that I find, in my mind, is how I would define the difference of this being kind of more like a Gyuto with that Kirotsuke tip, that cut off angular tip, versus this that's got a lot straighter of a profile, where you're going to do more of that sort of forwards and down or backwards and down kind of cutting motion versus the rolling motion, because if you do a lot of that roll cutting motion with that square tip,
yeah, you got to ask about that one.
It's easier for you to stuff the tip into your cutting board and snap it off. Wow, that tip is
if you like to do a heavy rock chop, don't get that one. I did that to the tip of my Masashi. Don't tell him. He's not here right now.
Who? Secret?
Masashi. My Masashi Kobunka. But I have
my Masashi.
My bunka. My Masashi.
Okay.
Okay, what do we got next? Stainless lasers. So for those of you who don't hang out on these streams all the time and you're not a total knife nerd like me and Mike, when people say the word laser in reference to a kitchen knife, they mean super thin and it's going to cut like a laser. And these do.
Can lasers rust?
Can lasers rust? I don't know. Jeez. All right, Stephen Hawking. Here we go. This is Jacob's favorite knife. Jacob, say some words.
I love this knife.
All right, Jacob loves this. Jesus Christ. Jacob loves this knife because he doesn't like fancy bells and whistles and bullshit.
Yeah.
He likes thin, light, stupid sharp, and that is what the Kobayashi is.
In his most articulate way.
Yeah.
You know, he professes
Knife
love.
good. I like. This is be like thin. This is SG2 stainless steel. It's going to keep an edge really well. It is very thin at the edge, so it's not going to be a tough knife by any means. But if you need to slice an absolute crap ton of mushrooms, this knife would do it really
There's
nicely.
a really nice toothiness to these edges, and I find when you use it, it so confidently bites
shiny.
into things like the skin of a tomato. There's something at a micro level at that edge that is incredible.
And I was saying this earlier, they are just a knife sharpening company, right? They don't forge blades, they get steel from other people and then they sharpen it, which means they're focusing on half as much of the process and they're doing it twice as good, I would argue.
Yeah, and it's in Seki, right? This is where they're from.
I believe so, yeah.
In Seki, it's quite common that one person works on one job and gets really good at it. And then together they produce really amazing things.
Some regions, one guy does the whole process, and some it's like, 8 different people do 8 different parts of the knife making, and both are good ways of making a knife. It just depends on what your preference is. Speaking of full-time sharpener, part-time sharpener, full-time badass, this is this the Boss Bunka?
That is the Boss.
Oh, we don't have any of these. I'm not sure that.
That was the first thing that sold.
Yeah, I was going to say that is sold out as heck.
I think this is a really interesting version of a laser. I've got a Nigara Bunka, not quite as square as this thing is.
It's almost a Nikiri.
This thing is really cool. I really love the handle. I've got the Bunka, and I love it. It is so good at being sharp. I hone it on the white rod every now and again, and it just brings the edge right back. It has become one of my daily drivers.
Normally I'd say don't be a square man, but it's not with this one. Fucking nailed it.
Wow.
Also SG2 stainless steel, same as the Kobayashi. So really, if you're trying to decide between these two, it's do you want a shorter, flashier knife, or do you want something that's just like sleek, almost a bit of a sleeper, but just like so good. Chopping machine.
Get both. That's the answer.
Based on what I currently have in my collection, I'd go this because I don't have something quite this crazy flashy.
Yeah.
But if I was getting my first high-performance knife, I would go for the Kobayashi.
Wow, that's very cool. Oh, and it just stuck into the paper. Okay.
It's sharp.
Do we have other questions?
Oh, yeah.
Yoshikato
We got
SG2
Qs.
270 Gyuto. Sorry, Tsuji. These are beautiful. Again, we're like SG2 is such a kick-ass steel. You want to flip me around there, bud? And
I'll flip you around.
Ding.
It shouldn't let us be on screen together.
Okay. Beautiful knife. Very nice taper. So it's not a hollow grind. So that gives you a little bit more robustness. But it has an incredibly thin and fine tip. And a nice bit of height to it. So you could double this as a bit of a gyuto. I think knives like this obviously stand out for slicing meat, as that is basically their name. However, I think there's a real advantage when you're dealing with something like a larger melon. If you want to peel it or just cut into it, having the length is really awesome. And even getting into bigger vegetables, sometimes the length allows you to slide more and makes it work better.
We have that little
so
guy.
Tsujihikis I'm a big fan of, and I really like this one. The black Damascus is beautiful. It's got the layer of nickel in there, so it really shines. And that pattern is so cool. It's kind of this like chevron Damascus almost, with a cherry paca wood, and I believe this is a rosewood handle. They're light, they're thin, they're fine, they're smooth. There isn't a lot of texturing as a result of the Damascus here, but you never know. Sometimes as steel wears, that texture can arrive. So, beautiful knife. I hope I've answered your question and you got to see it. Nothing wrong with that knife. Absolutely nothing.
If we need to shim that stuff,
what do I have next here?
We can. There should be some shims either in the prop
Tsujihikis or carving knives. Tsujihiki means flesh slicer, which, in essence is what we're doing when we're carving. Long and thin. Long because you want to make fewer back and forth motions. If you do a lot of short motions, you end up with this jagged piece of meat. And what you're trying to accomplish is a nice smooth surface. It tastes better. And when they're a little bit narrower, you have less surface area to grab onto the meat, so it allows you to have less moving as you're trying to slice it. So you get a nicer slice. What do we got here? Aogami Super, Moritaka Ishume, the Moritaka Kurochi. That's a 270 millimeter blade, which is really good if you want to use it for cutting primals like portioning, a pork loin or a strip loin of beef or something. It can be big on the end of if you're standing at a table carving on a chicken. This could be a little bit long, but you would certainly be able to make it work. And the length does give you a lot of advantage. Beautiful Kurochi finish. This is no stainless steel involved whatsoever. I will say that when you're dealing with meat, almost exclusively a knife that's designed for meat, you're not going to see it tarnished the same way as if you're dealing with something like onions or, tomatoes, things that are wet or acidic. There's just, it doesn't tarnish or patina the knife as aggressively, if that makes any sense. So what I'm trying to say is if you're like on the fence of whether you want carbon steel or not, and you're going to use it for carving meat, go for it. Now, this is a Sunihisa Roku. I quite like this handle. It's AUS 10, so it's a little bit more rugged. So if you're dealing with things like racks of ribs and you're going to run into a bone now and again, this steel will be a little more forgiving and it won't chip as easily. And When you hone it on a ceramic rod, it's going to pop that edge back onto it really nicely. You'll probably need to do that a little bit more frequently than you would with the carbon steel, but carving knives don't always get that much action, so it's sometimes not as crucial, as you're also not driving your knife edge into a cutting board repeatedly, which can be the biggest culprit of dulling your knife. So one of the things I really do like about the Tsunihisa one here is they really taper the handle here right at the back of the blade. And what I like about that is how it feels in my hand. It feels like I'm holding a really nice finesse type of tool. It feels very delicate, especially if you were to cut fish with it. I feel like that finger on the spine, dragging, slicing motion like you see when they're slicing sushi or sashimi. Like, this knife would be really great. One of the other things that's awesome about this knife is it's stunning. Like, it's beautiful. It's almost mirror polished with the Damascus. It's got this beautiful Japanese engraving on it that says Tsunihisa. That when you're standing at the head of a table carving something that you've spent the day cooking, you can be very proud with this knife, and adds a little bit of show to the whole situation. Now, if you're looking for a carving knife that's just going to do the job and be really good deal, this guy here is $60. This is a Miyabi slicing. This is not Miyabi like the Miyabi Japanese knife company like Henkel's. This is $60. It's molybdenum and vanadium steel. It's soft, it's easy to work with, and it's a very light knife. Yeah, get this. Definitely get the honing rod to go with it to keep it nice and sharp. But if you're just looking for something intro, this would be awesome. It's 210 millimeters, which makes it really awesome on birds, that length. Okay, what's next? There's some stuff there that has been building up that's real beautiful looking. Maybe you want to talk about that. So we've got some koku ends there. Oh, I have your microphone. We're just waiting for a microphone here, everybody. Oh, these koku ends. So Manaka is this really lovely person that we've worked with for a while. And recently, just after really getting business rolling, suffered a fire. The fire wiped out his forge and actually damaged a good portion of his home. Not uncommon to live right next door to your forge and your workspace. And it was really unfortunate. We were lucky that we already had some orders in and we were able to get a few last things. He is in the process of rebuilding, possibly moving. And you know, we, along with several other people in our industry, retailers and other knife makers, kind of bonded together, did some fundraising. We gave 2 full weeks of all of our proceeds from sharpening. We do knife sharpening in our stores on a daily basis. We do a lot of sharpening. Yep. And so we donated all that money. We were able to contribute about 30,000 Canadian dollars to him, along with a bunch of others. I think the total we got to is about $70,000 to donate. So hopefully we see him back on his feet sooner than later, because exceptional knife making. Yeah. And outside of the box thinking a little bit too.
Yeah. So we have the this and koku, and I don't know how many there are still left, but we got these guys like Gyutos. We have En Bunka, Santoku. Also, we have these beautiful knives from Masashi-san. Did we show this one already?
Kevin wants to show those.
Yeah, it hasn't. Oh, Kevin wants to. Okay. Mm-hmm. So something like this. We have the Masashi-san. Well, he's right here eating breakfast right now.
I'm not Masashi.
Oh, in the back. He's great. He's not only, well, we carry his like 4 different lines, Kuroshu, Shiroshu, Kokuen, and the Kaijin, all double bevels, but he is great at making single bevels as well. This one here is also like really good because it's got almost like Kuroshu type finish on it. It's the texture.
I have a 240 Yanagiba of his, and it's incredible.
Yes.
It's very straight. It's very sharp. I've never sharpened it. I actually use it quite often. It's on my wall constantly.
This is such incredible piece. I think it's like, I placed an order like 4 or 5 years ago or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, good things take time.
Thanks. All right, so
Do we have any of the koku ends left, or what's our status on some of those?
We'll see.
We've been busy talking all day, so we don't really know what's going on.
yeah.
But Nolan does. Wait, wasn't that just here? We have another one.
Some fish knife.
Yeah, this little Tojiro is beautiful. We saw them a few years ago. White steel number 2. No, they're gone. White steel number 2 is really the kind of the standard, and I don't mean standard in a way that it is low standard. I mean that it is a really awesome steel for a Yanagiba. Yanagibas are like a Tsujihiki. It's a slicing knife, but it's single beveled. I'll flip it over and you can see the difference. So the backside is concave, and the knife is actually kind of beveled on one side here. You may hear people talking about Japanese knives and saying they're sharpened on one side only. That's kind of a thing, but this would be technically what they'd be referring to. This is a really traditional style of Japanese knife. Now we sell mostly knives that are double beveled and not sharpened on one side, so that means they're usable by anyone with left or right hand dominance. What we're looking at here are all right-handed, the bevel's on the right hand side. So it allows you to cut stuff very, very finely, very, very smooth, very thin. And these are very specifically designed for fish, which, as you may understand, is a big part of a Japanese diet.
Yeah.
So a very specialty tool with a really good reason. These are $200. This is 210 millimeters. This would be a great place to start if you wanted a nice little fish slicing knife, especially if you've got smaller fish. Once you get to big salmon or halibuts, this might find a little short.
Yeah.
But you will see when you use it, it's amazing at what it does with the flesh. It's such a clean cut.
Yeah. Something like this comes really handy as well. Like if you live in the coast where actually you can catch. Well, I mean, we can catch fish as well here. This one here, the small deba. Deba is designed to fillet fish.
That's right.
But this is great. It's made with a stainless steel, and you see, like this part here. You know what this is for?
It's like a little built-in scaler.
Yes, it is.
That's
so
cool.
you bring this onto your boat, or whatever. Going out fishing, even river fishing. You bring this. You can just scale it, fillet it, and do it everything.
Just eat it.
Yeah. Or not eat it. Well, you can cook it.
You could cook it?
Yeah, you don't want to eat the freshwater fish sashimi.
No, that's probably not a good idea.
Not a good idea. No. But the salmon, yeah. But it's really have the one and do it all kind of type of knife. It's really kind of cool. Forged by the Kitaoka-san in that area, the Takefu Knife Village. It's really nice. So that's like 195 VG10 fish knife. Oh, Kurochi.
Have we talked about the shibori? Have we talked about these?
No. Kibori?
Kibori.
It's my knife.
It's, what they say about this knife is it's now or never. Kibori. You know what? Christmas is coming. We always try and find fun things to have as gifts. I know a couple of our staff who've already picked up these knives. And what it is a kit. One is a folding knife and one is a fixed blade knife. And you get a blade, you get some sandpaper and some components. And your job is to put it together. And you can carve the handle yourself to make it fit your hand or whatever. It's beech wood, and so it's a pretty resilient wood. You just oil it up after, and it's a fun kit. How much do these sell for? I don't remember. They're pretty new.
Kibori?
Yeah, I'll get you a price here in a second, but what a fun gift for that knife lover in your life, someone who needs something to do. I always love those gifts on Christmas where it gives me a thing to do for a couple of days.
$84.
$84. Canadian bucks, which are getting fewer and fewer at the time at the day.
So we have this type of knife and as well as the folding knife as well, right? So
very cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Good time.
Someone's asking a question, but they probably need a little bit more clarification, saying the white dark spots on Mazaki? The Croce, is it forged? When do they show?
Yeah, if you ask this question, if you can pop it in chat, just to clarify a bit what you mean about the white and dark spots, that'd be awesome. And do you want to talk about the forging and how he makes his knives a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I mean, do we have Mazaki-san's knife? We have a Nakiri for sure.
Well, to say the least, Mazaki knives are forged and basically hand forged. The question of when do they show, I think, is part of what we're not too certain about. Mazaki knives are really quite incredible. He works by himself. His wife, I think, helps him with a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
He's got a workshop, and yeah, he hammers out steel. He only has like one main line, right? He has done some cool things. We've seen some
Damascus,
some Damascus.
Yeah.
We've seen some Honyaki.
Yeah, we
right?
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's doing a lot of cool stuff, as well as like honwarikomi, which is to forge weld stuff. But it's basically all of his knives are forged. But what really makes his knives special is like how he sharpens it, right? He forges it in the shape, and he used this big grinding wheel to do the initial grind, which is hard because from this flat bar of steel, you have to grind quite a bit of steel to make the knife shape.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
So that he uses the mechanical big spinning wheel to grind the steel off. But after that, he only uses he only sharpens it by hand, which by means he basically sits and in front of this like stones, right? Like we do, and he spends like.
It's kind of hard to think about how much work would go into that.
So, sorry, I got some clarification on the question.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, here, see, I just pop it up on screen here. Basically saying, can Naoto explain why there are some white/light spots in Mazaki's Kurochi? Does it happen when it's quenched/forged? Because as I don't know if people know, but Kurochi is just the forged scale from the forging, and so it's probably just impurities or.
I haven't really noticed it.
Probably just some of the forged scale has come off. And left
we do have
behind
a
the bright,
blacksmith from Japan in the warehouse,
steel.
so maybe we could ask him if he knows about this.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the things that I know I haven't. Now, one of the things that I haven't noticed the thing, so it's hard to. If maybe in a picture, maybe. Is there any like?
Yeah, I haven't noticed it in person, so it could just be the way. Sometimes knives photograph a bit funny.
Maybe.
We also just had a couple of nice comments I wanted to share. First of all, if anybody bought a knife today and they want to see it on stream, if it's not already been packed up by Nolan, then we will grab it and show it for you. Somebody just said, where is it there? Naoto, thank you for sharpening all my old hickory knives to support Manaka. When Manaka-san's workshop burned down, we did a fundraiser, donated 100% of knife sharpening proceeds for 2 weeks, and you all helped us raise, I think, about 32,000 Canadian dollars, which got him about a third of the way to his goal of 100,000 to rebuild. So thank you all so much. I think the greater knife-loving community has raised about 60 or 70 grand in total. That fundraiser is still up, so if you have cash to give to help him, please do. We also had somebody was asking, Choi Chang, do you ship to the U.S.? Yes, we do.
Absolutely.
We ship free over $200 to the USA. If it's under $200, it's pretty inexpensive shipping, and it's either DHL or UPS. DHL is very fast. It usually just takes a few days. Master of Play is asking, what's the return policy? Don't use it. If the knife is in brand new condition and it has its original packaging, then you can go to knifewear.com/returns or email us at hello@knifewear.com and start that return process. We can help you out with that.
Okay. Nathan.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Mazaki's knife on the website right now.
Yeah.
There are some probably wider spots on the Kurochi. This could happen from the few things. The Kurochi is basically a scale from the heat treating, right? Some part becomes a little bit wider because the scale flakes off a little bit more. Sometimes the sharpening, even though most of his sharpening technique is done by hand, there are certain, one big wheel sharpening can not scrape, but some of the flakes
it just knocks it off.
Knocks it off a little bit.
Yeah, so
it's
we'll
like-
see a forging demonstration here, and one of the things we have as a tool for them is a wire brush, a stiff wire brush. And so as it goes in and out of the fire and heats up and cools down, there's this like thin flake that appears on the outside of burnt steel, and it's called forged scale. And so most of the time they're brushing it off and trying to remove it, but at the very end of the heat treating process, or very end of the beginning of the heat treating process, I don't know, at one point they get the knife really, really ripper hot, and then they cool it down. And then this forged scale forms off the outside, and then it goes into a process that they make it more like the shape of the knife and sharpening. And some of that will come off.
So some of the, even if you quench them, some of the forged scale can come off as well. So that's probably the effect that you see. That's why probably you see a little bit lighter part on the Kurochi than the part like
And
this
it
one
shows
too.
up on camera or in the picture as white, and that's just steel, and it's sort of just the light reflection on the steel.
Yeah,
I hope that makes sense, Alex. Thank you for clarifying in chat. Yeah, it's basically Nishiji isn't a super stable, or Kurochi or Nishiji, Kurochi especially, isn't a super stable material.
Remember that red knife
it
we used to
usually
have?
will wear off as you use the knife, not fast unless you scrub the knife. I have
picture's been
a
taken for the
12-year
website
or
next to the
13-year-old Moritaka that still has most of the Kurochi on it, but it does wear off with time. Some knife makers have a more stable Kurochi, like I think the Kurochi on Masashi-san's Kokuin series is going to stick around much longer, but he has also had a lot of secrets up his sleeve that he uses to keep it that way. We also had just a quick question that I thought would be easier to get to on the mic here, except now I can't find it, so now we're slowing things down. Naoto, I don't know if you know this, but somebody's asking about the hand-painted / hand-lacquered handles, wondering the name of the artist.
Yamamoto, can't remember her first name.
Okay.
The handle maker, Yamaken's wife.
Okay, so it's the wife of the handle maker, Yamakin, last name Yamamoto, doesn't remember the first name, but shoot us a message on Instagram or an email and we'll try to get more info. Somebody has presented Mike with a rose. That's very lovely.
I don't even know this about Nathan, but if you ever go karaoke with him, you will hear Kiss from a Rose.
Baby!
I don't know what's going on. In very classic Kevin fashion, he's just showing up and dropping things off. And he'll come back and talk about them, I know that. But this looks like a rose that's made out of a very, 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 very finely shaved, planed piece of wood. That's beautiful. Did you make this?
I'll stand on this side because I'm closer to the microphone. Hey guys, can we hear me if I talk right here?
I don't know, can we, Jacob? Can you hear Kevin?
Jacob, can you hear me?
Jacob, can you hear me now?
Well, I don't have Naoto's mic. Here, Mike and I can just share. Have you talked about these, Mike?
Not yet, no.
Oh, then let's just put these aside. Oh, I got my own. Have I got my own thing now? Sorry for the technical difficulties, guys. This is a hallmark of things I do, which is just show up, create problems, and then leave. But maybe I'll stick around and fix the problems this time. Do you know what this is, Mike?
It's a snowman.
Snowman, a Yuki-Otoko, or a Hibagon.
What does Hibagon mean?
Hibagon is the other name. So in Japan, there is two large, hairy man, kind of, more hairy even.
Oh wow, hairy.
And Shibata-san told me that the Hibagon is in Hiroshima area, and it is huge, 2 meters tall, and 100 kilos, and covered in hair.
It's like a linebacker.
And they have very large feet. And they live in the forest, and nobody ever sees them rarely.
I believe they're describing you.
They're describing Sasquatch, I think, Mike.
Oh, Sasquatch.
So what we have here is, have you ever talked about Sasquatch? Does anybody know about our Sasquatch knife project?
Well, I think there's a few people that do. But we should probably spend some time telling people about it.
Earlier this year, I thought, wouldn't it be fun if we got some of our blacksmiths to make a special knife? Something unique, something new, and then we can get many blacksmiths to make their version of it so we can compare them. and we can look at them and go, oh, this is the personality and the skill of this blacksmith. This is this one. So I cracked this idea that we should do Sasquatch. I saw you had a Sasquatch pin earlier. You don't have it now.
Oh, it's on my jacket. Yep.
Because I've been spending some time on this island called Galiano. It's on the west coast of Canada. And it is, I don't know if you know this, Mike, it is the most Sasquatch populated region in Western Canada. Sasquatch, or Bigfoot, maybe Americans don't know Sasquatch, but also called Bigfoot. So I thought we need this knife for the Bigfoot to use in the kitchen, but also for defense.
Well, Bigfoots need to cook too, but they are, hunted, right? So it would be a hard life as a Bigfoot.
Hard life as a Sasquatch. So the idea of the Sasquatch knife is I told all the blacksmiths the same things. I said the knife has to be between 210 and 250 millimeters. It has to be much taller at the heel to accommodate a large Sasquatch hand.
Well, you gotta keep your fur out of the food.
Yeah, and we didn't want the blades to be thin like a gyuto, but we didn't want it to be as fat as an axe or as a yo-deba. So we wanted something in between, like a yo-deba and a gyuto. So a little bit robust. And I said, I drew a shape, and I said something like this kind of shape. It has to look a little bit. It has to look menacing, and also work well in the kitchen. Choose the steel you want, choose the finish you want, choose the handle you want, do whatever you like. And I don't know if you've watched any of our videos, you've seen this knife probably appear a few times. This one was forged by Ikeda-san in Echizen and finished by Shibata-san. So this is the first Tinker. This is the very first one. This is the Tinker Sasquatch here. So we've been using this and messing around with it. We're going to keep one Sasquatch from every maker. So we'll have like a museum of Sasquatch knives. So we can pick them up and go, oh, this is the Shibata Sasquatch. This is the Masashi Sasquatch. This is, Tadafusa Sasquatch. This is Kurosaki Sasquatch.
So good.
Yeah. So that's what these are in here. So Masashi has brought us 2 Sasquatches. And I haven't seen them yet.
Oh, really?
I've seen the prototypes.
Me neither.
I've seen the prototypes.
Okay.
I've messed around with them. They were a little bit heavier. So he said he was going to make them a bit thinner and a bit lighter.
Okay.
But I haven't opened these yet. Should we open a Sasquatch with a Sasquatch?
Well, probably not.
We should open them like that. I don't need a knife. I'm strong enough
to break washi tape. Wow.
To break a piece of tape.
Out? Holy.
I know. What do you think? Like, any idea what this looks like?
We should double check the paper is safe for TV.
Yep, it is. I've just decided. Okay, Mike, I'm super excited.
Like there's 2 knives in there? Or does it
There
feel
is.
like there's 6?
It feels like there's 2 knives in here.
Okay.
Oh, and that's the other thing too. Before we get too far, these are roses made from very thin slices of hinoki wood. So Masashi has brought these to go along with his Sasquatch knife. So it's a pair. You get a Sasquatch knife and a hinoki wood flower, which is adorable.
I love
and
the
these flowers are so nice. And hinoki wood's interesting because if you spray it with a tiny bit of water, you get that very strong and beautiful hinoki smell again. So you can have a little wooden rose that smells beautiful. But let's see what's in here. Is there anybody interested? Does anybody have a comment about Sasquatch? Does anybody, look at those handles! Does anybody even care?
Looks like the kind of a handle that a Sasquatch would use. No, you'd never know.
So
you'd never know.
I know that Masashi-san has made 2 shapes of Sasquatch, and look at this handle. He told me it's white oak, and it looks like it almost looks tsuchime, and it's varnished and polished and burnt. Like, look at these shapes. This is rad. I'm actually a little bit nervous to open.
This is very cool. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, baby.
Oh, wow. Ah! Oh, dude, that feels good.
That is, that's exactly it. It's got a huge handle to accommodate a Sasquatch hand. It's thicker than a gyuto. It's thinner than a yodeba.
I can two-handed it.
Can I show the camera? Mike can. Mike is a pro at this. Is that the way you want to show the camera, Jacob?
That's perfect.
Oh my God, and he's got the little Sasquatch stamp here because we made some. They decided that I needed to be in a Sasquatch uniform or a Sasquatch outfit.
Well, we needed a model. We needed a model, and we thought, who better than you?
Dude, these are cool.
This is super cool. And you know what?
God.
Like,
oh my God. So we've got 2 of them. I don't know how we're going to sell these. We have to put them online, I guess, right now.
I can
we
tell
got
you that
2 of them, and they're $1,300
huge.
each. And it's been in Canada a little bit, so this is already loose a little bit.
It's huge.
So we're going to have to put some oil in there.
It feels good. It doesn't feel huge, but it's huge.
It is huge. It feels beefy, but it doesn't feel unwieldy. It feels like a kitchen knife still. Oh man, these are cool.
Wow.
Oh man,
okay,
these are really cool.
This is the Musashi Sasquatch
This
with
is the Musashi
the white
Sasquatch.
oak handle, and they're $1,300.
$1,300, and these are the first 2 Sasquatches for sale. And they come with a little rose made of hinoki wood.
Okay. Have we asked Ellie to put
And
them online, or are you making
I
a
haven't-
product?
They are. I just got to make them live. I just got to double check something with Naoto. I'll be right back.
So
Nathan's
we're
programming
making them
them in
live
right
soon. Do we have photos?
Like a couple of minutes.
Do we have photos or anything?
No, they just showed up. We just
Snap a
got
photo.
I mean, people know what they look like because they're watching this live stream.
Put a rose in there. Oh. You get the rose with the knife.
You get the rose with the knife. We're going to have to
it's
pack it up in a
lovely.
way that we don't smash it.
Yeah, right?
Like a delicate rose in a big, heavy Hibagon knife smashing around.
Wow, it sounds
So-
like quite a photo.
This is going to be awesome. So we've got Tadafusa,
Yep.
Shibata-san and Ikeda,
Yep.
Masashi.
Yep. Nigara.
Oh, did you talk to Nigara about it?
I believe Nigara was going to work
So
on
Nigara's going to work on a Sasquatch. I know Tadafusa's made them already. I've had them in my hand.
Oh, cool.
He's made a single bevel.
Oh, wow.
So Tadafusa, they made a
That's
single
amazing.
bevel and Damascus. It's
Well, of
awesome.
course.
And he's put Magura Bocho handle on it.
Nice.
So it's got the huge tuna sword or tuna knife handle.
That's
and I know
amazing.
that Kurosaki wants to make one, Mizaki, Kato,
Yeah. Well, it sounds like it's turning into a bit of a
Oh.
competition between some of these guys, too.
Mutsumi Hinura.
Oh,
And
okay.
he wanted to see pictures of Masashi's first, because I think he's taking it as a bit of a competition.
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah, of course.
But how much fun is that? Oh my God, these are so cool, and they're huge. Look at, and you can see the Tinker Sasquatch beside a very different expression, similar shape, still violent looking, still a kitchen knife. Oh, these are cool.
Yeah.
The Tinker one is not for sale, sorry guys, but the Musashi ones are. Jacob, has there been any questions or comments about Sasquatch that we need to know about?
They're saying it looks super cool. The handles look like dragon scales.
Oh, they do look like dragon scales.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'm getting ready. So Jacob is going to drop a link in the chat. I just need to make the product live.
Can anybody hear you, Nathan?
I'm yelling, so probably.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Oh yeah, Jacob's got it.
It's professionalism I like. Who would watch this?
I don't know. I mean, lovely humans. Lovely, caring, thoughtful humans like to watch us.
I don't. We're idiots.
Well, people who probably need to feel better about themselves watch us and go, oh yeah, I'm not that bad. I could be like those idiots.
So there we go. There's your Yuki Otoko, Hibagon, Sasquatch, Bigfoot knives. And I'm going to, also with these Sasquatches, we've got the flowers, and I'm going to go and hunt. I know we've got some secret Sasquatch stickers that nobody's seen yet.
Oh, really? Oh, great.
I'm going to go get one.
Good.
I'm going to pop this microphone off and turn it off if I know how. There's a button there. Maybe that does it. Oh, I turned it off. Sorry.
All right. Well, he
All
goes
right.
and hunts a
Where's the- where'd you
Sasquatch
put his
sticker.
mic?
He gave it to Mason.
All right, Sasquatches are live. Link is in the chat.
Link is in the chat. The Sasquatch, Musashi Sasquatch, is live. So
Sasquatch has entered the chat.
that is this behemoth of a knife. I don't know what I wouldn't try and cut with this thing. I would immediately try and cut absolutely everything, including I would probably take some pork cutlets and bread them and fry them. And then I would cut them up after and make that delicious sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
With the
All right, I think one's gone.
In
Okay.
true Sasquatch form, they have disappeared from the view of the camera.
All right, Dean Christie, congrats. All right, one is gone. The first Sasquatch is left. Okay, they're both gone. All right, so Dean and who's this person? Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to find out who got the Sasquatches. Yeah. I just want to know who got them. Congratulations to whoever it was.
Do we have any of these left? Were any of the Yorokobis left?
Oh, Adam got one. Hey, Adam. Good to see you, buddy. I think Adam might have got sniped this morning, so congrats on getting a different knife. I mean, maybe that worked out in your favor. Maybe the Sasquatch was really the knife you needed all along.
Oh, you absolutely
The knife gods have smiled on you in a strange twist of fate. Okay. Less philosophical. We're looking at Yorokobis, hey?
Yeah, so this is the Yorokobi.
I'm sure we don't have that Manaka.
And so this is made by Nigarasan, and it's incredible at $660. Like, look at the craftsmanship here. We've seen these a couple of times. We haven't ever seen them where they've just done the smart thing, which is to just grind off the spine of the knife and expose more of that copper. Like, that just is such a cool looking knife. And it's functional. It's SLD. It's a wicked type of steel. Nigarasan makes beautiful knives. I mean, it's hard to sort of get to convey on camera just how cool this knife really is. So Yorokobis they've been an awesome thing here at the garage sale every year. We're going to do our best to always have them.
It looks as though that guy is still in inventory from Manaka.
Oh, wow. So this Manaka is still available. This is the number 3 Manaka N Gyuto, ENN. And it is a 210. It's correct, 210 Gyuto. You can see the beautiful Damascus that he's got in here that looks very, very real. Very real is a weird way of saying it. But I've been in Japan, and I've sat in someone's living room where they've pulled out from underneath their altar their family chest of swords, and we got to look at swords that were 300, 400, 500, and 600 years old. And when you look really closely, this is kind of like what that original Damascus looked like. And it wasn't a Damascus that was all thought up about making patterns that looked really cool. It was a Damascus that was made to make the steel work. Oh, wicked. Oh my God. He's being... Sasquatch the knife maker, Sasquatch the blacksmith is being abducted by an alien.
So there we go. So we've got
Whose brain comes up with those wacky ideas?
Sasquatch knives, special Sasquatch stickers.
Yeah.
And if somebody buys these, I bet we could ask Musashi to engrave their name on it.
They're gone.
They're gone?
They've been bought. Look who's here. Hi.
What are you doing here?
What else do we got on the table here in front of us? This is the Hatsukokuro Shinkuro Kurochi Damascus. This is a really cool knife. I was looking at it the other day. It's got this really straight V grind here to create the bevel, and a really nice sort of solid spine. So it's got a really confident feel to it. But the way they've sharpened it, you see they bring the bevel up towards the spine here at the tip, effectively giving us a thinner tip and a wider heel. So this would be a beautiful sharp knife. It would hold its edge a long time, but also you'd be able to get a lot of power through this knife. This thing would be awesome if you chop a lot of stuff and spend all day doing it. This knife would just blaze through stuff. Okay. Okay. I got a pile of 210 Gyutos here, and I think it says 210 Gyutos, which I'm guessing the question is, can I see some 210 Gyutos, and could you tell me what you think about them? And if that's your question, I'm going to do exactly that. Right? Okay. We've got carbon steel, we've got stainless steel. Carbon steel's awesome. It's wicked to put an edge on. It's really nice to cut with. It rusts, though. it tarnishes, and you want it to tarnish. You don't want it to rust or, you know, turn orange, but the trade-off, amazing sharpness, amazing edge retention. That's not the trade-off, by the way. That's the benefit. The trade-off is that you got to just wipe it dry, and if you cut things like onions or fennel that are white, they'll tarnish themselves. They'll turn a little bit brown. But, you know, if you've ever owned a cast iron pan and you're fine managing that, you're going to be fine managing a carbon steel knife. And this one, the Sanpo, is a very beautiful knife. It's got this very nice Kasumi finish. That foggy look is what Kasumi means. It has a very nice gentle taper to the bevel. So it's going to be very smooth when you cut with it, but I also just like the real sort of aggressively triangular shape or profile of this Gyuto. Sanpos are very nice, and that's a white number 2. This is a Kagekiri Aogami, so it's just regular blue steel. And the thing that's special about this is just how crazy thin the blade is down here. It has that sharpening where they've made it a little wider again at the tip, so it's even thinner up here at the tip. But this is a very, very nice, very light knife. You know what? It looks exactly like a Japanese kitchen knife. Has a nice Kurochi finish, and this is Aogami number 2. But wow, that feels really good. So. What else we got here? We've got the Hatsu Kokuro Kurosagi Aogami Super. So Aogami Super is a great carbon steel. It's a blue carbon steel. It's funny, people think the reasoning behind the name of blue steel, and some people will be like, oh, blue steel has blue sparks and white steel has white sparks. But in truth, at the factory, they just wrap it in blue paper or white paper. So that's the Gami. Gami is paper, Ao is blue, Shiro is white. So this is Aogami Super, and you know, the super part is that really holds an edge well, doesn't chip as easily, and it doesn't really rust as quickly. They've just added a couple other components to the alloy that make it a little bit stronger. That's beautiful. It's got a very rustic look to it. You got a leftover forged scale for the Kurochi finish. Almost feels like it's got a mild hollow grind where it's really quite skinny and skinny about 2/3 of the way up the bevel here. So that would be a laser beam. The nice thing about it is as it gets to the line here, it gets wider almost suddenly. So it's going to drive the food off. That's what I'm doing here. I'm the food driving off the sides of the knife. So as your knife cuts into it, it makes the incision, and as you're sliding through, it starts to peel the food off the side. And so what that's going to do for you as you're using it is just going to make it smooth. When you're cutting, it's just going to cut, and you're not going to run into that moment where it feels like the food is just like put the brakes on your knife, and you kind of come to a halt. If you cut quickly, that's not a fun feeling, because that's when it feels like you're going to lose a finger. But yeah, okay, so that's $230, and frankly for a Aogami Super 210 Gyuto, that's a wicked price. Lastly, I've got here is the Tsunehisa Shichi, which is this beautiful whirlpool style Damascus, pretty flashy looking knife here. And I mean, if you're going to get a nice one, why not get a fancy one too? Nicely polished, very smooth. AUS 10. AUS 10's a great steel. Holds an edge, a little bit more durable. We do have Sanmai here, so we've got the 3 layers. And that gives you a wicked knife. Tsunehisas are really an awesome knife, especially for someone who's just getting started with Japanese knives or is on a bit of a budget. These are 20% off, and that knife is $292 after the 20% discount.
Michael? Hold on. Boom. The man of the hour, or day, whatever, Masashi-san, is going to start forging probably in about 20 minutes. So let's do a little lightning round, clear up some of these questions, and then we can start doing the forging. If you got questions, keep them coming. There will be some delays in us answering them while Masashi-san is forging. So if you got something urgent, get it in chat right now, and we'll answer it in the next 20 minutes or so.
Little did Nathan know that's what I was already doing.
Oh, well, shit. I'd throw Mason or somebody under the bus because that's what he told me to do.
Masashi Takobiki. So we have Masashi Yanagiba with these cool tips.
Sakimaru tip.
The Sakimaru tip. It's not quite Takobiki.
Or Sakimaru, as Ellie likes to say, our token Australian.
Sakimaru. This is what we got. They're not officially Takobikis. They will absolutely cut through an octopus. They are single bevel. They are both beautiful, white #2 steel.
It's important to know that if these are still in stock, we almost never get single bevels from Masashi. It's been 2 or 3 years. So if you want one, now's the time. It might be a few more years before we get more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody was asking about Home Chef Daily Drivers a while ago, and I just grabbed a collection of mid-size Gyutos and a Santoku, because honestly, I use a Santoku at home a lot. So, you know, stainless steel is a really good way to go at home, unless you want to get real fancy. You know, it's reliable. If you get a phone call or your kid's doing something and you have to step away, it's not a big deal. I guess Toshitaka SG2, super hard steel. So if you're okay with a more delicate knife and you want that extreme edge retention, that's a great choice. The Tsunahisa is a little on the tougher side, still fairly thin at the edge. It's made from SRS 13, which is another fairly hard stainless steel, and it's 20% off this week. If you want something a little more beefy, this is a Camo Damascus VG10, a little bit of a softer stainless steel, so a little more rugged. You're gonna have to sharpen it a bit more often, but it still keeps an edge really nicely. Nice durable Pack-A-Wood handle, a little more weight in there too. And then finally, you want a showpiece. You're gonna probably want the Saji Rainbow Damascus layered with copper and brass in there. That's just a stunning
I was
knife.
gonna say that the answer is Toshitaka, but then I look at the other options you got on the table, and
they're all good.
I don't know if you've actually helped this person make a decision or not, because those are 4 problems right there.
Well, now they're down to 4.
Now they're down to 4. Yeah, they're all equally good.
Get them all.
It's just like on the scale of how you cut. We don't know how you use a knife and what you cut on, but if you like to turn up the music and get after it and cut and get real aerobic about what you're doing, or if you're more like a monk, that would be like the decision.
Okay, Moritaka Aogami Super Gyuto compared to Masakage Yuki. The Moritakas are a little more traditional, bit of a narrower blade, a little less height, but it's going to keep an edge for longer. The edge, Aogami Super, harder steel, stays sharp longer. A little less likely to rust, but the surface steel, the cladding steel, is probably going to rust kind of easily.
Yeah.
The Yuki's pretty low maintenance. That edge can rust, but the rest of the knife's stainless steel.
Yeah.
I like this because it's got a dark handle, though. The dark handle is going to get darker with age and age really nicely. Yeah. You got to keep that Yuki handle.
They put a really
clean.
fine angle or a really fine kind of thinness to the edge of the Yuki, so they're a touch more delicate. But the Masakage blades are all taller than this and have that great sort of swoop to the choil, so it's a really comfortable spot for your finger.
Yeah.
And they do have some nice finish to them. So.
Yeah. If you want a taller knife, go for the Masakage. Somebody was asking, is Shirozumi charcoal one of our house charcoals? It's made the same way as Binchotan, but with eucalyptus wood. Is it hot enough for dinner service? Yes.
Yeah.
Myself, Nolan, and Matt did a dinner service at Bar Chouette last terroir in the spring, and we used Shirozumi for it to make yakitori, and it was great. You'll have to top it up if you got a long service to cover, but it's great stuff.
One of the things I find about Shirozumi is it's hot, and then it's off.
It's hot, and then it's not.
It just like, there's no sort of taper to it, it just goes out.
It just dies. So you gotta have another charcoal starter ready to go. If you have, obviously you're in a restaurant and you have a gas stove, you can start it over the gas stove and it starts real quick. Starts a lot faster than Binchotan. Shigefusa Deba, this is the Shigefusa Kita Eiji, extremely handmade, hand-folded steel. It's beautiful. We get maybe 2 knives from them a year, so if you want it, get it now, because you're not going to see it again.
All right, we got some Gyuto under 250 here. We've got the Hinokuni Sakai Shirogami, white #1. That's actually really quite an awesome steel. Hard carbon steel, so you're going to deal with tarnish and rust. That's A-okay, though. You can handle it. And this is a beautiful knife. I love the profile of this blade. It just is such a unique looking knife. And there's almost like a continuous rocker to the edge here. So I feel like if you're chopping with that sort of rock chop, you're going to have that nice roll sort of feeling with it. It is carbon steel, so there's no stainless component. We also have here this Tsunahisa Nikuju and Nijukyu 270 millimeter Gyuto. That is a good size Gyuto if you're going to do a ton of work, you're a big human, or you're cutting steaks or big things. It's an impressive size, but it actually is incredibly well balanced and feels great. It is AUS 8, which is a pretty resilient steel, and that knife is $208 after you've taken off the 20% discount on the Tsunehizas, and that is a ridiculous price for that knife.
I got a quick note to Dean and Adam who grabbed the Sasquatches. I know you were in a hurry to check out, so you didn't put any notes on your order. If you would like Masashi-san to engrave your Sasquatch with something, he brought his engraving equipment. He can do that later today or tomorrow. So email TV, the letter T, the letter V, at knifewear.com with what you would like engraved.
And by something he means a word? Commonly, like your
not
name.
like a face or a Monet painting or something.
Not like the Punisher tattoo on your arm. But like, if you give us your name, we'll get Naoto to transcribe it into Japanese characters, and quite often he'll engrave your name on the other side of the blade in Japanese characters. His name's on one side, yours will be on the other. And that's just fucking cool.
We got a good old twofer. Oh, did I skip this guy?
We got it right now. This is sold out, but we got a 270 here. This is a 210.
Somebody's asking about a 270, I'm guessing, and we have a 210.
This is
that's
sure.
What's going on.
Here, let's talk about Moritaka Tsujihikis. Again, Aogami Super, really wicked steel. I like Moritakas, and I often say that you can argue that there are better things out there on paper. I love how it feels when you cut food with these. I do these like knife-to-knife competitions on the same thing, and my Moritakas often win. And it's just lack of resistance, easy to make things cut straight, and just general like function if it works nicely. And Moritakas to me win over a lot of things. But it's a nice slender Tsujihiki. More and more we see taller Tsujihikis that work well as kind of like sort of a Gyuto. This is really just Tsujihiki, so nice and slender.
So we got a twofer here. We got somebody asking about a Saji VG10 Wa Nakiri versus a Kato SG2 Minamo. So we do a little side-by-side. But we also just got one that says, Nakiris, can I see some? Yep. So there's the Nakiris for you to see.
Here's 5 Nakiris. All right, Saji, VG10. Well, what can we say? Look at that MFer. That is some rainbow Damascus. And I think it's just brass and this like smoky gray finish from probably dipping it into ferric chloride and etching it. Nice stainless steel. It's VG10W, it looks like. W means tungsten, which makes the steel's edge a little bit tougher, which probably means it's going to make it like VG10 but tougher, and
sweet. That's
incredible. So VG10W is sort of a newer steel in the market, and nice to see this. It's very nice and thin. Sometimes a Saji knife can be a little bit thicker, and it feels great. It's very similar to most traditional shapes of a Japanese Nakiri. We got a little bit of a slant on the tip. It's got a curved tip, so you can do some rolling and rocking motion with it. Sometimes that tip is quite square, and you'll just dig it into your cutting board. Okay, these Minamos are great. Every time I pick one up, I like it more and more. They just have that feel. There's something to them that feels like solid, dense, but light, incredibly nicely balanced. This texture is really cool. Like Naoto's saying, it's kind of like water droplets. I'm a big fan of texture and a big fan of that primary bevel. It just means your knife will be nice to sharpen in the future, and that texture means it's going to slide through food without it really sticking. And that's SG2. So hard to speak to the performance of the VG10W steel at this point. Tougher does often mean that it doesn't wear as easily, which can sometimes means it holds its edge longer. I think on the scale of hardness, it's VG10W is lower than SG2, but while that is a guiding principle of edge retention, it is not the be-all, end-all of edge retention, and I think we're seeing that and learning that more and more. The big difference, I think, is that the Minamo is definitely ground thinner behind the edge, so it's going to be a little bit more delicate than the Saji. Either way, Beautiful knives.
And then a couple additional Nikiris, I guess, eh?
Yeah, we throw it as a Tsunehisa Roku, the AUS 10. Again, smoking good deal. Beautiful looking knife. Damascus, like really highly polished and beautiful. What a great gift to get. You know what? We talked about gifts earlier. We have this theory that when you're buying someone a gift, is it should be stainless steel, because if not, it's like kind of giving someone a puppy for Christmas. Like, they're going to love it, but also, do you know how much they want to take care of it? And it should look awesome. And this looks awesome. Now we got the Yoshimi Kato SG2 Black Damascus. I've actually been on the hunt for the 240 Gyuto of this knife for a while. It's stunning. The way it looks is amazing. And it's nice and thin, it's nice and light. Nothing wild about how it's made that's going to turn anything on its head. It's a really nice knife. SG2 is a wicked steel. And it just looks so cool. Also, we've got here is an Aogami number 2, blue steel number 2, with this really hammered cool pattern from Anru. And Anru is being forged by Ikeda-san. He has been for several years now, but I just love the randomness of this scale. Kind of gives it that dragon scale kind of look, or kind of like a weird kind of, like maybe they rolled a corn on the cob across it or something to make it look like that. Beautiful texture. Ikeda is making really awesome knives. He's doing this really pronounced flare here at the tang, and it tapers kind of diagonally this way too. That just makes it feel comfortable. It's kind of a spot where your fingers are going to grip naturally, so widening it makes it a little bit nicer to grip onto. Those are Nikiris. The Saji's 447, the Anru's 250, this Tsunehisa Roku ROKU, the AOS 10 is $208. Beautiful. Get yourself some knives. Speed round? Are we done?
Just a little refresh of what's going on.
This is what Nathan keeps showing me, and it says, "What is garage sale?" And I don't think it's the philosophical version of what is garage sale. I think it is the what is the garage sale. It's not a garage sale, although there is a garage door right here. Every year, twice a year, there's trips where Naoto and Kevin typically are the ones that are going to Japan. They're meeting blacksmiths, they're making purchases. Often we're meeting new blacksmiths. We're seeing people that we know but maybe aren't our suppliers. We often just buy stuff. And we get back here and boxes of stuff start showing up and we're like, oh God, what have you done? And so we have this garage sale so we can sell it all. That's kind of the gist of it. Never really mark stuff up too much. And we do have some stuff that's just great deals. We haven't even talked about the stuff we had on sale. We have like this whole 20% off section, including things like some oyster knives, microplanes, right? Little deer, right? So there's really great deals to be had. We're often trying to find and dig up really great price knives, like this little fella here, the molybdenum vanadium. It's $45. Plus, we also get really rare, cool, unique things like these Masashi knives that just showed up today with Masashi that are $1,000. There's really cool stuff to find. It will run starting this morning at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. It will run all the way until Sunday night. We'll be back to do another little video for you on Thursday to check in. We're going to have some stuff that's arriving late, so hopefully it's in this week and we can put it up into the sale. What else is going on? At the stores, they all opened at 10 a.m. and they're probably all busy right now. If you have a chance, if you're in Calgary, Vancouver, Edmonton, Ottawa, or Toronto, you can go and see one of our shops there. They're a good time. They're fun people. We work with awesome folks. So if you have time, go in and check out one of the shops. If you're ever in Canada, in any of those cities, please come by. And they'll be there all week. Thursday nights, the stores are open until 8 p.m., so it's a good time if you need a little late night knife shopping. And what else can I tell you about the garage sale? It's a great time. The November one's always a bit of a kickoff for Christmas. Great time to pick up a couple of gifts or some stocking stuffers for people, like these Kibori knives, the ones where it's like a little kit where you can carve the handle yourself and assemble a pocket knife. What a fun thing to do. Maybe you got a nephew or somebody and you want to have like you're spending some time at Christmas, you can each get a knife and you can build it together. Like, what a fun thing. I think they're like $75 or something like that. That's what's happening. That's what we're doing. What have I got here? I got another question, and it says Moritaka Kawamuki versus Fujimoto Hammertone SLD Deba. Fight! There's a very distinct difference between these knives, and that is the edge. Kawamuki Bocho means peeling knife. It looks somewhat like a Yusuba. It is for peeling stuff in your hand, and you can roll stuff against it. It is like a tiny baby little Santoku and has a very perfectly straight edge, versus the Deba, which is modeled after a Deba, which is usually much fatter than this and single beveled and designed for filleting fish. This would be great for filleting small fish, and it would be also great for taking apart a chicken. It does have a curved edge, so it is a little thicker like a Deba, but it's not thick like a Deba, if that makes any sense. Thicker than a typical paring knife. But this would be great for cutting up little shallots. It's just like a mini chef's knife. Great for a kid that you wanted to get a knife for, that you trusted, and had some good knife skills, and you wanted to get them a real knife, but not something too big for their size. Or maybe you're just like not comfortable with a big knife. That would be awesome. The Kawamuki is also awesome. It does have a straight edge, so you're not going to find that this will be good for doing any sort of rocking. If you do just prefer to cut in your hand versus cutting on a cutting board, you could try one of these. But don't do the thing where you cut into your thumb. That you'd probably do that once, and then after you got stitches, you'd stop doing that. These are too sharp for that, is what I'm saying. The Moritaka is not stainless steel. The hammer tone here, the Fujimoto hammer tone, the SLD steel, is stainless steel. And when you're getting into these smaller paring knives, they get often used for all sorts of stuff, especially if you're getting anything acidic like a lemon. That would be a big difference for you. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it looks like someone's pulling out a takoyaki plate. Yeah, we got these dice knives here. We haven't talked about these yet. This is something that's really interesting and very cool. These are put together in Vancouver. Dice Knives is a unique and sustainable Canadian company, as it says right here in the box. These are a company that is spearheaded by a Vancouver chef, and he's making all kinds of great stuff. He's using a type of steel that's called AEBL. It's a Swedish stainless steel that was designed a long time ago, the beginning of stainless steel, to make straight razors. It has a very, very fine carbide and can make a ridiculously sharp edge, despite the fact it's not that hard. Sometimes you find out that those things that you believed forever aren't entirely true. So hardness often is correlated with edge retention, and sometimes it's not. One thing that's really beautiful about these dice knives is they are making stuff that really fits the bill for a lot of the Western style butchery knives that we get asked for and we're used to using. Let's see if I can show you the flex here. Right? That is a beautiful flexible boning knife. That's one of the things that we often get asked for and unfortunately say no to. And we have a couple different versions with some different handles. There is the flexible version. This one is more of a rigid version. And then we got this guy that's a little bit taller. Whoop, spin it around here. Diced. So, this knife would be awesome for all sorts of stuff. I think if you were just cleaning sinew off of a piece of meat, if you were trimming fat off of a primal, you were going to cut it into steaks. If you were cutting like maybe tenderloins into steak or pork tenderloin, this would be great. You could make this knife carve a roast chicken, absolutely. I think this is the one I want. I think I want this knife. And it's got a nice swoopy tip here. That's great. When the tip kind of comes back, that's an advantage when you're doing something like skinning something, because there's nothing worse than as you're trying to skin something and sort of peel the skin back. If the tip sticks in and breaks through, you can often rip it, and then you got to start all over again, and you just look like a total amateur, and you don't want to do that. They're $265 for this bigger one, which is, of course, I always find the thing that I like is the more expensive version of the thing. And then they're $235 for the little filleting knives.
I shit you not, I think I'm going to get all three. I really like this style of blade for butchering.
Yeah.
And I like having an option between flexible and rigid for different jobs. And this little, like, either that or the new Silverthorn that we just got, the trimming knife.
Yeah, this is great. We, a long time ago, had these knives that were actually like the Knifewear knife. It was made for us at, I think it was our 10th anniversary. A company put together a series of knives for us. They were made out of AEBL steel. I actually have a 210 slicer. It's wicked. It's like, it's mono steel. It's not clad with anything. These guys aren't like, they're doing what's oftenly referred to as stock removal. So they get the knife and they cut it into a shape and then they grind it down. So they're not doing the same like get the raw steel and hammer it into shape and forge it that way. So a little bit different, but really super stoked to see some Canadian people that are turning out knives in a business fashion. That,
there's a good group of them. There's like 6 or so employees, and so they're hopefully, you know, able to supply demand because they make really good stuff. And you know, I even really like their gyutos and stuff are pretty impressive. We're going to do a live sound check, so if you have headphones on, maybe take them out. We need to get our sound levels figured out for how loud Masashi sounds going to be when he's forging. He's just having a break to get some fresh air. And
smoking, you mean?
Yeah. Fresh air. And then he's going to smash the heck out of some steel. So we're going to switch over to our third camera in a minute. I just got to battery it up. And this is our first time doing this, folks, so I'm sure there'll be all sorts of technical difficulties. Don't be afraid to let us know in chat if something needs adjusting.
Oh, you're how we know if there's a problem, so please let us know.
Fortunately, Jacob will be monitoring the audio, and so it's his ears on the line as we do this.
They're young. They're young.
RIP headphones users. Okay.
Oh, yeah. You don't have the platform. What are those shoes called? The ones that, like the wood shoe with the Ita? Geta? No Geta? Flip-flop. Flip-flop. The 21st century version of the Geta.
Hey, Hudson.
Okay, well,
can you give us a few
let's keep going.
Wax on the anvil, please. Doesn't need to be hot steel, just...
Yeah, let's do that.
It's like medium.
So this is really cool too. We've been getting these really awesome little side burners, like reshowed burners. Oh,
that's fair. Okay.
Going red over there. So it's this company called Iwatani. It's a really cool company. They make these really great little butane gas burners that you can use in your house. And so we've been carrying them for a little bit now, but we also got this, which is a takoyaki pan. This is a cast iron pan,
it's gonna be loud,
little
so
spheres, and there's all sorts of stuff. Of course, takoyaki, which is this great sort of Japanese street food type of thing, but all sorts of cool street food like this all over Southeast Asia. One of my favorite things I had one time was in Laos, and they mixed flour, like rice flour and sugar and coconut milk together, and it thickened it up. And they just put oil in this thing and they just deep fried it and flipped it over and tossed more icing sugar on after and wrapped it in a little package of bamboo leaves. And they're just like soft and creamy and sweet and fragrant and just incredible.
All right, Mike, you're going off the air. How are we sounding, Jacob?
Okay, ready? Just give us some wax as hard as you can without like breaking or damaging any of your shed. Okay. It's the same as you were doing before.
It'll be a bit louder.
Okay.
It's like it's a different sound than the hot steel.
Does that bucket not hold water?
Not really.
Keep going.
And that's at a reasonable level?
Okay, sounds good.
be a similar.
So if you're just tuning in, we're about to have a live knife forging demonstration from Master Blacksmith Masashi Yamamoto-san from Sanjo in Niigata, Japan. He's going to be forging a blade today. Is he forge welding?
No.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to be forging a blade today, and that knife will be available later today for one lucky person. We're hoping he'll have time to sharpen and finish it and everything today. So if you have questions, pop them in chat. We will get to them a little more slowly than usual, but we'll be sure to switch back and forth here and there. Thank you all so much.
Can you start?
You can start.
Yes.
And if you have questions about the forging process, we'll try to answer those as we go. Naoto-san is going to do some translation and some Q&A at some point as well.
Yeah, I'm going to scream at the camera so you guys can hear. I don't know if you guys all can hear me, but hopefully you can.
Yeah, if you can't hear Naoto, let Jacob know in chat and we'll adjust the audio levels.
Yeah, we can.
If there's any problems with the audio levels, please let us know.
I love that we remote camera now. So just so you know, it's gonna take some time to heat up the steel, getting ready to get forging going. It's gonna take probably a few more minutes.
Yeah. We just had a very lovely comment from Terminator. Their wife proposed to them with a Masashi Kuroshu.
ビューバーの方一人がクロッシュを持って結婚のプロポーズされた。おお。どうだったんですか？ How did it go?
Good, I think. Hey, congrats! Wife's so married now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They wouldn't tell you if you failed.
Yeah. No, probably not.
They're gonna. So they, yeah. So today he's gonna do the. Am I in the frame right now? Okay. So now today he's gonna forge a letter opener. He brought a piece of steel from Japan, and as you can see, he's forging the tip into that little shape right now. So I'm just gonna repeat. He's going to make a letter opener. The particular steel that he's using right now is the layers of steel with the それ積層でなんだっけ鋼は何入ってるんですか？そうです。鋼は何入ってるんですか？積層材で極暖と、鋼ついてないやつ。模様として見えるところは炭素の少ない鋼。ただコアの鋼は入ってない。入ってないやつ。So he's just forging a layers of steel just for a letter opener. The particular one doesn't have the core hard steel that you usually have for a. Should I have a microphone? Okay, have it for kitchen knives.
でもしだったら、見てる人に何かな。日本式の形がいいのか、 なんていうんですかね、うちの日本の形じゃないのがいいのか。日
本の形がいいんじゃないですかね。
わかりました。
He was basically asking if if you guys viewers want to see the more Japanese looking paper or letter opener or something else, but I think it's more appropriate for him to forge into a Japanese style. So is that Japanese? Because like, do people want to see the other style of letter opener? Yeah.
こう剣がなんていうんですか、ソードみたいな感じのやつがいいのか、それとも日本の型場風のシェイプ。
型場風がいい。People don't use letter
I mean, they're going to if they have one made by Masashi.
Right, yeah. あんまりね使わないんですよ、こっちの人で歌うから。
でしょうね。
人ほど。私は家で使う。So now he's shaping the tip of the letter opener right now. I don't know how it's actually capturing, but you see the flip-flop that he's wearing right now. That's his official style of blacksmithing. Only difference, well, he usually makes sure to wear socks, but as you can see, that's very Japanese, like very classic Japanese socks with those fingers. So he can wear flip-flops. This unique motion with a little bit of water will help the built-up scale to clean up the scale from the steel. Right. Well, I don't know. there any comments, questions? It's all just like, this is great. Awesome. 皆さん、黙って静かに見守ってらっしゃる。本当ですか。Now he's hitting a one side of the knife right now to make it a little bit thinner. So it has the so he's forging a taper into it. 今羽皮を薄くした感じです。そうですね。こう絞ってそういうふうに今説明してる。ありがとうございます。きっとそうだから。
I'm just going to turn this camera off for a second because we're going to try to record this. So the video feed will be right back.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's Clefairy!
So he didn't bring a tool to cut the steel in the piece, so he said he's just going to forge another piece of steel to basically make a tool to cut the steel.
Being a blacksmith is so cool because if they need a tool, they just make one.
You know? all his tools that he's using right now, hammer, the tongs that he's using, it's all made by him as well. Can you use your phone? Look at this Blacksmith collaboration. Yeah. Yeah. So we have the well. I guess for those of you who haven't seen, we have the local blacksmith Hudson. What's his last name? Torrance. Hudson Torrance is actually helping us here today. We actually have a few knives as well. Oh, it's set to his height.
We can't see you. You're too tall.
It's set
Go
to his.
stand behind him a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still can't see your head. You gotta step back like 3 feet.
Oh, that.
Perfect. As you guys probably heard earlier, Hudson is a knife maker here in Calgary. He does hand forged blades. He makes pretty much all of his knives, or most of his knives, the way that Masashi's working right now.
So he didn't bring a tool to cut the steel, so he's actually making almost like the wedge type of stuff, so that he can cut into the steel to separate that piece into two. So as you may see, he's hammering one side of the steel more, making it making a wedge shape.
Yeah, like a little axe.
Yeah. Oh. So I got the sun.
You like it? Thank you.
So there's a question from Anime Rook asking what temperature is this forged at? And so the owner of this forge is actually Hudson. We asked him how hot this forge can get, and it's 2100.
Yeah,
2100 degrees Fahrenheit.
But he says it's a bit low right now.
But it's a bit low right now because I think pressure and stuff.
Max, like if I'm really pushing, I can get to like 2300 for forge welding, but that's
It can.
I can't keep that up for very long.
So apparently it can get all the way up to 2300 Fahrenheit for forge welding, but it doesn't hold it as long. And まさしさん今質問が来てるんですけども、今何度ぐらいで鍛造されてるんでしょうかっていう。
今850度ぐらい。
So the temperature that he is forging at right after he take the steel out is about. So sorry, it's a little bit confusing because he uses Celsius and a lot of you guys use Fahrenheit. He said that the forging temperature is about 850 degrees Celsius.
Okay. これでまあ一応切れるんじゃない。
So yeah, so he's done forging that tool, cutting tool. I'm sure those guys on the computer can help convert the Celsius to Fahrenheit or vice versa. So, yeah. Back. 戻してる。ちょっと戻した。
いやいや切れたんですよ。
でちょっとまた戻して。
今戻します。
Ah. So he just quenched the steel, and he's going to do a bit of tempering by and he can tell temperature by dropping the water. 何度ぐらいを目指して？
これだったら200度ぐらいです。
So that steel, he's trying to make it about 200 degrees for tempering.
Fukui-san, we have a question from Daniel Shepard.
Yes.
What type of steel is he forging with today?
そう今日今、誕生されている鉄は鋼材は何ですかっていうふうな質問が来ています。
今この道具に使ってたやつは白紙1号。
So the one that he's forging to make a tool right now is the white number 1 carbon steel. でそのペーパーナイフに今積層材っていうのはさっき言ったんですけど、
ソフトアイロンと大体中炭素鋼、中炭素鋼、高炭素鋼じゃないですよ。
大体 5% ぐらいの。
中炭素鋼 5% っていうか0.5%。
0.5%で極難は 0.1 とかですもんね。
0.03以下です。
0.03以下。So the tool that the cutting tool he just made is made out of the white carbon number 1. That the steel that he was forging into the shape that was the Damascus with the layers of steel with the very soft steel with less than 0.03 carbon, and he said mild carbon steel which has about 0.3% carbon. So it's the layers of steel like that. Yep.
Please hit.
Yes, needs the help. Pulls it there.
Oh. Yeah, just gonna use it backwards.
Yeah. It means to. Oh, right, that way. So so Hassan's holding the tool upside down. So he's going to set the steel like that and hammer it so it brings little divots or dents that ultimately cut the steel. Cut the steel.
Find it in the building. No, stop. Do not. I will mark it. Thank you. So cool.
積層の模様がちょっと見え始めました。
So what he's saying is that it started to show that layers of steel right now. Mike is going, Mike checking, and Hassan can probably see. I'm just gonna hide behind the camera because I don't want that steel to just like shoots off. Oh.
Yay! See.
今度はハンドルの方をちょっと粗作り、ハンドルの粗作り。
So now he's going to forge the handle side. I mean, the place where you hold the knife. It's not really handle, but yeah, where it would become a handle.
Thank you. What's he making?
What's that letter?
Why does he forge with the plus instead of boots? Because he got tired of running through boots.
instead it's just cheaper to use socks.
Good question come from Mike in our warehouse asking why he is wearing the flip-flops rather than the boots. And I'm going to ask that once he puts the steel back in the forge. Masashiさん、サンダルで担当される理由をマイクが聞いてます。
スプリングハンマーやるときに指でコントロールするんです。
Oh, so he uses a spring hammer, and the switch or accelerator is on the foot, and he said he can control better with his toes. The more precise precision control with his toes than the wearing the boots. So.
New question.
New question. New question. What are Masashi-san's favorite blade shape and steel? Terminator is asking this question. Masashi-sanの好きな一番好きなブレードの形と鋼材を教えてほしいそうです。
形。鋼材はね、白紙2号がすごいやりやすくてですよね。
So he loves the white carbon number 2.
でも普段作ってるのはSLD がすごい多いですけど。
But he makes a lot of SLD, but he likes white number 2 carbon steel.
形はね、まあでもやっぱり最近だと和包丁の形を作ってるのが楽しいですね。デバとか荷下ろしとか。
He enjoys making the single bevel knives like deba, nioroshi. We happen to have some Yanagiba this time around with white number 2 carbon steel. It kind of fits on his favorite couple of things. Thank you. ありがとうございます。
ちょっと形に悩んでます。
He's just doing a double thinking of the shape of the handle, but I'm sure he can nail it.
なんかバターナイフみたいになりそうな気がしました。
やっぱり書いた方が良かったです。
なんかね、こうイメージがこうあると まあ大体こんなだよねって結構簡単に作れるんですよ。
やっぱりマティクルス。
Backdoor guests are best.
Hey, Matt. I'm gonna go back. Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
I'll bring a skin, yeah.
I love that the hammer gets hot. You have to cool the hammer down sometimes. Things you don't think about if you're not a blacksmith.
And also, this is to scale removal.
Yeah. So the water, you'll see sometimes they, like the more jackets have a jet of water.
Yeah.
That fires on there to scale removal, and sometimes you see like Hinura uses rice hay, rice stalks. He gets some wet that's on there.
Yeah, awesome. I'll just grab it from Bill and see if he...
Who are you? Naoto, I have a question.
Yes.
Sometimes when he's hammering, he keeps the knife on the anvil, and then sometimes he lets the knife follow the hammer. Why is he doing that?
Let's ask why he does that. この水打ちしてる時にこう一緒にやれるモーションはなぜされてるんでしょうか。
スケールの置いたままで叩いてもスケールはちょっと剥げるんですけど、スケールがそこに残ったままです。
So it helps to scale. So it helps to scale to actually go outward, take off a lot easier. Because if you leave the steel on, it can some of the things can actually stay. The scale can stay on the blade.
So I think maybe tell us what scale is. What do you mean by that?
So when you heat up the steel, what happens is that some oxidized steel will start to flake off, and you want to get rid of those. They call it scale. So that's how he does the descaling.
All right.
So got a question from 66 Bricks. Why does he hold the hammer 3/4 up of the shaft? まさしさん、質問です。ハンマーなんですけど、端っこじゃなくてその辺握るのはその4分の3ぐらいのところにどうしてですか？
テコの原理を使うんです。ここで持ってると力しか使わない。ここだと振り子の原理が使える。
So he basically uses their it's I don't have my translator. Supposed to be the translator.
Your pocket translator?
Yeah, some words, right? It's like
yeah.
It basically he holds it where it counterweights very nicely, so that if he holds it at the end, it just uses it is stronger hit, but it's not where it balances well. He holds it there so that it's like more control. Yeah, he will have more control. So I guess for those of you who's watching, is wondering why he's bending the blade, and I wondered it as well. So I asked this question to him, and that is also to help remove the scale. I guess bending it will
crack it off.
Yeah. It's
interesting.
And I guess that's how, if you see Blacksmith doing on the spring hammer, you see they bent the steel quite a bit too.
Yeah.
That's probably why. Was there another question? Yes. Why do you watch this? Ben is asking, why do blacksmiths tap the anvil with their hammer? Like that, probably. I'll ask momentarily. Like that. Yeah. まさしさん、ベンさんが聞いてるんですけど、なんでこうやった後に1回2回体を叩くんだって。
むやみやたらに叩くんじゃなくて、叩く場所と効率よく叩く場所を決めて、無駄に潰しすぎないようにとか。
あとその後叩いた後にアンビルだけ叩く
ここただ調子取ってるだけですよ。
It's just like it's a rhythm, right? So he does it. He doesn't want to stop it right there. So he does it.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine if he stopped it, then all the bouncing would go through his body.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We gotta get it out.
Yeah.
Because Blacksmith's got rhythm.
Yeah.
That's why.
I think it takes a lot more to stop that hammer.
Yeah. And if you stop, but if you let it tap, you're just letting it.
Because also if you're forging and you want to just hold the hammer to stop it,
you're holding back the energy that wants to go down. So if you just let it go and tap the anvil, you're just conserving more of your energy.
So would you say this is a physically demanding job? I see.
I mean, look at how fit he is.
Right?
He was wearing a really nice suit jacket yesterday.
Yeah, slender.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, all in the forearm.
Yeah. Good guys to have on your arm wrestling team.
Yeah.
Right?
こんなでどうでしょうかね。
Oh. It's almost done. The shaping or forging. カメラに近づけますか。それであれします。
ちょっと輪郭は
焼き入れ
整えますけど。
そう。もうちょっと下。もうちょっと下です。もうちょい上。それぐらい。横にできます。でそれぐらい。いや。Oh, it's hot.
I know. Just put the head behind. Oh, whoopa.
So yeah, that's you see here. It's got actually a little bevel there. Handle is thick, and that's how
Cool.
finishes the.
So taper.
It's got oh yeah it's got a nice taper from the handle towards the edge, and it's thinner.
Mike, touch it.
I did.
Did you? Yeah. Is it hot?
Not really.
Touch it with your tongue.
Try it. It's not bad.
That's not so bad.
That's not your tongue, though.
こんなでどうですか。
It's it's a Canadian joke, right? Touch it with the tongue.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very Canadian.
It works with hot things and also frozen French
frozen
toast.
things.
Yeah.
Sorry for those of you not living in North. It's a joke that those people. I didn't grow up.
Naoto, you're one of us now, buddy.
I didn't grow up here, so
Naoto, you're one of us.
Well, I'm sure when you grew up, it was more like, "Hey, lick the puffer fish" or something, you know. I dare you.
So Adrian is asking, is he working on a new line? If so, what's the story?
Oh, that's a very good question. I would love to know the answer.
Like Sasquatch?
今質問が来たんですけど、包丁に関する質問です。今何か新しい包丁のラインは何か考えてられますか？それに関するインスピレーションっていうのは何ですかって聞いてます。あれ以外で。昨日の言った
インスピレーションはやっぱり最終的に使ってもらう人たちの要望にできるだけ応えられるような材質だとか、輪郭だとか厚みだとかっていうのはそういうのは使ってる人からインスピレーションを受けます。
So inspiration is always from the users who uses his knives. What you like from the knife to be, or how long it's going to hold the edge, and all that stuff is inspired by the end users. So he's always thinking of new things, always experimenting. He probably experiments a lot more than the many blacksmiths that we know as well. So he's got his opinion about the lots of stuff. So maybe we'll see something super cool and new. And the top secret for the steel that he maybe thinking of.
Oh, Strix.
Oh, I know the steel.
Zios.
Shh, be quiet.
I'm just saying what people are thinking.
But 肝臓。
そうですね。で本当は模様を出すために軽い焼き入れをしたいんです。でその酸化皮膜をもっと剥いでやりたいんです。剥いでからちょっとだけ焼き入れしたい。
それできるんですか？
ちょっと砥石借りてさっと表面を
了解です。
剥いで、で焼き入れを。
Okay. So what he's going to do is to get the pattern or the Damascus layer out. He's going to take the steel and put onto our sharpening station, get the little thin surface area, just grind the surface really quick, come back and clinch the
Oh, okay. What's going on with this knife after Naoto?
Some lucky one. Maybe you have to buy one.
Well, what I'm thinking is maybe we can get Sashi-san to forge it and heat treat it here. And then maybe we can get Hudson to grind it and Naoto to sharpen it. Maybe propose that.
So are we on to sharpening soon?
He's going to grind the scale off with the sharpening.
Oh, okay.
Stone, and he's going to quench them.
Oh, okay, sounds good. So just a short time in the sharpening room.
Yeah.
Basically, before he gets into the serious sharpening, I just want to take a break to charge the camera so we can answer some questions. Okay, great.
I'll propose that to you.
Jacob, do you want to play a commercial while we switch the camera around?
Question.
Yeah. Are you the kind of man that burns his fingies getting crispy bacon out of a hot pan? Are you the type of man that struggles to cradle his infant child while preparing dinner for his family? Do your manly bare mitts get stuck trying to get Pringles out of a can? Why do they put them chips in that can anyway? I never really understood. Isn't that can for tennis balls? Well, partner, you need King Tong, the only tweezers designed by men for men. With these stainless steel culinary tweezers, you can now get bacon out of a pan burned.
Costco, they're like, it's like 20 something, 25 to refill one of those.
Yeah, we can run it down and just get a refill. And there's a clock.
It's probably fine because it's running through.
Are you the kind of man that burns his fingies getting crispy bacon out of a hot pan? Are you the type of man that struggles to cradle his infant child while preparing dinner for his family? Do your manly bare mitts get stuck trying to get Pringles out of a can? Why do they put them chips in that can anyway? I never really understood. Isn't that can for tennis balls? Well, partner, you need King Tong, the only tweezers designed by men for men. With these stainless steel culinary tweezers, you can now get bacon out of a pan burned free. You can get your favorite chips out of a tennis ball can. You can hammer nails into the wall. You can even prepare dinner while cradling your infant child. King Tong, manly man tweezers for men, or women, or non-binary people, I don't really care.
Introducing the new Knifewear Swiss Army Knife. It slices, it dices, it chops. It's the ultimate kitchen utility blade. It includes a santoku, petty, nakiri, and gyuto all in one, and easily fits in your pocket so you can take it anywhere you go and slice up a meal on the go. Tired of going to your friend's house and using their crappy knives? Well, now you've got your own knife on the go with 4 different blades.
I just love my Japanese Swiss Army knife so much. I can switch from santoku, petty, nakiri, or a gyuto, just like that. No more bringing a whole knife roll to your first interview. Just bring this. It's perfect.
The Knifewear Swiss Army Japanese kitchen knife is the ultimate utility blade and everyday carry knife. Coming soon to a Knifewear near you for only $36.55.99.
6 feet. 6 meters. This is Canada, damn it. Oh, hold on. Hey, you. Yes, you. Have I got a deal for you right this way? Brumhilde and I are out here at Calgary Knifewear for Knifewear's Garage Sale from May 13th to 20th. That's right. Used knives. All of the used knives. With sales like these, you won't be able to stay away, damn it!
Our pans might be angular, but we're not square, man.
Our deals are no strain in your wallet. Wood protection for your wood. For his, her, and theirs protection. A sale is just a threat of a deal that you might miss. We're slashing prices and cutting down our competition right here during Knifewear's Garage Sale. Line. I'm not just happy to see you, that's a half-price honing rod in my pocket.
The only thing more acerbic than my coffee are these knives.
Do you like pre-distressed denim? Then you're gonna love this pre-owned Munitoshi. Here at Knifewear, we won't grind you on the prices. I'm bringing my best box of used knives for our sale this time. Are you ready, Calgary, Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver, and perhaps Edmonton? You might think our staff look like this at the end of the sales, but they're still keep kicking. Come on down, we're having a whale of a time. It slices, oh my God, it dices, it even circumcises for all your Masonic needs. Tossing these great sales to you. Catch, no matter if you pitch or catch, we've got you covered with these sales. Ooh, to all of our size queens out there, we've got something for everyone at this sale.
Don't sleep on these prices.
Don't sigh away our high prices, they're rock bottom. Come on down to the Knifewear car lot, knife lot, because we got lots of new and old used beauties from May 13th to 20th, in store and online.
You know, I was in Japan a long time ago, and this fellow came up to me, big fellow, strong fellow, tears in his eyes, and he said, Mr. Salesman, you are a beautiful, beautiful man, and you sell our knives so well, very well, best salesman, but we sell well. Modesty, we know modesty. Look at these knives. Prices like this, so reasonable, folks. I mean, really, what do you want me to do? Sell you a whole set? Knifewear is doing a garage sale. Modesty for the people. Garages, we all have garages, don't we? You know, it was in '88, and I remember a long, long story about...
Hello everybody, we're back. Nathan here. Thank you for hanging out during that commercial break. So Masashi-san has finished the forging, or most of the forging. So he's going to do some scale removal, and then he's going to do his heat treatment. So he's just getting ready to work and testing out the equipment, and we'll be doing that in a second. No, so? Do you know roughly how long? No, I mean, how soon are you ready to get started?
We can just do
And is he going to use this machine as well?
Just do, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll move the camera. All right, so we are back. Ah, high tech.
That is legit. That is legit.
Well, as they're getting set up, maybe do anybody that's watching right now know what these things, these orange things on the wall are? It's a little bit of knifewear history there.
Can you start?
Yeah.
Okay, 大丈夫です。お願いします。思ったより荒くないです。
And Nata-san, what is Masashi-san doing right now?
So what he's doing is that before he...
あんまり水出ないです。オープンで。
あ、これ開けると動くんです。
He's working on his DPMs.
What he's doing right now is to sharpen briefly. It's really just, well, not really sharpening, taking the scale off by using the stone like that.
And what purpose does that serve?
So this will actually make it, well, so this will help to show that the layers of steel. So it's taking the scale off to kind of expose the layers. Like
right, because this is a Damascus billet that he's working.
Yeah, exactly.
We do a before and after. Good product shot of what it looked like before or after.
Judging how graduation is moving up the shape.
Speak that in the microphone. It's loud.
Turn it right to the microphone.
Okay, I know, but what am I? Did I just say the same thing?
You're good.
Oh, okay.
This is called figuring it out as you go with Knifewear.
Say something exciting now, Joe.
Yay! I don't know if yay! I don't know if you guys heard what he's doing right now is to take the scale off so that the pattern or the Damascus layers will pop up easier. It will show. It helps to show a little bit more by.
This would be a good time to talk about karochi. Remember, people were asking like what karochi is and what's fake karochi, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where you would not have karochi.
Right. Well, it will get the black back after quenching. But as you can see, the steel is really black, right? 'Cause it's a scale. The karochi usually comes just from the forged scale.
So if you're just tuning in, we are here with master knife maker, Japanese knife maker Masashi Yamamoto-san. He just forged a knife live on YouTube here, and now he's in the refining stages. He's grinding off scale. He's going to heat treat it soon, and then he will sharpen it, and it will be available to one lucky person later today.
So he's gonna move to the.
Okay.
50番。水入れますよ、ここに。
あ、いや、いいですよ。
This is a pretty cool video.
So, the first step was to get the scales off. Now he wants to finish shaping it on this.
This is more shaping. And this is a 50 grit.
And it's a beautiful sound.
さっきの入れ物に水って入ってますので、お願いできますか。
I love how straight he was able to forge that.
Yeah.
Like keeping that straight line for forging with a hammer is pretty incredible. Like he's just touching it up now with the grinder.
So he just uses water to cool the ice down. So he just uses the water to cool down the knife.
まあこれ焼き入れ前なんでこのぐらいにしてきますから後でまたもう一回整えます。このぐらいの感じで。
So basically, it's just shaping, and now it's kind of done before the heat treatment. He's going to heat treat them and finish shaping afterwards as well.
じゃあ向こう行きますか。
Want to ask a question?
Yeah, because Nathan's not here to move the camera.
Right. No, the question that you had.
Oh, there were some questions here, yeah. There were some questions. Somebody asked how Masashi does his Nishiji finish. And someone else said, is Kurochi just the scale formed during that heat treating process?
今質問が来てて、梨地はどういうふうに作ってらっしゃるのかと、あと黒打ち、まあこれ多分うちも答え知ってるんですけど、黒打ちっていうのは何ですかねっていう。黒はどこから来てるんですかっていう質問です。
まず梨地は鍛造して、今取った酸化スケールは取らない状態で、全部鍛造して、焼き入れ終わった後にスケール取ると梨地になります。
So what he's saying is that this process is really for Damascus steel to get the nice, Damascus look to it. For the nashiji, he doesn't go through this process. He forges it all the way. Do I have to be in the camera? No. Okay, sure. Okay, so he forges all the way, and he quench them. Then he takes the scale off. That's how he gets his nashiji.
黒打ちは何種類も実はあるので、何をうちの包丁のやつを言った方がいいですかね。
そう一般的でもいいんですか。
まあ黒打ちの場合だと日本の中で黒打ちって呼ばれてるものは鍛造した時にスケールを剥ぎながら鍛造してって、梨地のような凸凹をできるだけなくして焼き入れしてもう勝手に黒くなってしまうっていうプロセスで作るのが日本でいう一般的な黒打ちですね。黒打ち。
So regular kurochi is the forges. So while forging it, the blacksmiths try to get as much scale off. For the nashiji, they try to leave the scale on, where until the last minute. But for the kurochi, usually they try to get all the scale off. Then they quench them so that it leaves the black, but not like rough like a nashiji finish. It gets a little bit more smoother because they take the scale off while forging in every process.
Some blacksmiths don't. Think about Takeda-san. He likes scales.
But yeah, some blacksmiths. Well, Takeda-san doesn't have the scale anymore because
he changed his style.
Because of stainless steel.
I've got old information.
Yeah. So some knife makers do like to leave the scale on. Well, Takeda-san was like the scale on, but because he changed the stainless steel, it doesn't have the scale anymore.
Yeah.
So those questions are from DS and Dean C. We had one more, if you got a minute. Daniel Shepard was just asking, what type of handle will be fitted on the blade?
On this particular one,
yeah.
どういったハンドルになる予定ですか？
見てのお楽しみ。
Yeah, just wait until see. Wait until the end.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Yeah. There we go. That's the blade so far.
Ready.
Thank you.
Back to the forge.
All right.
Heat treat.
Cut to commercial, Jacob. Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse for the famous Knifewear Garage Sale.
November 4th to 10th.
Hey kid, wanna buy a knife? We got one-of-a-kind knives. We got knives from new makers. Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse. Every knife your mother could ever want. You know me, I love in-flight peanuts, but you don't need to travel across the world for a Japanese knife. We bring them to you. We got Wa handle, Yo handle, Kurochi, Tsuchime. Look at all these knives. I got too many knives. You gotta take some of these knives off my hand. We even got Meguro Bochos, and we're slashing prices. Oh, you like psychedelic knife handles, man? Far out, dude. Look at those trippy colors. We got all kinds of these things, man. I got so many knives, they're falling out of my pockets. Look at all these knives, oh my God. They say Santoku means 3 virtues. Well, we got 3 virtues for you. Deals, deals, and more deals! Hey kid, you wanna buy a Hanora River Jump? Check this out, I got the good stuff straight from Japan. Look at this, real authentic Hanora River Jump. No fakes, no nothing. At Knifewear, we got Canada's biggest selection of Japanese knives. But just for you, I went straight to Japan and I got even more! Remember, that's the Knifewear Garage Sale.
November 4th to 10th.
Shop in store in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa,
Toronto.
or Vancouver, or hop on the World Wide Web and surf your way down to https://knifewear, whoa, big wave, .com/GARAGESALE.
Have you or a loved one been affected by dull knives? Are you a victim of dubious sharpening gadgets? You may be entitled to get your knives sharpened. Here at Knifewear and Knifewear, we're always watching out for your fingers. Dull knives affect over 10 million Canadians each year. And did you know you could be among the affected without even knowing it? Did you know you're more likely to cut yourself with a dull knife than a sharp one? Common symptoms of a dull knife can include hating cooking, cutting yourself every time you prepare a meal, carrots flying across the kitchen, and that annoying smacking sound your knife makes when it hits the cutting board. Desire to order takeout, buying expensive pre-cut food, or just not eating at all. It's time to take your kitchen back. Join the millions of Canadians getting their knives sharpened. Save your fingers today.
All of the chefs of the internet will hate me. Bless you, or not. I thought we've already determined today that there is no God. Today we are making tonkatsu chicken ramen. Isn't tonkatsu pork, actually? So what is the burner's name? A beautiful pot here. For those of you who don't know, I am the cheese man. We're making a cheese-inspired ramen. Pour in chef pincers. I have a pair myself. They don't pay me to say that. Oh, whisk. Do you sell these too? One might even consider it the right tool for the job. Emmental. Fontatsu. Contactu? A lovely microplane blade. Can you believe the cheese strings, the cheesiness of this cheese? Chopsticks. Ooh, that's what a fucking waste of my time. And we're back. Parmesan, because it's 60-month parm. I know what you're thinking. Golly gee, 60-month parm in my tonkatsu? I have a little store in Calgary. You have to find it from there. I got you all your provolones and burratas in here. You might be thinking, burrata? Trench coat? Yep, the pockets are wet. Okay, I'm trying here to showcase all of the products. Is it helpful? Okay. More, Daddy? These are from our dear friends at Cow's Creamery and PEI, from the boom operator. Ooh, hands. Ooh. Yeah. There's nothing like warm cheese breath on your neck. Okay, next thing we have from Xavier David. So this is a crottin, which roughly translates to goat, from goat shit. Yes, they're very popular in France. The cheese, not goat shit. I'm not sure what they do with that. Ooh, this is Riopel Brie from Fromagerie des Îles in Quebec. I think I'm gonna give up my career. It needs more Emmental still. Our fondue tonkatsu. We figured it out. Okay, if you can't tell, when they asked what we're doing, I said, just start the camera and we'll go. It's turning into a nice broth. Okay, it needs more cheese. If I had life advice to give, it just needs more cheese. So now with the addition of the Riopel, we're at 5. I don't even have a website up right now. It's gonna be even better for them to find it. We have a special treat for you today. The truffle. Ooh. Truffle-scented life. That'll be the name of my biography. This is called a
Katsu Obuchi slicer.
Katsu Obuchi slicer. Directions. Would you like to translate this for us? Mine's a little rusty.
It's like, what was that old? Will it blend? Will it katsuobushi slice? Oh, it did it! I have no faith. Needs more cheese. I might just use this all. Life's short. Ooh. Oh, found a new sound. See how much coffee I've had? Tiny Fish Co. It's gonna make some sort of filthy euphemism talking about a cute box, but I'm using restraint. What I love about this one is there's cheesy jokes on it. How do shellfish find their way home? Muscle memory. This is Alps 7, made in Japan, but it's called Alps. You see the sharp blade here? Then that's why I'm not gonna use it. So it's chorizo mussels. They look delicious. If you're a fan of conservas, oh, that's the right amount, I think. I'm smelling it now. Perfect. Okay, I think it's time. Oh, the ramen. You can put it in the hot tub style, like this, where it's just chilling. Put little arms on it. Oh, are you implying I should put the lid on? The starch in it is starting to thicken the broth, so we're all set. Not to say that we don't know what we're doing. More parm, just like pasta, gotta finish with beautiful parm. Just makes your heart happy. And clogged. I got the thumbs up from the producer. Ooh, mussels. 1, their oil, 2. Nope, just kidding, you thought I was gonna do 3. Suckers. It's still very hot. You know what? I'm so sorry. I'm the idiot. It deserves another one. Oh, right on top, okay. Right at the apex of my caffeine high, I can feel it. And again, genuinely, it's caffeine. I might even share with my friends. If you have any of the wonderful products you've seen today, the cookware, the spoons, not this spoon. We have it all. Okay, ready? It's one easy number, 1-888-669-6168. That's right, 1-888-669-6168. Operators are standing by. 24-hour service, right? Who's on the phone all the time? Who orders knives by the phone? I do. That's who does. Thank you so much.
Shut the light!
Can he give me a signal when he's ready to go into the water? Because I need to detach this.
今水に入れる瞬間行きますよみたいなシグナルをエイさんにあげて。じゃあ
My exposure.
Oh.
It's time for laser bowling.
This is gonna look super grainy because now we have no light.
Just one light, bro.
That's okay. You look good? All right, turn it back down.
Jesus, would you make up your mind?
All right, awesome. Should I adjust the exposure at all? All right, I'm at 5,000 now. There we go. That's fully cranked.
Well, just gonna explain one of the reasons why we turn the lights off is that he can see the color of the steel better.
きますよ。電気つけますか？電気。
Woo! Well, quenching is not quite as dramatic as you'd think. It doesn't make sparks or a big noise or anything, but it sure gets the job done.
ありがとうございます。じゃあこれは後で仕上げますね。磨きにします。
So he's going to finish this with the polishing. He's going to actually polish this and make it migaki polish. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go back to our regular scheduled programming for a little bit. Masashi-san's going to have some lunch. We're going to answer questions, so if you got product questions, pop them in chat. And yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Later on today, I believe our man Hudson is going to do a little bit of forging, and Masashi-san is going to finish the knife, put a handle on it, and one of you lucky folks might be able to become the owner of this blade. Oh, it doesn't want to focus on it, but that's okay. It's a mystery for now.
Stay tuned.
Back to camera one, Jacob.
Jacob.
You can be heard.
I'm on. All right. I did want to proudly show these people this great t-shirt I'm wearing today. And I don't know if anyone knows this, but this was the first thing that Knifewear ever sold, was this t-shirt. This is a Knifewear original. I bought this from Kevin when we worked online together at a restaurant. And then he turned a bunch of t-shirts into some money to buy some knives, and he bought some knives and bought some more knives, and now we're doing this. Okay, that was a bit of a diversion, but that was really effing cool. And I don't know what you folks are doing right now. You might be at work. I'm at work. And that was probably one of the coolest things I've done at work. That was quite awesome. So, give me something to talk about here. What are we doing now?
Give me something to write on.
Find an AS
What?
Kiritsuke that's really tall.
Why? You want one?
Not for me, but
AS Kiritsuke that's really tall. I got SG2, that's BAF.
Back to a regularly scheduled program. Mike, ask technology should do this kind of thing again. Blacksmith demos.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Should we have Blacksmith demos again? Do you think that was pretty fun to do? I thought it was pretty fun. I got a couple things. We got an Aogami number 2 Kiritsuke here.
We turned the cameras off to let them cool down, and then we forgot the part where you turn it back on.
Why don't you flip it back over again? I can do it.
Boom.
Right, so this is a blue number 2 bunka from Sakai Kikumori. Like, this thing's really beautiful, actually. It's got some weight to it. Feels good. Nice little bevel. Yeah, but you know what? I think SG2 and Aogami Super are my 2 favorite steels. And this Kurosaki Senko is pretty amazing. It's quite tall. His knives have just progressed over and over. He does this cool thing now where he drops the spine down from the handle, effectively making the knife feel taller. It's got this very low-angled K-tip to it.
So cool.
And it feels wicked, hey?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and with this acrylic handle, it's got really nice balance for being, I think that's a 270. So yeah. Kiritsuke's Aogami Super. I think. Oh, we got this Moritaka.
Oh hey, yeah. I don't know if it's the tallest one out there, but
this would not be the tallest, but this would definitely be the one that we've got with Aogami Super.
It is the Aogami Superist.
It's oh geez.
Oh, geez, Nathan.
Oh, geez.
Oh, geez, Nathan. Well, look at this here.
It's a knife. Moritakas have been making knives for like 730 years now. 731 now, I think.
Yeah.
So they are not bad at it.
No.
They're pretty good. I like, they're a little thicker. Like, they're not the lightest knives. And I like that because I always say I'm lazy.
Well, you
I
got
like
a
a knife
couple
that cuts for me.
Moritakas too, yeah.
My first Japanese knife was a 240 Gyuto in the Ishime line. And I love it. I still use it a ton at home. I just recently sharpened it and thinned it out for the third or fourth time maybe.
Nice.
Had it for 13, 14 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I think if you consider yourself a collector of knives, a Moritaka is one that you got to have in your collection at some point.
Well, I keep saying the same thing. I just love how it feels when I'm cutting food with them, and that's pretty important, I think.
All right, we got a question about West Japan Tools. Can we switch our camera there, please, Jacob? About West Japan Tools frying pans.
Yeah.
I don't know if we got one here, but
something that's amazing about, I remember talking with Shiva before he started to make the pans, and we were talking about the thickness of the steel and how a 3mm thick carbon steel pan is really awesome. But for the size that he wanted to make it, it was going to make it really heavy. So what he ended up doing was milling the sides of the pan, like the angled walls of the pan, so they were thinner at 2 mils, which took a lot of weight out of the pan.
And he angles them down more so they help with evaporation.
Yeah.
So if you toss a bunch of veggies in the pan or you try to sear 2 steaks at a time, it really helps get any excess water out of the pan and keeps that sear going.
Yeah, water's the enemy of a sear.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a carbon steel pan that acts like a cast iron pan in a lot of ways.
A lot of ways, yeah.
It's not as much of this kind of a pan, but really great for searing.
No, and he also did something pretty great for people to consider using it at home, is a lot of times you get a frying pan that size and that weight, and there's a really big handle on it, and that's designed for more industrial, commercial use. So he cut the handle down, so you can actually slide the pan into your oven, and
right,
and you don't have the handle.
with the Turk pan.
Yeah,
like I love the Turk pans, but if there's not food in it, sometimes they balance handle side.
Yeah.
And they're definitely not going in your oven. So.
Yeah, no, he did a great job with that pan. Cool.
If you got more knife questions, we're here for several more hours.
There's a knife question.
Oh!
Show off this so you can see the Damascus.
I was worried you were going to pass me a hot knife.
It is. Blacksmith joke.
All right. There, you can see the scale and oxidized steel actually coming off of my hands because this just came out off the forge. So I think Masashi-san was doing a bit of planishing, just refining with some cold forging. But this is what he forged earlier. So he could Damascus billet. He hammered out the shape of this letter opener. He got it on a grinding machine, grinding wheel, and a sander to get the shape going. It's got a nice taper to it. It gets thinner at the tip, so you're going to be able to slip it into some paper nicely. I'm excited to see how he sharpens it. I think he's going to give it like a Migaki polished finish.
I have a question that I think I know the answer to, but my question is going to be, why did he go and then grind it and then come back and put it in the forge? And I suspect that's because the steel is a lot easier to grind before you do the heat treating,
it's now very hard, and so to get that serious stock removal done where he's straightening out the spine and cleaning up the shape of the handle, you got to do that when the steel's soft because you're not doing any of that when it's...
You're going to blow through your sandpaper, right?
Yeah, exactly. If anybody was watched our video where I make a knife with Chris Green, it was very much the same. We got as much of the grinding done before the hardening as possible, and then we thinned it out more after the fact.
I'm going to get out of the way because this is the really fun thing that's happening right now is Hudson is this really cool young guy who's been learning to make knives. He's been coming around our Knifewear shop for years and works with our friend Chris Green and learned how to make some knives. But now this guy, Masashi, who is multi-generational kitchen knife maker, is checking out Hudson's knives. So I don't want to interrupt you because that's a pretty sweet moment. But yeah. What do you think about his knives, Masashi-san?
Oh, great.
Great?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that one looks very cool.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah.
Do you have ideas for him how he can improve?
Yeah.
It's a very difficult question, I know. Yeah.
時間ください。
Give him some time.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
We'll be right back with the answer to that question. Hudson, how was it watching Masashi-san work? Did you learn any? I know you learned a lot during our last blacksmithing demo that you hung out at. Did you learn anything today?
Just that curving technique for getting the scale off when you bent the blade.
Okay.
That's something I've never done.
So you flexed it to kind of pop the scale
to
off?
pop the scale off and then straightened it out again. That's something that I want to try out.
Yeah.
I think that could add a pretty cool texture with a bit less forge scale on the knives.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's very smart at coming up with tricks to improve knives and work smarter, not harder. And although he does work very hard, he's constantly coming up with cool stuff. So all right, awesome.
You should go and ask him questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Let's go lunch.
He's checking out your
We're gonna
knives.
take Blacksmith for lunch.
Sure.
I want to buy one of those today.
You can't.
I can't after today.
No?
Yeah.
There's none.
But what if we've sold them all to everyone else already? Yeah,
I was gonna bring one back.
I know.
I was with him last week.
Yeah.
I was gonna bring one back, but I knew we had some.
No.
We did have
I'm not
some.
saying no because I don't like you. I'm saying no because we've already sold them and you're too slow. I'm sorry.
Staff don't get to buy stuff until 6 p.m. on the first day, and that includes Kevin.
He's not happy with me right now.
Don't tell him that we got a couple.
I won't. Yeah.
All right, our
Don't
secret.
fucking tell him either. Jesus.
What are we doing, Jacob? We got some questions. What did I do with those sticky notes you gave me? Hatsu Kokoro Shinkiro 240mm Gyuto. I am getting dirty knife stuff all over everything. Food release from Andreas. I'm going to find that Shinkiro Gyuto.
Here's a really great question, and it's: are Yanagibas only for raw meat? Do they chip on crusty meats? Something like a brisket, something like a prime rib that's been slow roasted, they get a crust. And it depends is the answer, but primarily yes, they're designed for slicing raw fish, so a soft meat. And they certainly do an amazing job on cutting raw meat, pork or red meat. They do a wonderful job because instead of having, like if you've got a knife that's got 15 degrees and 15 degrees on the edge, you've got a 30-degree edge. If you've got a knife that's 0 on one side and 15 on the other, well, you've got 15, and it's a lot finer. So you can do wonderful cuts with it. Very, very smooth surface left behind on the meat or the fish, whichever you're cutting. The answer is it depends is because how it's been sharpened and which one you've got. If you leave a rougher, toothier edge on it, then you can bite into those crusts and such. But if you've got a really fine edge, like it would be sharpened for something like raw meat, it might not even bite into the crust. And if the crust is really, really, really hard, and sometimes on things like prime ribs, there's like a piece of silver skin or sinew that if you cook it for a long time, it becomes really, really hard.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I would do is, it's a bit of a cheater move, is I would fillet the top off of something and cut away a little bit of that crust, and I would make the first part of my incision through that.
Or, hear me out, sharpen the back half of your Yanagiba to like 800 grit or 600 grit. That might be really dumb, but you could do that, and then as you pull through, you break the crust, and then kind of like that Tatafusa bread knife where only the first 2 inches is serrated to break the crust, and then the rest is like a smooth blade.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I had a Yanagiba that I used for a while working in restaurants and when I was in culinary school, and I found on like fully cooked meats, like say you've got a deboned turkey breast that you're carving at a carving station, it wants to cut weird because it is an uneven bevel, and so it's going to cut towards that side, and you're going to get like kind of a doorstop shaped piece of meat.
Yeah, it's trickier to use, and it's kind of like, same like as a wing of an airplane, right?
Yeah.
So, if you're trying to cut something cooked and you want to cut it straight, you might find something that's more even, like a Tsujihiki, is suited better for that job. And they're like, does it chip? The answer is more like, can it? Or the question could be kind of like, can it chip? And the answer can be yes, it can. And sort of depends on what you would do with the edge, the fine edge. And you can adapt it by sharpening it.
Yeah, if you're mostly doing raw stuff and you're occasionally doing something cooked, get a Yanagiba. But if you are mostly doing cooked stuff, then just get a
Like we
Tsuchihiki.
just sharpened a Byakko for a guy, which is, he had like a 360 mil Yanagiba, and it was up in Banff, and the guy uses it for the carving station at the restaurant he works at.
Cool.
So he's literally carving roasted prime ribs with it all the time.
Cool.
But yeah, it's adapted the edge to be designed for that. Something cool about sharpening is it can be, you can
adjust a knife and how it performs with your sharpening.
Yeah. Somebody's asking about the Hatsukokoro Shinkiro 240mm Gyuto, stunning knife, and how food releases from it. I'm going to move Masashi-san's knife out of here. I haven't cut with this one myself, but I've cut with a lot of similarly shaped knives, and I find it pretty good because it's a bit of a thicker blade. I have a video on our channel about food release, which is basically the term for how food releases from your knife. Probably didn't need to explain that. But what I found through like some close-up tests was that a knife that has a really smooth transition up the blade tends to be more sticky, and a knife that has like a more pronounced hard line where this bevel starts, food release is better. That's like the main determining factor.
It drives it off the side, yeah.
Yeah, just the food continues along that bevel, then it splits off the blade. And so I would say this is kind of medium in that category. I'm sure food will stick to it, but not nearly as much as it would a kotetsu or, even a lot of masakages and stuff like that.
Yeah. You'll see us do this a lot, where we take a knife and we pinch just behind the edge and then sort of slide our fingers up towards the spine. And that gives us a sense of that sort of 3D. And it's pretty equal and thin for the first 6 mils. And then it starts to widen out about a third of the way up the bevel. But yeah, right as we get to the line here, it really pronounces, so it kind of like curves it off. And it's also much thinner up towards the tip than it is at the spine. I think you get a really good combination of being robust and fine. Okay.
I'm ordering pizza from Mason.
Oh, to be delivered to you here. Yeah. Well, Andres, I hope that helped and answered your question.
Yeah.
Someone needs to take this crowbar away from me, or else I'm going to break something with it.
Give me something to break.
Can we have more questions, please, Jacob?
Please, may I have another question?
Andrew Komono White 2 Kuruchi Damascus Petty, 130mm. Danny Fenton literally just asked. So.
Sweet, okay.
Talk about it.
Maybe.
If we I'm not seeing one.
And which one was that? That was Andrew Kurochi Damascus?
Yeah, it's both the Damascus and the Kurochi.
It's a stunning knife. It's very cool. It might be in one of our stores, and we might not have it here. Let me pull it up on our website and see what it looks like.
Yeah, or the ones we had, we could have packed it.
We may have a different shape that we could show.
Oh, okay. Well, let's find it. If anybody else has a question about knives, they need help shopping.
In the meantime,
we're taking a little break while Masashi-san gets some lunch. So yeah, pop them in the chat. Otherwise, we'll just start going off the rails, and I don't think you want that, so you better ask some questions. What else have we got?
I got no more questions. Any more playing cards?
Oh, yeah. Do we have any of those left? We've got these collectible cards from Sanjo Tsubame Sanjo.
Is there a Masashi card in there somewhere?
I don't actually know. That would be a Kevin and or Naoto question.
Do we still have the Genbu?
Or a Masashi question.
Did we sell any of these yet?
You just asked me 3 questions. Chisel. Do we have any chisels left? We have. Yeah, it looks like we still have a couple sets of those left. Wow. I mean, they are $1,500, but they're pretty beautiful.
So these will probably be around for a little while. So if you do know somebody that is a woodworker and particular about their tools, you might want to point them in the direction of us here, because we've got these really, really amazing hand-forged Damascus chisels. I would love to try one of these things, but I shan't, seeing as how they're not mine. But come on, look at this thing.
Okay, we have 9 packs of these Sanjo trading cards left. If you're looking for them on the website, they are under... Here we go. Tsubame Sanjo, Guardians of Artisans, The Dawn trading card.
The Dawn. Do we have this Saji left?
Whoop. Oh, I doubt we have that Saji left. What do we got here? We got That person.
Oh yeah, and there's that person.
Yeah.
Oh, we got this guy.
This is my favorite.
But we got this guy and his dog.
Maybe he's a dog walker.
Oh, he's the Sanjo dog walker.
Those are very cool. They're just like a fun little weird collectible item. Apparently you can play a game with them. You probably should know Japanese in order to do that, or use Google Translate. But they're fun. They're goofy. If you're a fan of Sanjo craftspeople especially. Let's check if we have that.
Yeah, what were some of the favorite things you had at the sale? This is one of my favorites. I think it would be amazing. I've probably said it a few times, but I like cutting steaks. It's one way to make your money go a little bit further. But I also do enjoy butchery, and I did it a lot as a professional chef, and like continuing doing some of that stuff. This knife, I think, is beautiful. It's taller than your typical Tsujihiki. It's got a bit more weight to it. It's got this nice curve on the tip. And I feel like what you'd be able to do is just put this in a piece of meat, drop it, and then drag it backwards, and you'd get a beautiful slice. I also think it would be actually quite an awesome knife for carving with. There's a really, really solid texture. It's a subtle texture, but it's everywhere. And this texture would be amazing at that food release that you want when it comes to anything that's like, meat, especially raw. And it just feels so goddamn good.
Yeah.
And it's SG2 with an ironwood handle. It is handsome, and it comes in this very beautiful Paulino wood box. Come on.
Pretty nice.
Come on,
this one's sold out, but if you're in Toronto or Ottawa, you can snag one of these.
A question
or tomorrow.
From Ben. Is the chisel steel continuous through the handle from the tip?
All the way through the handle. It's hard to say. I don't think so. It doesn't feel heavy enough for there to be a bunch of steel in here. I'm guessing what's the case is we've got a metal cap on there that's decorative. And then it probably stops partway through because you don't see the steel coming through on the end there. So I'm guessing it kind of comes in halfway.
Very good question. I'm going to find out next time we see Naoto.
Yeah, absolutely.
What were some of your favorite things this year, Nathan?
I mean, a lot of my favorite things have sold. I really like this chisel set. There's been
something.
Do we still have that little petty with the fish scaler? The mini Deba. I really like a Deba I know they're for fish, but I really like them for like game birds and fowl and stuff too. Chickens, ducks. You wouldn't use the scaler on a duck or a chicken, but give evolution a couple million years and maybe you will.
Listen, I bet you if you had a couple of feathers left in there, that scaler might help.
That would probably take care of them, yeah.
Something that we were just talking about with the Saji, Nathan mentioned that there is a couple in, you said in Toronto
and Ottawa.
In Ottawa.
Yeah.
So there are a few left in store that haven't sold. Now, those stores will close at about 6 o'clock this evening, their local time, and then we will turn their store inventory back on to be available on the website. We like our store experience to be really nice and happy for everyone who goes in store. So the first day, it's like there's a lot of moving bits, so we turn the stores off. So this evening, that inventory will return to the website.
Yeah.
So if that was something that you were looking for and you're sad that it was gone, check back around 6 o'clock.
Yeah, between 6 and 8 Mountain time.
Yeah.
Yeah. The stores get kind of turned on one at a time as they close.
Yeah.
Ellie goes in and turns it back on. So,
would you put that on the SMS chat? I don't know if you're in Knifewear. Would you have an SMS messaging thing now you can sign up for?
Probably not, because it's not like an exact time that we do it. But just check back. This is another favorite of mine. Is this new Hato line? I believe this is their other SG2 line. It just says SS on the handle, so I don't know what kind of stainless steel that is. But they're just really cool. I know this was inspired by the sound of waves, and that's what the name of the line actually comes from. But I just love this blue. Like, I'm not crazy about dyed woods normally, but this blue one is really tastefully done. You still see a lot of the grain and even some of the color of the original wood underneath, and it just complements this blade really
How do you
nicely.
make something look like sound?
Right. I think they've managed. It's pretty light and pretty thin compared to some of the heftier Hato stuff like the Sumi. And so if you are after a stainless steel laser, this would be a good choice. Moritaka's story. Yeah, somebody wants to know the story. So they started off, and I can't pronounce the name of the first Moritaka blacksmith because it's very long. But oh, it's on there. Here we go. Kongo Hueo Minamotono Moritaka was a swordsmith for the Buddhist priests at Mount Homan in Daisafu, Fukuoka. I'm literally just reading off the care letter. But they have made knives for, I think, 27 generations now. Nope. How long? Yeah, about 27.
Yeah.
730 years.
So we always have a care letter that we put into every knife. It's something that, honestly, this guy here, Nathan, writes. And it's a story about the knife, that the knife line, and then the makers. And then on the back side, we've got all the care that's pertinent to that type of steel, and that's pretty general. But the Moritakas are one of the few that actually do the same thing, and they include their own care letter. And of course, we leave that in here, including their free resharpening service. If that works for you, you do need to ship it to their house in Japan. Shipping might be a little bit more expensive there, but they do have this wonderful story. They've been in this region of Japan for centuries, and you can tell their house is their new house. It's 300 years old. It's huge. The other side of their driveway is the, that goes in that Kiritsuki. The other side of the driveway is their shop, and that's where they make knives. In the backyard behind their house is another forge, and that was their sword forge. Hilariously, when I was there the first time, the guy said, "Hey, do you want to cut some bamboo with a samurai sword?" And my answer was, "Abso-fucking-lutely."
You guys got to throw throwing stars too, didn't you?
No, we didn't get to throw throwing stars either. He searched around, like the guy was looking behind like the doors and like underneath stuff, couldn't find the sword. The sword just like disappeared on him.
Lost the family sword. Whatever.
But
It'll throw it next week.
The other thing I really like that's very cool about them is they've lived in the same place for so long, and it's mountainous, and it's in southern Japan, and it's beautiful and wonderful. And we were there watching them work, and the grandfather came down and grabbed a big bucket, and he grabbed his grandkid, and off they went into the forest. And like an hour and a half later, he showed up, and each of them had a bucket filled with some green that they just went and foraged.
Cool.
But you think about foraging here, and it's like a big mystery, and how would I know what to buy?
Yeah.
Because we just buy food at a grocery store. These people lived in the same place for 400 years or more. So yeah,
they're pretty familiar.
They know what's growing in the woods.
Jesus.
Right? I just think it's so cool. And they're just lovely, genuine, amazing humans. So I really enjoy the Moritakas. And it turns out I really like using their knives. Maybe it's because I like them so much. We have another question here, is why choose SLD? SLD is a steel type. It's a stainless steel. And we see it being used a lot in Masashi's region in Niigata. And that's one of the main steels that he likes using. And one of the things that he's told me he likes about it is because it has a crisp edge. Crisp edge. How do you describe that? Well, there's something about it to me that I like where it always bites into the food that you're going to cut. Sometimes you can get a knife really, really sharp. You always see videos of people like, I'm cutting paper and my knife is sharp. But that does tell you how fine the edge is. And there's some feedback you get when you're cutting to know if you've done a good job cleaning up the edge. But practicality is different. You're not really cutting paper for dinner. When you're cutting food, sometimes a really sharp knife will actually bite, or not bite, I should say, and
glide across the tomato
it'll
skin,
almost glide across a tomato skin. And it's a weird feeling because you now feel defeated. You just put a bunch of effort into sharpening your knife and you can't even cut a tomato. But you get a knife with that toothy kind of a steel, it probably comes down to something like carbides in the steel, which are like sort of crystal structures of steel, I think. I'm a cook. I don't know most of this technical shit, but
more or less.
I've kind of learned it on the side, and it allows the knife to bite into things really nicely. I think it's a little bit more brittle when you compare it to something like SG2, which is super hard, but that powder stainless, like frankly, I find that steel quite durable. However, I've come to learn over time that the type of steel, and Nathan and I did this zany video a while ago where we kind of got together all of the wacky excuses and reasons we've heard that people have chipped their knives, things they've done that have caused chips in their knives. So we made this video at my old house, and I had like safety glasses on, and we were chucking them in dishwashers and gardening and doing all this stuff. And we used the same knife, and we actually had this like experiment, or it was like a competition with our staff.
Yeah.
We got a box of the same knife, and they all sharpened them, and Sheba tested them. Well, I grabbed 2 of those knives and went to go and do this thing where I was intentionally trying to chip knives to demonstrate what you can and can't do. And one of the 2 knives wouldn't chip. And it was because whoever had sharpened it had done it in a way that the edge was really quite thick. So I had 2 knives that were the same knife, made at the same time, at the same place, by the same person, out of the same steel. It was white carbon steel. And it took me a lot. And I mean, like, I was whacking it on a brick until I could get it to chip. Like,
it was pretty crazy.
It was pretty crazy. So the thinness of the blade itself is a huge factor, regardless of the steel type.
Somebody's asking about the Nakagawa Bunka versus the Hado Kurosame, and we have neither of those knives in the warehouse right now. But it's interesting because they're pretty similar on paper. They're both fairly tall. They're both about 3 millimeters thick at the spine. They're both high carbon steel. But I find the way Hado knives cut, largely because Hado is a knife sharpening company specifically, just kicks almost everything else to the curb. Nakagawa knives are fantastic, and I got a lot of time for them. But can you get the top down, please, Jacob? But the bevel on a Hado is so gradual and smooth, and it's fairly tall, meaning that you have a lot of room for the blade to get from thin to thick, and that gives you a more gradual glide when you're cutting through stuff. So for me, I really like the way Hado performs over just about anything, especially when it comes to a bunka. I have a Hado Sakai bunka that I really love, and the Kurosame is really nice because it's stainless clad. White carbon steel is very reactive, and the cladding steel they use on the Sumi series is quite reactive as well, so it rusts very easily, and that's fine, but it means I don't always pull that knife out. And the stainless cladding on the Kurosame compared to the Nakagawa is going to make it a lot easier to care for, and just a knife that you're probably a little more likely to pick up and get to work with. We had another question about the Tsunehisa Ju-Go. And I am going to find that. Jacob, do you remember which one that one looks like?
Which
one? Bear with us for a sec, folks.
Ju-Go?
Ju-Go. Ju-Go for lunch. Well, nickel in steel, like there's kind of 2 things. There's nickel like Damascus, which the nickel is just a separation. Will you switch cameras, please? Nickel just separates the layers of the steel, so it gives you, like, if you look at the Masuga Kumo or the Kato Black Damascus, you get some nice variation between the different layers of steel on the cladding.
And you make that show up by etching it in an acidic formula that
nickel in the
nickel
steel
doesn't
itself.
etch.
Do you know what that does?
It makes it stainless.
Okay.
Right? It does something similar to chromium. And again, my steel knowledge is limited. We typically see stainless in knife steel achieved using chromium. I know nickel in the alloy will create a stainless.
Yeah, right.
But I don't know if that's ever done in a situation where you're trying to sharpen it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I mean, steel companies are constantly experimenting with different things to add to steel in different proportions and different ways of adding things, and they all affect the steel differently, and I don't know very much about that.
Yeah.
Once Naoto gets back, we can ask him, and we'll get a much better answer.
We're pretty, not smart.
Yeah. Got a brain for camera. Got any more questions?
Did we talk about this cassette Conroe?
Iwatani. Did we play that ad today that Iwatani had?
I love this thing. I saw it the other day on the shelf, and I thought it was like a stereo. But no, this thing, and a couple of our staff have these now, and I'm hearing that they're in love with them. So if you've ever used one of those butane gas burners, this is the same thing. You put the butane canister, goes in the slot here, and then, so say you like yakitori or you want to do some of the grilled barbecue of thinly sliced meats or skewers, but perhaps you live in an apartment, it's not feasible for you to use charcoal. Maybe you want to use it inside, which is never a place that you should burn charcoal. Well, this guy allows you to do that with butane. So you can rest your sticks on there, or you've got right flat onto a grill here. We've tried it a couple times. You'll want to get that thinly sliced meat. Something thicker like a steak didn't work as well as you'd want it to. Doesn't have enough horsepower for you, but this thing's really cool. And one of the things you can do with this tray here in the bottom is you put water into it, and it absorbs or catches the drips, and it makes it easy to keep it clean. It also makes it smokeless. And I don't mean smokeless, probably not like no smoke, but probably like smokeless. Something about the water draws the smoke down, and yeah, which is nice, especially if you're kind of doing it inside. I think this would be super fun in the winter somewhere, like almost like a little fondue pot. Iwatani has been making these really great products. They got really, really smart designs baked inside of them. They're a little butane burner, like side burner for hot pot or something like that, is just brilliant. So I think this thing's pretty awesome too. Do we still have this Kurosaki folding knife?
The carbon fiber one? I hope not.
Oh, that's nice. So Yu Kurosaki is in Takefu, and he's this really famous and successful young blacksmith who has been doing some cool stuff in pocket knives. So this is, I believe it's SG2.
Yeah, it is.
SG2 hand-forged blade. I mean, he's a kitchen knife maker. He would have had to make all of this just by hand. This is carbon fiber scales, so super light. It's quite a good size. This is a pretty awesome knife, and it's got a liner lock here, the mechanism, so it's a locking blade, and you can't open it one-handed. There's a little groove on the spine, and you can, boom. What a kick-ass knife!
I love the way those feel, like the feedback. Well, bad news, Mike. We still got one.
Bad news for you.
Why? Because you're gonna get it? Oh, or me. All right. So in about 10 or 15 minutes, we're gonna fire our forge back up, get it warmed up, and in about 15 minutes, Hudson, the young blacksmith that we got here,
camera one,
is going to be forging knives. He is also very fast at forging knives. He starts with a pretty thin piece of steel, but he, as you probably heard earlier, he's been making kind of Japanese-inspired knives here in Canada, and really coming up with his own style that's quite cool and unique. So he's going to show us how he does kind of the rough forging of a knife live on stream. We also have something very exciting from him.
Well, he's a smart kid, and he's been hanging out with us for a while. You know, he's been making some Damascus stuff here, and yeah, and Nathan's got something even cooler because Hudson helped us out. He brought down his forge when we had Nigara come and visit, and it was funny. We were driving back from his house, and he said, "Do you think it would be okay if I did some forging too?" And I was like, "Well, it's your forge, so no one can stop you, and also you're getting to forge next to this guy named from Nigara, so like you should absolutely jump in there." But what is this?
So this is one of the blades that Yoshizawa-san forged at the event, and he gave it to Hudson. This is Damascus steel that he layered himself, and he did kind of all the shaping, got the blade right. But it was extremely thick, and so Hudson has been working away very diligently, hand sanding up here, trying to get a beautiful stone finish on the blade itself. He's still got a ways to go, but he's going to bring out this beautiful Damascus pattern that Yoshizawa-san is known for. And so this will be available. I think it's going to be about $2,000. It's going to be available at some point, probably before Christmas. So he's got to finish working on it, put on a handle and something like that. But if anybody's interested in this extremely one-of-a-kind piece, then they should get in touch with us.
That's a cool story.
It's probably not going to happen again. So, right. Yeah, pretty awesome. So it's partway there, and it's going to be awesome when he's done.
Okay.
Nolan has it. He should have it.
You have any questions there, bud? All right.
Mason is currently gathering some good Christmas gifts sent.
Some Christmas gifts, yeah. So if you do have questions, we got about 10 more minutes to answer them until Hudson is forging there.
Did you get
So
something
get them in the chat
Rainbow
now.
Damascus?
How many people are hanging out watching this thing?
What's that?
Is it a Christmas
Thank you
gift
to everybody
with a
that's
price?
still with us at 1:30. Okay, well, you folks are awesome. So Hudson's, here's what's going to happen for the rest of the day. Masashi-san's just having a break, having some lunch, because he is technically on vacation right now, so we're trying not to work him too hard. So he is going to finish resting up, get some fresh air. Hudson is going to forge out a blade for us and show us how he works. And then probably about an hour from now, I would say around 2:30 Mountain Time, Masashi-san will get into Naoto's sharpening lab, and he is going to finish that knife, put a handle on it, sharpen it. It's going to be pretty cool. All right, you got some.
Now, Nathan, is there anything that says
Santoku.
Christmas to you
Christmas Santoku.
more than a Santoku?
No.
The elves in the North Pole have been hammering out
virtues.
these blades.
Ho, ho, ho.
That's the funniest thing I heard all day.
Actually got Jacob to laugh. That's impressive. He's been giving me the stone face all day. All right.
Jacob Ishime.
Yeah.
Do you know what makes a really great Christmas gift? Something that looks good and is stainless. Stainless is easier to manage and take care of.
And doesn't blow the hell out of your budget, depending on your budget.
Yeah. So something that looks good, it's in the eye of the beholder, but look at that handle.
Yeah. You know,
charred oak.
A lot of people think Japanese knife, they think shiny blade, wood handle. This has those things. It's stainless steel. It's 20% off, so it's only $105.
Well, it's light and it's thin.
That's got to be...
that's not a joke. That is the price.
Jesus.
Right?
All right?
Yeah.
That's impressive. Okay, next up we have also Atsune Hisa. I should tell you the names of these. So the first one was the Sanju, S-A-N-J-U. Second one is the Nijugo. These are all named after numbers because there's so many lines of Tsune Hisa knife that we ran out of fun names for them. We just started giving them numbers. But they're in Japanese, so it sounds authentic. El Authentico. So this is the... Thanks, Mason. This is the VG1. It's got a Western handle. It's not a full tang in the sense that it comes down all the way on both sides. It's like a half full tang. It comes along the top, and then it stops about part way down there. And so it doesn't quite have the weight of a German handle, which I'll be honest is a little hefty for me. So I like this because it still puts a bit more of the weight in the blade. It balances forward, but it's not super light, not super heavy. It's a Goldilocks weight.
I don't know. I would just get the Toshitaka. Mm-hmm. It's such a cool knife. It's light. It's thin. Right? It feels like a very precision tool. I like SG2 steel. I think it's pretty strong, actually. Again, this knife is quite thin, so that might bring out some of the hardness.
Yeah, like don't twist a pin out of an avocado, but like
true. Yeah,
you'll be fine. I got to chip it cutting carrots. Yeah, it's a beautiful knife. It's going to cut like crazy. If this is somebody's first Japanese knife, they are going to have extremely high standards for the rest of their life because that's a crazy high benchmark.
It's pretty hard to go down from that level.
I don't think you can. I mean, that's why Jacob pretty much only uses Kobayashis because they don't really get more lasery than that.
Yeah.
Everything else he cuts with, he just
What's
turns
this?
his nose at.
What's this HAP 40 you got on the table? Because that's a really cool kind of steel.
Is this? Oh, it's a Hatsukokoro. Yeah, HAP 40 is phenomenal. I have one of those old Mugans made out of HAP 40, and it's I've sharpened it like 2 times in the past 11 years. It's bananas stuff. It's just crazy hard. This guy isn't super thick, so that kind of balances out. You know, it's not going to stay sharp forever because it is a thinner edge. But it is going to keep its edge even longer than like an SG2 steel.
It is something that is very challenging to sharpen. Mm-hmm. And I remember the first couple times sharpening it, Kevin walked by me finally and he said, you know what you're doing is all the right stuff. You're just not spending enough time doing it. And so it just takes more. And one of the reasons it stays so sharp is because it's such a hard wearing steel. I believe it's a high speed stainless tool steel or a high-speed tool steel. So it's meant to be able to do things like make drill bits or whichever and undergo a lot of use and a lot of wear without wearing away.
And when you think about sharpening and sharpness,
yeah,
you know, it's not going to get dull fast.
Very high wear
But it's also not going to get sharp fast either.
No. This guy is good old VG10, a very reliable stainless steel that is fairly easy to
Good old
sharpen.
Rainbow Damascus VG10.
Right? I love the Rainbow Damascus. I don't own one yet. I think I'll probably go for the Acid Etch Rainbow Damascus with this darker look to it.
Oh, would you?
Yeah.
No, I'd go for the polish one.
Yeah. Well, there you go. We can both have one. This guy is, I mean, it's stunning though, right? Like the copper and the brass in there. The camera doesn't really even do it justice. It's just a beautiful knife. You catch the light just right, which I'm not going to be able to. It just really pops. But, you know, if you like a darker look, this guy is VG10. They're both VG10W, which is just like a slightly upgraded version of VG10.
Yeah, it's sort of a new version. I haven't used it yet.
I haven't either, but I hear very good things from people. Yeah. All right. Like, for some reason, they just chose to make the engraving a little shinier than the rest of the blade. Yeah, I'm a fan. All right, Mason, we got any questions? It's our honorary moderator, Mason, while Jacob takes a break. Mason is our graphic designer, so if you see a cool poster or a sticker or an enamel pin or a graphic online or on social media, product packaging, you do a lot of stuff. Actually, one of the coolest things Mason does is called the Pigeon, and it is a sometimes zine. I think it comes out like 3 times a year that our staff make. And so all our staff have the opportunity to contribute articles and drawings and stuff. The latest one just came out. It'll be going in orders this week. It'll be in stores for you to pick one up before they run out. But there's only a few thousand printed, so make sure you grab one.
You know, the Pigeon is cool, but I think what's cool about it is that we have such a creative group of people we work with that we're able to just like get people to draw cool stuff, right? One of our staff in Toronto actually illustrated the cover on this one.
I love Maddie's drawing.
And it's like the fortune teller pigeon from, is it from Big? That's what makes me think about. She is not 40, so she probably doesn't remember Big. But I brought these out again. I don't think we've been talking much about them. Nathan and I were both kind of going on about them a couple hours ago, but Diced is this company out of Vancouver. It's run by a chef, and he's got this team of people that they're turning out these really cool knives. We've brought in a small selection of their butchery fish knives. Often we are asked for, you know, this knife. Hey, have you got a flexible filleting knife? And it's just not something that we get out of Japan very often. Frankly, their butchery is very different. Their cuisine is very different. What people buy at a grocery store and take home is very different. So some cases, their knives are not what we're used to using. So these guys are using a steel called AEBL. It's a Swedish stainless steel that was originally used a lot for making straight razors. It was designed a long time ago, around sort of when stainless steel became a thing. And it's a really wicked steel, and it's one of those things that turns some of those old adages on their head, like harder steel is the one that stays sharper longer. This isn't particularly hard steel, but it does have a really, really good edge retention. I actually have a slicer, a 210 slicer from a long time ago, made with this steel, and it's wonderful. It's always got a nice edge on it. Single steel, so there's no sanmai. You wouldn't ever need to like hot rod this or thin it out. They're $235. They're made here in Canada. They're wicked steel. And honestly, these things make me want to butcher something. Like, this is like a nice butcher knife for me. I think that curvature is beautiful. It's pretty stiff. It's the right length. If you're taking apart pieces of meat, if you're cleaning fat and sinew off of something, that would be awesome. You could trim stuff up really easily. You could even portion some smaller types of things. You know, obviously, portioning a ribeye might be a little bit hard of that, but they're super nice. We've recently just got them in, so it's sort of a nice addition to our butchery collection of stuff. What else have we got in recently that's fun? You know, something we haven't been talking about is all the stuff that's down here, and some stuff that we added to the sale this year, just kind of out of our regular inventory, to be honest.
We've got a few things from Little Deer. We brought in this really wide spectrum of their products, and we have a little bit of overstock in some things, like this beautiful little spoon, which is like, to me, like this is like what you use to taste your soup with. This big long, it's like I feel like this is a witch's spoon for a cauldron. But
toil and trouble.
Oh, it took me a second to understand what was happening there. Little Deer spoons are really amazing. One of our coworkers, after we brought them in, realized that they were at their folks' house, and the wooden spoon that their mom cooked with and they grew up with as a child was actually a Little Deer spoon. So they
it even still had like part of the logo on it,
right? And their parents had it for like 30 years or something. It's pretty awesome.
They're cool. They're like a little collective that like they make products, but they try to do so in a really sustainable way. So they grow like most of their own food on their property, and they use all the wood shavings to make like biochar to build their soil, and they do like solar power.
Goddamn hippies!
It's the most hippie wooden spoon in the best way.
We also have a good collection of some microplanes. And Microplane had a ton of different colors. We're kind of down to the last couple of them, so we got these on 20% off. Toadfish makes these really cool oyster knives. This is actually a clam knife. One thing that's really neat that they have is like you might see cut-proof gloves. Something we carry is a cut-proof glove. This is just that material as a cloth. So if you're ever shucking something, you might understand that. Nice to have something that can help protect you, so you don't get those scars.
We're legally required to call it a cut-resistant glove, but the Knifewear ones are quite tough. We've had.
Thank you for that.
I've given them to 2 people to test. Cohen at Regina's Fine Meats, which if you're in Calgary, you should go buy your steaks there because they're phenomenal.
Yeah.
He gave them to his apprentices, and they've been using them for butchery, and they're quite good. And if you look on our Instagram, Dale, who did that stone knife video for us earlier in the year, came out in July. He taught Tiff how to make stone knives and arrowheads. And Dale Cooper, and he's been.
Is it called flocking?
Flint napper.
Flint napping.
Yeah. He's an archaeologist and he does a lot of flint napping. And he's been using our cut-resistant gloves for flint napping, and he finds them better than the rubber dip gloves because they give him a lot more dexterity and like feedback. So, great gloves.
They match my shirt.
Those look great.
These
man.
tweezers go with my outfit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This jacket would look good if you put like that color of button on it.
Oh, yeah, good idea. Probably won't do that though. So,
we had a question about somebody asking how we inspect knives before we ship them out, and I went and bugged our staff, and they don't want to talk about it because they're really busy packing orders.
They don't want to talk about it. They want to do it.
They want to get as much out the door as possible today. So I'm going to leave them alone, and I'm going to tell you how I did it the last time I packed an order for shipment, and how I'm pretty sure they do it because I try not to bug them while they're working. So first up is a visual inspection. And we go through it in several stages, but basically, we look at the knife from a bunch of different directions and make sure it looks good. Look at one side of the blade, look at the other side, look at one side of the blade, make sure it looks good, there's no weird scratches. Look at the other side of the blade, make sure everything's kosher. We look down the spine typically from the handle and basically just make sure the knife's straight. I also look down the blade and make sure the edge is straight, because even if the spine is straight, sometimes the edge can be wobbly. I also look this way from the tip, because sometimes there's things you won't see looking from the handle. I make sure it feels okay in the hand, like there's no sharp edges that are going to catch my fingers along the spine and the choil. I check the handle, make sure there's no damage from production or shipment on it. Make sure it looks good. Make sure it's seated in straight so that there's a straight line from here to here and it's not like going off at a weird angle. Sometimes a knife could be installed a little crooked off this way, and so I make sure that's looking good. We check the edge. So we typically use phone book paper or fine newspaper because they're both pretty delicate and they're really going to snag if you have too much of a burr or a microchip or anything that could be wrong with the edge, again, from shipping, or somebody just missed a small detail. I often just give them a quick strop just to be safe. Most knife makers that we work with give their knives a utilitarian edge. And so there's different kinds of edges, right? A lot of people who are really into knives expect like the sharpest possible edge, but most knife makers don't actually give their knife the sharpest possible edge. They give an edge that's going to hold up well to an average home cook.
Yeah.
And so we make sure the edge is smooth, but we don't worry about it being perfectly smooth because we typically stick with whatever the maker intended. And so if it's got a slightly more convex edge, or it's got an edge that's a little toothier, I know Shiba really likes to do that. I don't touch that. I don't remove that burr because he intentionally leaves a little bit of burr behind so that as it actually breaks off, his edge stays sharp longer. That's his theory. So I respect that and stick to the way he wants the knife to feel, but I make sure the edge is super sharp and free of any issues. Make sure the box looks good and isn't mashed up or something from shipping. Make sure it's in the right box. Make sure it has the right care letter. Make sure everything just matches the way it's supposed to.
Yep.
That's I think mostly what I do. Make sure the knife doesn't rattle around after you pack it all up and everything.
Well, we actually, Nathan does tons of videos. You might know, being as how you're watching us on YouTube, that we actually have a YouTube channel. The thing you might not know is we actually put a whole ton of work into it and try to create different cool content videos. We try to make sure things are fun. We try to inspire people, but we also try to inform people and help anybody, especially post-purchase kind of questions you might have. Make sure we're providing you adequate care instructions for products.
Yeah.
So if you do have thoughts or questions that you find information we're not really able to convey to you as much as you want us to, give us some ideas. We'd love to make some videos for you. That's who they're for in the first place. But no, one of the videos we did a couple years ago now is we had Tiff, who was our warehouse manager, go through the whole process of packing a knife. Also did a great video on how to pack a knife should you want to mail it to us, because we do take mail-in sharpenings here.
Yeah, and you know what? We're humans, we're fallible, so if we ship you something and there's a problem, get in touch and we'll fix it for you. I'm extremely fallible. We are going to be ready to go fairly soon, I think. Do you know where Hudson is there, Nota? Okay. Well,
Looks like Mason's skulking about with a post-it note, like he's got a last question.
Is somebody grabbing one?
Or?
Beginner set.
Oh,
sure. Okay.
Whoever bought one of Hudson's butcher knives, you're gonna love it. It's a super rad shape.
Oh, amazing.
Nolan's just packing it for an order there. That's Nolan. He is one of our warehouse staff. You might have also seen his videos.
But stainless steel Nakiri,
yes, not too bad.
And a petty.
Do we have a petty that kind of matches?
He is a major knife nut. He has over 250 Japanese kitchen knives. You can see his video on our channel. He is possibly the most passionate person in the company about Japanese kitchen knives and knives in general. But he works in our warehouse. He has his dream job where he spends all day packing up knives for people that are taking them home. And he gets to lovingly inspect and pack every knife. And he genuinely loves what he does. So that's probably who inspected your knife. And he probably did a better job than me.
I'm going to keep looking. The question is, can we look at a beginner set?
Yeah, so depending on what you cook, getting started with 2 or 3 knives is a good way to go. It'll give you some versatility. For me, these are the 2 knives I use the most, either a 210 or a 240 millimeter Gyuto, chef's knife basically, and a petty or paring knife. I use a 135 millimeter paring knife or petty knife because I have fairly large hands, and so most of these blades I can use in my hand as a paring knife, and I can use on the cutting board to cook small, quick meals. I really like the profile that the Tsunehisa and the Haryuki and some of these narrow blades have, because they're a little easier to use in your hand, especially if your hands aren't quite as big as mine. To me, 135 millimeters is the perfect size, but don't be afraid to go a little bit smaller if you don't have giant bear mitts. This would be a good 3-piece set. You've got a longer chef's knife for doing big stuff, cutting meat, etc., and you've got a chopper, a Nakiri for vegetables.
They're pretty much ready.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. I'm going to let you finish that up, Mike, and I'm going to make sure Hudson's good to go.
So I just looked around what we got left on the table here, and I think this would be a really wicked set, the Juichi by Tsunehisa, and it's a chef's knife and a petty knife, and like Nathan said, that's kind of the combo. If you toss a Santoku or an Akiri in between, it'd be good. So these 2 are beginner in a funny way that this would be an entry point that would be higher than most people's end points, if you know what I mean. So it's white carbon steel #1, which is really amazing steel, and it has a stainless steel cladding on the outside. Cladding being like a little layer of metal on the outside. These two are kind of matching from the same series. It's a 135 mil petty and a 240 chef's knife. So if you're really looking to do kind of one and done, this would be a great place to be, because those two shapes and sizes would cover every job you could possibly do. Provided you're someone who's willing to put in the effort to care for something and not use a fine tool like this in a really rough way, I think you'd be really, really happy and you'd have these forever.
Great job, Mike.
Thank you, Jacob. You're doing a great job too, buddy. Jacob's been on the keyboards back there. He's got the headsets on. He's like, I don't know, what does that make you? A director? Producer? Key grip? Gaffer? Boom?
Just the moderator, I guess.
Mod. All right. So,
two minutes.
Show that to the top, right?
So this is what we had made with Masashi here. Obviously not done. Looks like we're moving into a Hudson situation here, and you can see bits of Damascus starting to show up here. And this is really cool, right? Because this is that Kurochi, and you know, you might have been able to see what he started with just a piece of steel. And through the process of getting it hot and cooling it down, it develops this black burnt surface. It's like a crust. And you know, that's what any of these knives would have looked like, right? At some point, this knife would have looked like this. What happened is they took this knife, there we go, and they would have put it onto an abrasive material, a belt, a brush, and they would have cleaned all of this black off of it. And that's how you get those polished blades. One thing that we like, especially on carbon steel, and why you see Kurochi finish on carbon steel a lot, is because once you polish that Kurochi finish off, the polished steel, when it's carbon steel, will rust really easily and really, really quickly. So with those knives, you really need to be present and try to make sure that you're keeping it dry. Oh, they must have packed another 50 orders. I hear life is a highway. All right. What else have we got to go on here? Well, the Sasquatch knives that Masashi made were probably two of my favorite things that I've seen in a really long time. I would show them to you, but they've already been packed up. I believe he engraved them with someone's name on them. And I think that's not just cool, it's also special. I think something that's really cool about what we get to do here is when you look at the stuff you buy, you rarely know the name of the person who made it. And something that we get to do is know the name of the person who made the thing that we're selling and using. We get to know them, their families, and I think that's a rare thing in this world of commerce. I think it's something that endears you to the product and makes you appreciate what it is. Getting to watch and actually really truly understand how much just effort, physical strength and work goes into the production of these knives, the literal blood, sweat, and tears, I think just makes them even cooler.
All right, soldier, you've been relieved. It's time for some knife making.
Mic off. Mic out.
Hello, I'm over here now. I am here with Calgary knife maker Hudson Torrens, young hotshot blacksmith making some crazy good knives. I know one or two of you already ordered one. They are available on the website right now. First of all, Hudson, thank you so much for coming today and for providing your anvil and forge. As I said earlier, Hudson's been coming into Knifewear for over 4 years to get our feedback and expert advice on knives. And it's insane to see how much you've progressed in those 4 years. And you just get better and better with every kind of round of knives that you make. So if I'm not mistaken, today you're going to show us how you forge. Do you want to talk about that a little bit? You're going to have to kind of yell at the camera.
Okay. I'm just forging. Here, I'll show the pieces. This is the starting point, and I'm going to be forging it into like a mini chef knife kind of thing. A little bit bigger than a petty knife, but not a full size.
Kind of like a 6-inch kind of
Maybe
thing?
like 7.
Cool, okay.
Around 7, yeah.
Awesome, so good kind of everyday kitchen knife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice like utility knife size.
Okay, right on. So as we go through the process, I'll ask Hudson some questions. If you have questions, you the viewer, Jacob will pass those to me and I'll read them out for Hudson to answer. And I'm sure you can also just kind of narrate your process a little bit as we do.
Yeah, I'm using 5200 and the starting stock is 1/8 thick. So you'll notice some differences in forging between the last demo because of how thin this material is to start with.
Yeah. Are we able to angle this just slightly just so we can get a bit more of a side view of you working? Just a touch. Thanks, man.
Ready?
You just stand up there just so I can adjust the height of this a little bit. Should be good.
Awesome. I'm gonna get started. Because the material is so thin, it buckles a lot. So I have to So I have to keep flattening it out.
Just in case you couldn't hear, as he's hammering, because he starts with a pretty thin piece of steel, it wants to curve this way when he hammers it on top. And so he has to alternate kind of hammering to shape the blade and switching and flattening it over so he can keep it nice and flat and it doesn't curl over, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear us okay, Jacob? Woo! All right, like I said, if you got questions for Hudson, pop them in the chat. He works pretty quick, so you're going to see a knife take shape pretty fast today. Cool,
This isn't my favorite material to work with. I like starting with a little bit thicker material just so it doesn't buckle like that.
It's easier to work with in some ways.
Yeah, like it takes more energy to shape it.
Yeah.
But if you don't have to worry about the buckling, you can go a little bit faster. So it's helpful.
Santa's here. Merry Christmas. I think those are packages for UPS. I see they're still on the medieval delivery system.
Yeah.
And how long have you been making knives, Hudson?
Like pretty much exactly 4 years now.
That's it, eh?
Yeah. Like I think I started late 2020.
Wow.
So around this time in 2020.
Okay, cool.
Slowly drawing it into a point, but I have to go pretty slow because of how thin the material is.
All right, while that's heating back up, we have our first question for you. This is from Charminator, a regular viewer. Who do you look up to? I'm assuming they mean knife makers, but...
Masashi, of course.
No surprises there.
Yeah. It was really cool meeting Go Yoshizawa too, and there's some European makers that I also really like to work, like Ben Kamen and Simon Krieshbaum.
Okay, cool.
They're, yeah.
I'll have to check them out.
Yeah.
Cool, right on. And do you need water or anything, man? Just to like drink or?
Yes, please.
All right.
closer. That's a good question. I don't know. Like, I like 52100, but I recently retried using some 26C3, and that was really nice to forge. So I might start using more of that in the future. But I like to experiment with a lot of different steels whenever I can.
Are there any steels you want to try that you haven't yet?
The Japanese steels.
Any particulars that you've heard about, or?
Like Shirogami 1 and 2, and Aogami 1 and 2, and Super.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
All of them. Yeah. Masashi-san, are there any steels that you think you should try? Any Japanese steel that you think you would enjoy trying? Like,
getting more of a tip on it now.
I'll bring it up close to the camera.
Okay. So soon I'm gonna flip it around and forge the tang down, and then flip it back around and do more of the final shaping.
Yeah, I'm trying. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so that's where he's got in maybe 10 minutes there. Cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, he's my friend. He's over in Nova Scotia.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So are there any other kind of challenges that you have to pay attention to when you're forging with this thin piece of steel, or?
Yeah,
I imagine it heats up pretty quick, eh?
It does. It heats up pretty quick, but it also cools down pretty quick. And 52100, because of the chromium in it, it's more hardenable. So when it starts getting lower temperature, you can deal with some issues with cracking.
Oh.
So you want to make sure it's back in the forge.
Like if you're hammering too cold.
Yeah. You don't want to, like, except for like very light planishing hammering.
Yeah.
You don't want to hit it cold.
And how about overheating? Do you have to worry about it getting too hot and losing carbon? Or?
Mainly just like a lot of the decarb is in the surface. Like, you do have to worry about it, but as long as you're forging at a reasonable speed, it should be okay. Okay. But you definitely don't want to overheat too much, because you don't want to get close to melting, because then the steel starts to crumble. And at too high temperatures, it also forms too much scale. You don't want to. You want to keep the scale lower.
Okay. Cool.
Time to forge the tang.
So, I know when you forge knives, you forge in a taper.
Yeah.
So this is pretty common in Japanese knife making as well, but you start with the blade thicker up at the spine and then gets thinner down towards the tip. Are you already doing that at this stage? Or do you, okay, so that's a later process. You're not doing it all at the same time.
Yeah, so right now the knife is still pretty small, and it's going to gain a pretty good amount of length still, because after the tang is forged, I flip it around, and that's when I do more of the final blade shapering, and that's when I work on the taper. and the edge thickness.
Okay, cool. So you're just getting kind of a rough shape, and then you'll stretch it out more.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool.
Tang's getting closer. It'll take a few heats.
And so, because there's time where you have to wait to the steel to heat back up, do you alternate? Do you often have two knives going at once?
Yeah, when I'm forging at home, I like always have two knives in the forge. I just want to be as efficient with my gas as I can as well.
Yeah.
So
everything's an expense, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but with two knives, it's perfect timing. Like one heat, it'll heat up the next one with the thin knives. So just alternate like that.
Cool.
But I've tried 3 before, but 3, the last one gets a little too hot. So I like to.
Yeah, you're sacrificing quality at that
point.
point.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Question?
All right. So, because you hand sand, this, I don't know who asked this, but because you hand sand, do you try to get close to final dimensions while forging? How dialed in is that final shape going to be before you sand?
I do try to get very close. It depends on what I'm going for the knife, because if I want the bevels to be taller, I like to leave a little bit more material in the edge because it's thicker. It's easier to control on the grinder than if you're starting with like the bare minimum. But
yeah, because you're not doing. I think maybe I misspoke earlier. I'm not sure, but you don't just hand sand. Like you finish it with hand sanding, but you use a grinder to get like the rough shape.
Yeah, I use a 2x72 grinder and then hand sand after that. But
I mean, belts are expensive though, right? So you're forging as close to the final shape as you can. Yeah. And do you forge in the bevel shape at all as well?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, cool. Here, grab some water.
There's the rough shape for the tang. I'll fine tune it after the blade is done if it needs it. But this will be good, should be good to hold on to while I shape the rest of the blade.
How much longer do you think, like time-wise, how much longer do you think? I'm just getting an idea of the rest of the schedule.
Like, how long?
That's a good question. What's that? Do you make bushcraft knives?
Sometimes when I feel like it.
Yeah.
I definitely have been working on pretty much only kitchen knives for a long time, but sometimes.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. I might do a batch somewhat in the future.
Our sister store, Kent of Inglewood in Calgary, and online sells a lot of bushcraft knives. So we have some from Chris's former mentor, Chris Green, and some other local makers. So they got some pretty cool stuff there, but it's pretty different than kitchen knife making, right?
Yeah,
like you're really challenging yourself to figure out the thinness and the taper and everything like that. Yeah, very different styles of knife making.
Yeah, the last few times I've tried to make bushcraft knives, they just kind of look like weird kitchen knives. So
it's funny because I find with Chris's kitchen knives, they always kind of look slightly like bushcraft knives.
Yeah.
You can tell there's always the DNA of a specific
Yeah.
make.
now I'm just shaping it to kind of pre-form before I do the taper and get to the final thickness.
Going well?
Yeah. Should I make this longer or taller? Like a short tall or a little bit of a long-ish slim? Short tall? Yeah.
The very first knife that's on today is this Kotetsu called the Boss Focus.
Oh, yeah.
Which was going to be 210, was like 30. And it was probably more. Boss Focus.
Yeah, so like a tall thing. So right now it's like relatively even thickness, and now I start to do the taper, thinning the blade now. So instead of doing a bit of a longer one, I'm gonna do like a shorter, taller petty knife.
Okay, cool.
So try that out.
Sweet, that's awesome.
Something a little bit new.
Like Kosentoku kind of.
Yeah.
All right, so we got an interesting question from Evan, and this, I mean, there's a bit of a, it's hard to answer it exactly, but they're wondering how much does it cost to forge a knife? So I'm guessing that's like materials, propane, and I would be curious how much time it takes to forge one blade.
So it depends on the knife, and it depends how everything goes.
Yeah.
If everything goes perfect, it's like, I think in the range of like 50-ish, 40 to 50-ish.
Yeah.
For materials. Like this is a pretty small amount of steel, and then it's just like the highest cost is belts.
Right.
Like belts and braces, sandpaper.
Yeah, because the forging itself is pretty quick and straightforward, but the finishing the knife is a lot of work. Right?
And it also depends what handle material you choose, because like you can get a block of walnut that's like a pretty reasonable price. Like you can get a big block of walnut for like $15, cut it up, and it's enough for like 6 handles. Or you can buy like $100 block of ironwood and cut it up for like 4 to 6 handles.
And wear out your belts much faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It depends what you're using.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, because ironwood's super hard, so it takes a while to like cut and sand. And, yeah.
Yeah, and I'd say on average it takes me about 10 hours a knife.
Wow.
Or maybe a little more. It depends on the knife. The gyudos take longer.
Yeah.
These petty knives I can do faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe on average 10 hours, 10 to 12.
My clock's wrong. I know, I need a ladder. Oh.
So there, I just pulled the heel down.
I was distracted by Kevin. Quick, somebody put a table full of knives under him.
Yeah.
Cool. We had one more question so far. Oh, this is a good one. How many knives have you made so far?
6. I have not been keeping track. Somewhere between 1 and 200.
Oh.
Maybe. Probably closer.
That's probably 150.
Probably 150. Yeah. That's a good estimate, I think.
Between 1 and 200 is about 150.
Yeah.
What?
A mathematician over here.
What were some of the first kind of really hard learning moments you had where you'd spent a whole bunch of time working on something? Like you were saying about, when it goes well.
Yeah.
Like what kind of moments have you gone through a whole big process for it to not go well? Those moments where you've gone, oh no, why did I just do that?
Like 2 main things.
Yeah.
Like fitting up like a brass bolster and then having it not perfectly fit. And then it's like, that takes a long time to do that.
Right.
At least it used to take me a really long time. I'm a little better at it now.
Yeah.
And just like if your blade warps and you're like straightening it, it's like, oh, it's almost straight. And then you hit it a little bit too hard with the carbide hammer and tip comes off. Or something like that. And that's pretty frustrating. But it took me a long time to get the hang of doing hidden tang handles. And that's something that Chris Green helped a lot with, was trying to figure out a better process to do that.
Yeah.
And then since then, I've reinvented the process again to be a little bit different.
Nice.
More to suit my equipment.
Sure.
And the style of knives that I'm doing.
So yeah, equipment is obviously a real limiting factor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I imagine it's only solved by money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. I'll let you get back to it.
As you forge down the edge, it starts to curve back. So you have to make sure it's staying straight. If it gets too far, it's hard to correct. But if you correct it as you go, it's not too bad.
So it's because it's stretching out the material, it's pushing itself out of the way.
Exactly.
And do you always start at the heel?
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I'll start at the heel, then go to the tip and work down. Sometimes I'll start at the heel and work up from the heel. It kind of depends on the knife and what I'm going for. Because this is shorter, it's a bit easier to manage. So starting at the heel and working up can just works for that.
Okay. That's cool.
It's just what I feel like today.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's part of the journey of discovering how it all goes and works and finding out a method. Do you
You need that, or can I ask you a question?
It's good for a bit.
Okay, so we got a question from someone who was. We got a question from someone is, what is your favorite knife shape, and what is your favorite shape to make? I feel like for a blacksmith, that's likely the same question, unless you've just got a favorite shape that you like to look at and use, but hate to make it because it's difficult.
Well, I like probably a favorite knife to use would be like a 240 Gyudo.
Yeah.
Those aren't the most fun to make because of how long they are. But my favorite, recently I think my favorite knife to make has been my butcher knives, because those are just kind of a more unique process, and doing the grinding is just all a little bit different. So it's fun, it's new.
Cool.
But
Do you do much
my
butchery
favorite
yourself?
No. I haven't tested them out yet. But
Well, you should go hang out with Cohen.
Yeah.
At Crossroads Market.
Oh.
He's a wicked butcher.
Yeah.
If you showed up, you're like, hey, I make knives, and I just need to know if they're any good.
Yeah.
Can I try? You never know.
No.
Cohen's pretty sweet.
This, like drawing out on the flats is generally the longest part of the knife making process. It's a lot faster on smaller knives though, especially starting with the 1/8 stock. Because I don't have as much to work down. But starting with the 3/16, I'm usually on the flat stage for a really long time.
And it looked like you were starting from the middle and working outwards?
I started from the heel.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I've been working
and you're
up.
working up.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you usually work from one end to the other?
Yeah, it kind of depends on the knife. For this one, it's already pretty thin and the tip is going to be really thin.
Okay.
And I don't want the tip to overheat. So I'm going to leave the tip thick as long as I can.
Okay, and then just thin it at the end.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense that you would keep that thicker steel so it doesn't overheat.
Yeah.
So we had a question from our buddy Ben Sheps. Is there something like Lee Valley, but for knife makers? You know, like the best place to buy all your shit. Is there a store in Calgary? Do you have to get it online?
I get it. I get all my stuff from knifemakerdirect.ca. It's an online. Yep. it's an online store, but it's here in Calgary.
Oh, cool.
It's from here, but there's not like there's no brick and mortar store.
Yeah, it's a dude's garage or something. Yeah. Cool.
But yeah, that's where I get all my material from.
That's all. And do you have to like meet him in a parking lot, or?
I meet him in his garage.
Okay, nice. That's good.
We're friends now.
I noticed also, if I'm not mistaken, this is from Front Step Forge, Sean Cunningham, who sells anvils and tools. He's up in Edmonton, but he makes smithing tools. And he sold us this anvil.
Which, so I know we got this anvil, and I got here and I noticed that we were using Hudson's anvil.
Yeah.
And so I asked, did he not was the anvil too low? And Hudson's first answer to me was, oh, that anvil hasn't been conditioned yet. And I said, what does that mean? You have to do what to an anvil? And he said something about the edges are too hard.
Yeah, you want to soften the edges of your anvil so you don't chip them if you hit them accidentally.
So you don't chip the anvil?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh. So what do you do? Take an angle grinder to it and bevel the edge?
Just like with a flap disc.
Yeah, I can do that.
See,
I
that's
have an
just
angle
like a
grinder,
little bit rounded.
and I like making sparks fly.
Perfect.
So that'll be fun.
I wish Sean had told me that.
Yeah. Well, Nathan, we can have a fun day at work this week.
Absolutely.
With the angle grinder.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Usually I like to leave, so on mine,
God, it's hot.
I have these corners here a little bit more rounded.
Yeah.
But then the ones on this side I leave a bit sharper in case I have to make marks on blades.
For like cutting?
Yeah.
Cool.
But then for like the regular forging edges, it's best to have them softened.
Okay. Cool. All right, we're gonna wheel this thing on out of here.
Yeah, same with
and
this
we're
one.
gonna condition this soon.
So I've been drawing the edge down, but I haven't worked on the taper. So now I'm going to start doing the taper, and that's also going to help straighten the knife back out.
Oh, I was going to ask, because you'd mentioned as you stretch this part out, it pushes the tip of the blade up, but you don't want to make this too thin because you don't want to overheat it. So now it comes in the process where it starts to line itself back up.
Yeah, and once I have it lined up and it's all at the thickness I want it, then I'll forge the tip down to match the rest.
Okay, let's see it. Very cool.
Yeah.
How old were you when you started forging knives?
16.
16. And how old are you now?
20.
You've come a long way, kid. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, I actually brought the first 2 knives that I forged to Knifewear to get sharpened.
Oh, I remember
because I didn't have any sharpening stones yet.
Yeah.
And I think that was actually when someone from the Knifewear store directed me to Chris Green.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's how I got connected to Chris Green through Knifewear pretty much.
Nice, Well, Chris has been forging knives for a while. I always like his story of how he was working as an archaeologist.
Yeah.
Over here. Chris Green is who Hudson worked with. Chris always said he was an archaeologist and he got tired of categorizing tools and instead decided he wanted to make them. And I think that's a really cool sort of evolution of somebody.
Yeah. This should be a fun one. So you can see how much that changed the shape there.
Yeah.
The tip is not so much curved. And then as I continue to do that taper, it'll curve more down.
Okay.
So you kind of want to go back and forth, depending on how thin you want to make it. Because if you do one side completely, then the other, it's probably going to end up curved too much in one way. And then once the material starts getting thin, you don't want to hammer it like that too much, because you'll make it buckle, and that can be hard to fix.
Oh, you get like a wrinkle in the steel.
Yeah.
Which I can imagine from someone who's ground and sharpened knives a lot, that if you have a wrinkle in the steel anywhere near that edge, it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
So how many forges have you gone through? Or how many, because do you build your own forge or are you buying them?
This was kind of like my dad helped me build this one, and I've been using this since I started forging, kind of. But my first forge was 2 fire bricks with a circle hollowed out in between them with a map torch.
Oh wow!
That I used to do some like very basic heat treating.
Oh cool!
But that was my first one, and that's actually like the fire bricks in the back of my forge are my first forge. Yeah, that's where they came from.
Nice. So, is there something like in your family or your dad or anybody that you know who does kind of like steel work or welding or anything like that? Or
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of come by it a little
I've been
bit
around.
naturally?
Yeah, I've been around dental work for a long time.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's like years ago we met this kid in Macomb, Kenzie, and Masashi actually went.
Yeah, that's where I met Masashi as well.
Right. Yeah. So Kenzie is this young guy who was making stuff. Yeah, he's like 3rd generation kind of welder.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Lots of welders in Alberta. So
yeah, that's true. So see how it's like almost straight now?
Yeah.
That's something that takes a while to get the hang of, is how much you want to leave it curved before you start the other side.
Oh, so that you're anticipating it moving back.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So you kind of have to go with the curve at the beginning.
Yep.
But know that through the next stage you're going to bring it back, so you can kind of predict how much it will come back.
Yeah.
Wow.
With enough experience.
Sure, I was going to say that to me sounds like experience is about the only way to figure that out.
Yeah. And I've done a lot of hand forged knives by now, especially over the last few months. It's been, I think in October, this October, has been my biggest month for making knives, and I think I finished 22 or 23.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, that's wild. You know, when we hear of like local people making knives kind of in their garage, like that is a much larger number.
Yeah, I've been busy this month.
Yeah, and does that include like handles and?
Yep, everything.
Wow. Yeah, because that's one thing that I think people are kind of underestimate is how much work goes into a handle.
Yes.
Something that we see a lot with Japanese knives. Some of the criticism we hear from people is like, but they put this dumb broomstick on for a handle. And you look at it and you think, well, yeah, because all they do is spend their time making the knife, and then they just tuck this little handle on. It does the purpose, serves the purpose, right? And then you see a lot of North American makers who, I think, kind of go too far the other direction.
Yeah, spend all the time on the handle.
Right, where it's like ornate pins and different materials, and there's a lot of time sunk into a handle that there's a lot of time not spent making another knife.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I try to keep a balance, but the handles do take a long time, especially just because of how how hard the ironwood is.
Yeah.
Like it takes a long time to grind, and if you try to push too hard, it'll heat up and burn, and you don't want that. So you have to keep a steady pace, but the handle days are long days usually. Especially if I'm trying to get all of them done. Like I think last week I was trying to get 6 handles done, and from the beginning of the handle making process, I did them all that day, but it took me, I think it was 13 hours.
That's a big day.
Big day. Yeah.
Well, and now we're heading into winter.
Yes.
Which means you
don't have a heater.
Well, you do have a heater.
Well,
it's also a giant propane forge.
It's getting thinner along the edge, but still haven't really got much of the distal taper down.
Yeah.
But I also have more to thin out on the edge side.
Okay.
So now it's time to kind of go back and forth, even things out, and start to do like the front end of it. Because the back is mostly done, like this section here.
Yeah, the shape's coming together. It's going to be really cool. You're almost at Hanasuki.
Yeah, I could change it to a Hans.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've made some Hanasukis, right?
Yeah, yes. I've done.
Are you cold?
Go warm up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Masashi-san was outside giving some fresh air, so he has to warm up by the forge.
Yeah. It's not terribly cold where he's from.
No.
Just like home. Your forge is a little bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're forge so hot.
Yeah.
But
here outside so cold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and the drink is cold too. Yeah.
I have a really dumb question. And it is, have you ever cooked anything in your forge? Have you ever been on like?
I've been wanting to.
You've been like one of those long handling days, and you don't want to go back in the house to eat, so you just like fire a hot dog in there for a second and like knock it back.
I think I've reheated some coffee, but
that's awesome. One of my favorite things to cook is squid, and I think the closer you can get the squid to the sun, right, the better it will be. Like the higher the temperature, the faster you can cook it. And I've often wondered about putting squid inside of a forge.
Just cook it on top of a knife.
Yeah.
Just pull like a hot piece of steel out and
just
sear it on that.
Just drop it.
Yeah.
Just drop the squid right on it, flip it over, take it off.
Yeah.
Red hot cast iron. But I don't know, is that healthy for you? I guess it's just iron.
Yeah. You just don't want to have any of the insulation get into it.
Insulation not delicious.
Yeah, no.
Gotcha. Yeah. Huh? Alright. And we're going to cook squid on a piece of red hot steel on Thursday. Hard wire? Does that mean we have to put olive oil and smoked paprika on it? Yes. And then cook potatoes in the blanching water first? The popo gallega?
Turn down the heat of the forge and put some water on the anvil and start doing some planishing.
So, what's it called? Planishing?
Yeah.
What's that? Okay, do your thing and then tell us.
It's just like lighter taps to kind of even out the bumps and pop off some of the forge scales.
So, instead of trying to give a bunch of shape to the knife by hammering it, you're now trying to smooth out all the indentations from the hard hammering.
Yeah, just light hammering to take down the high spots.
So planishing meaning like plain or plain kind of.
Yeah, because now you can see there's some distal taper. It gets
Oh yeah.
thin. Now it'll get thinner with the planishing, and then now the edge is fairly even thicker as well.
Yeah. Okay. That's very cool.
I could do something a little bit interesting. I wanted to change it up a bit and just kind of try to make the middle of the knife really thin.
Like middle?
Yeah.
That is very cool.
Yeah, might try that. I've done it before.
That the hollow blade face, just sort of between the top of the bevel and the spine.
Yeah.
When that's hollow, it makes the knife just glide through food. It's really exceptional.
Yeah, it's tricky to do. Because usually, like with the anvil, you end up with one flat side and one more hollow side. So just what I find when doing that, the hard part, is having the hollow in the middle. Like on both sides.
Okay.
Having the thin spot in the middle instead of more to one side or the other.
Yeah, you'd think almost something that like two rollers, like
you
could roll it between
or like
if you had two giant ball bearings that you could roll it in between.
Yeah. Or like a power hammer with two of the same slightly rounded dies.
Back to that tools and money thing.
Yeah.
If anyone has a power hammer handy that they're not using, we know someone who's interested.
So have you been making much stuff out of steel other than knives? Like, have you made any frying pans or screwed around with any other types of applications?
I made a burger smasher a while ago.
Oh, right. Nice. Nice.
I have been wanting to make pans at some point. I like sharp things though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, your forge is a little small for a for a pan.
I'm pretty. My equipment is pretty specialized towards what I'm doing. Like, I have this pair of tongs, and then I have a really small, kind of crappy pair that I made when I first started.
Yeah.
That I pretty much only use to like pick stuff up.
Right.
But so like these, that's the reason I notch in the tangs as well, is so I can hold them with these tongs. Because if I hold the full bar of steel, I don't have a good grip on it.
Gotcha.
So I notch it so I can hold it.
Yeah.
And then I forge it so I can flip it around and hold it when it's thinner.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So forging like cleavers and nakiris are tricky because I can't really hold them properly.
Yeah, little things you never think of,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
So when you're straightening it back out when it's thin, you just want to only hit the high spots that you have along the edge. Because if those get squished down, it doesn't matter because they were high anyway.
Gotcha.
Very close.
As it gets thinner, it certainly gives you less time to work on it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, definitely. Yeah. And that's also an issue working with like, I tried forging some stainless steel recently.
Right.
And that was a big problem because I mentioned the chromium in this steel makes it more hardenable. Stainless steel, that's like dramatically exaggerated.
Right.
Like, because stainless steel, if you take it out of the forge and let it air cool, it'll harden.
Oh.
Like it'll get to like 60 Rockwell.
Oh.
So you really have to keep it hot and not let it cool down. Otherwise, you're gonna hit it and it's gonna crack.
Oh, you can't budge it.
No. So you have even narrower forging windows with like stainless steels or like other higher alloys.
Yeah. You just can't stop.
Yeah.
And so once it hardens, there's no like, you can't just put it back in and kind of reset it, right? Like, can you do that?
I don't.
And like kind of start from the beginning again, or is it garbage?
I don't know. I think you can reharden it. I've heard of people who do some rehardening, but I generally don't do it.
Yeah.
I think I've only done it on one project and it turned out fine, but that was a long time ago.
So say that this happens. Say you take your steel out and you let it cool down and it hardens on you.
Yeah.
What then?
Well, I think it's fine for stainless.
Yeah.
But you don't want to do that because if it hardens improperly with all the stresses from forging, it can just crack as it hardens.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So usually what you do for stainless steels, or I do 5200 too, is before I heat treat it, I'll do a really slow cool. So it's an anneal, so it gets it back to its soft state. So I'll take out the knife and put it in vermiculite to let it slow cool, and usually leave it for a few hours. And that helps it stay soft, and that also makes it so when I do the quench, there's less retained austenite, because it's a different starting microstructure than it is in the forge. So usually my heat treatment process, I'll do a few like grain refining normalization cycles, and then do an anneal, and then heat treat, or then do the quench, and then temper. So heat treat's a long process as well. There's just a lot of time that goes into all of the random steps you don't really think about.
Yeah.
Getting there.
Nice.
Almost done.
Go.
Very cool.
Thank you so much, everybody who's still viewing. So for the last of our programming today, Hudson's going to finish up forging, and then we're going to switch over to Naoto's sharpening room, and Masashi-san is going to finish up sharpening that knife, and then we're done. Then we're going to go have some drinks and chill and relax, and Masashi-san's going to rest. So thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be live for another hour and a bit, and yeah, if you need any more help, pop a question in the chat. We'll also be live on Thursday at I think 2 p.m. Mountain Time, just for a couple hours to kind of show off what's left and show off any like late arrivals that we have, because I think we're expecting some last minute stuff to show up. So we'll see you there.
Nice. I just feel bad. I don't even feel like I'm working today.
Yeah.
And I just see these guys down at the other end of the hallway just working like crazy, packing everyone's boxes. And I just feel like a huge slack ass today. But I'll take it.
Flipping it around just to even out the tang and just straighten it with the rest of the knife. And you'll notice it's like a little bit disproportionately thick in one spot.
Yeah.
So just even that out.
Make it a little easier when you get to the handling process.
Yes. That's something that saves a lot of time, because I burn my tangs into ironwood.
Oh.
Which ironwood is very, very dense and oily, and it doesn't burn in super well. So what really helps is if I have a nice thin tang at the back, so I'll taper the tang towards the back pretty thin, and then that'll help with the burn in.
Right. Yeah. That's good thinking. Some of those little things that just a little bit more attention to detail here pays off long run.
Yes,
right?
it does.
Down the road.
Yeah.
Cool. This is great. You've been really good at explaining everything as you're going through it. That's really cool. I hope people are enjoying watching this.
Yeah.
It's been really fun to be here today and watch this kind of work. Yeah, often I get to watch this, but it's always in Japanese.
Yeah.
And so having that sort of step-by-step explanation has been really cool.
Tang also starts to curve. One side is thicker than the other.
Yeah. So I got one last question for you. I think we're about to move over to the sharpening room here. So one quick question, like, you're a young dude, you started doing this 4 years ago at age 16. We might have some young people out here. So say there's someone out there who's just thinking about getting into doing this or trying it out. Like, do you have any advice, any thoughts, any things that you would have done differently? Or what would you say to someone who's like, yeah, I'm going to do this, I want to get into it?
I don't know, like...
Just go for it?
Yeah, just do it, yeah. Like, find something you can use as an anvil. It doesn't even have to be a real anvil. Like, you can use a railroad track.
Right.
Like, other things aren't optimal, but even this was a pretty reasonable priced anvil. I got it for like, I think it was around like $200 from Nickel Wiener's wholesale.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah. And then a forge, like, you can try to do a coal forge or something, or make a propane forge out of like some random steel. Like, the burners aren't that difficult to make, and otherwise you just need a cylinder with insulation.
Right.
So it's doable.
So it's pretty easy to start.
But it takes a lot of time to get like a product that is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The sooner you start, the sooner you'll get better at it. Yeah. Cool. All right.
Go. We're gonna wrap up pretty quick here. So
I think this is my last heat anyway.
fantastic. Great timing.
Just doing some little bit of straightening. That is somewhat straight.
Oh, you got a little bit of straight.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Nice
You
looking
want
knife,
to bring it up close, and we'll not too close, but
yeah.
I don't know if I'll be able to focus that close. Back a little bit. A little more. There we go. I think we can see that pretty good, Jacob. All right.
Sweet.
So you want to walk us
nice
through
little
what
knife.
your finished product is there?
Little utility kind of size knife. A little bit taller than most of your utility size knives.
Boss Petty.
Boss Petty, yeah. And now it's just shaping it. Just heat treat,
No
shaping,
big deal. Only most of the work to go.
What
hand sanding.
percentage of the way through, time-wise, are you to a finished product? Just like 10, 15%, 30%?
Like 8%.
8%. So that was less than 10% of the work that goes into making a complete knife.
Yeah, like it's
And
all,
you haven't
all
even,
of the time starts now.
And you haven't even taken a picture and put it on your website yet and
Yeah.
tried to sell it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Great. How do people get at you? I mean, we're going to carry some of the stuff as you make it, but you have a website?
I do have a website now, hudsontorrensknives.com, pretty easy to remember.
Yeah.
And I have my Instagram, Handmade by Hudson, and I have a YouTube channel now.
Oh, cool.
With a couple videos up. Yep.
Sweet.
Just called Hudson Torrens.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, yeah, that's.
And what's your name?
Hudson Torrens.
Ah, I see. Yeah. I see the connection. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want one of Hudson's knives, I know one or two of you already ordered them. They are available on the website right now. You've got a few 210 millimeter Gyutos, one butcher knife left, I think, and a Damascus Gyuto I see up there too. So I recommend checking them out. They're really cool. I've cut with them and they're phenomenal. We'll also have a Hudson X Nigara Himono collab knife coming out pretty soon. It's been a lot of work for Hudson to work on, but it's going to be worth the wait.
Very unique experience. Very different from what I'm used to.
I can imagine. Yeah, I bet you learned a lot doing that.
Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. We're going to play some commercials. We're going to set up for Masashi-san. He's already started sharpening his knife, so we're going to see him do that process, and then that knife will be up for auction, and then we're going to be done for the day. So
awesome.
You should take a break and relax.
Yeah.
Cool the forge
Drink some
down.
water.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Me too. And we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Are you tired of smoking up the office with your Conroe grill, carbon monoxide poisoning, dead coworkers? Introducing the Iwatani Butane Desktop Grill. New from Iwatani at Knifewear. Cook your hot dogs, whatever you want, right here at your desk. No more dead staff, no more bodies to dispose of, just hot dogs. Amazing, amazing hot dogs, or whatever else you want to cook. Not just for the office, take it in the bath. Take it in the car. Snuggle up for an evening with the Iwatani grill in bed. Take it skiing.
Oh wow, look at all these satisfied customers.
Call now and get a free Shibata Tinker Sasquatch. Sasquatch not included.
Sharp knives rock. That's why we're here today. I'm Kevin. I own this little shop called Knifewear. We're going to teach you how to sharpen knives because a sharp knife is safer, a sharp knife makes your food taste better, and a sharp knife makes your days in the kitchen more enjoyable. Okay, this is how I sharpen a knife. What we're going to do is we're going to start with a coarser stone. This one's a 1000 grit. If your knife is very, very dull or has some damage, you may have to start with a 200 or a 500 grit stone. My knife is in pretty good shape, so I'm not going to bother with it. So what we're going to do, we're going to splash a bit of water on my 1000 grit stone here and get going. The trick is consistency. That's about 15 degrees. That's about what we want to sharpen that at. The trick is consistency. Keep it the same angle every stroke. We're going to do that until we get a burr along the entire edge of our knife. Well, there we go. Splash more water. Do the back side of the blade. You can see I'm still holding the knife in my right hand. We will always hold the knife in our right hand and always start on the right side of the blade. So now we've got a burr on that entire side. Quick stropping action on the stone. No weight, just more or less the weight of the knife. 2 forward and 1 back, and that's going to take the burr off our stone, or off our knife. And then we're going to finish the job on the leather strop. Give the edge a quick examine. Yeah, that's cutting into there nicely. So now what we need to do is move on to a finer stone. Like we said before, it's just like sandpaper. You start with a coarse stone and move on to a finer one. Give it a quick flattening. We always want to make sure our stones are true before we start. Otherwise we can get very mixed results. I like to bevel the edges of my stone. It stops them from breaking so much. Sometimes they get bumped around and the edge might hit something hard and you'll knock a chip off the side of your stone. So keep the corners beveled and we make the stone a bit stronger. This is a 4000 grit stone. So we've gone from the 1000 to a 4000, so we're going to get a finer edge here. And all we're doing is sharpening until we can hear the sound of the stones change, and on our fingertips it starts to feel smoother. And again, stropping on the leather to remove any slight bit of burr, and then the side with the aluminum oxide. And another airplane. So you can see it's a nice smooth cut, and we can cut little curves into it as well. This lets us know that we've got a very sharp knife. The smoother and the quieter it cuts, the better.
出しやすいじゃないですか、ギュッてやった方が気持ちはよくわかる。僕もわかるから、やりたい気持ちもわかるんですけど。
We're back.
Yay!
Hello.
こっち。
Konnichiwa.
I'm back.
こっち。Are you got this segment covered?
Sure. So after he heat treated his knife with quenching, now he shaped the knife, and now he is sharpening / polishing the knife right now with using the this vertical sharpening wheel. It needs a little bit of more water. I'm just gonna fill the water for. That's I want to. This vertical wheel is like a miniature version of what he uses at his workshop. This one here is about 何センチぐらいですか？これ45センチぐらいですか？いや、そこまでないです。30センチ。So this is about like a foot wide for the radius. The one that the Masasan uses in the workshop. 2尺。3尺. Like so 3 feet. And the radius, so it's this is a lot smaller, but he's used to using this vertical wheel than the horizontal, so he's grinding them right now. So he's going to be sharpening at the very edge part right now. And in order to be good blacksmith and good sharpener, you'd have to learn how to sharpen in both hands.
Oh, right. Yeah. And why is that?
You need to hold it on the same angle, the same stability on the both sides.
And what happens if you don't?
Well, you make the bevel really weird.
It'll be uneven.
Uneven, yeah. This is not the part that I'm still like left-handed, a little bit more like unstable. I can sharpen it regular way, but using the wheel like this is so much harder. Often the ones that they use in the workshop, the motor is bigger, stronger, and they can press it down a little bit more, so it cuts steel faster too. So it takes a little bit longer. Great thing about this particular one though is that it does not heat up the steel as fast. Often the ones that they use spins much faster than this.
And they often put it onto like a wood plate.
Yeah. So they can put the pressure down, right? Like. So they usually use like this to mock up, but they usually use something like this, and some knife makers do put the grooves onto the stone, so it cuts a bit faster. In his workshop though, he doesn't do that. It's a safety issue as well. Like what he told me is that stone makers, manufacturers, they do not recommend to,
Yeah, you see them do it with like a hatchet.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question that's more of a general one, but Charminator was wondering why single bevel Shuriken seems to be so rare. We don't see a lot of them. No, just in general.
Oh.
You might know the answer.
Oh. Single bevel Kiritsu case? I think it's the, Kirisuke ってもともと片ハスね、もともとは。最近はなんか、乗馬が多いですけど、切り付け型ね。切り付け型の。Yeah, I think originally Kiritsuke is a single bevel.
Yeah.
And
that's the original style.
It is the original style. And a lots of people started making the Kiritsuke yuto.
Yeah, which is often just called a Kiritsuke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's probably got a popularity. It looks cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a much smaller market for single bevel knives, at least in North America.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. There seems to be a big trend on anything that's Kiritsuke or K-tip.
Yeah.
And more often than not, people want to buy a double bevel knife. So I think it's probably in response to the old supply and demand. What people are buying is probably driving what they're producing.
Yeah, they often just produce or make what's been ordered, and they expand from there, right?
Yeah, there's not a lot of the blacksmiths that we work with that have a marketing department. They go into their shop and they make stuff and they get orders and they fill orders and they make more stuff.
Yeah. I usually have them for this guy, but since we don't use it, just it'll be a really good trick. Having that little towel there will prevent the water from shooting upwards.
Up his shirt? You mean like this?
What?
Like his shirt?
Yeah, shirt too. I'm sorry. So you know what? This way I could use this more. Because I was totally worried about when I was using this, it shoots up to the ceiling.
Yeah. And I feel like the metal table bounces.
No, it's actually pretty stable. It was like bouncing quite a bit, and I actually had to fix
the wheel.
Grinding one part down and trying to make it even. So it's not really jumping around anymore.
No.
Let's see where he's at. We did.
Oh wow.
You see here? Hey Jacob, can you see this?
Yeah, you can see it. You're right in the middle. Yeah. I don't know if it's on focus or
There you go. Yeah.
So you see that the layer is steel.
Try to angle it up towards the light a bit. There you go. Yeah, down a little bit. Yeah, there. Yeah. Up. Here, that's the sweet spot. There you go.
Yeah. あとどれぐらいですか？
これね、完全に刃つけるとね、逆に切ります。まあもうちょっと一回刃つけてから
落とす。
止めるとちょうどいいです。
Sorry, what were you saying about that?
I think that finish.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Very nice. Yeah.
One of our viewers, Charlene, if you're still watching, you're very happy.
Oh, cool. Oh wow, you look like you're in K-pop.
Clearly having a good time.
Yeah, make frosted tippets.
There you go.
I'm glad we had this machine.
Yeah.
This is the only workshop that we actually have this. Nobody missed it. Hello? We can probably get.
Jordan's son says hello.
Oh! アロジョだ。
Get back to work.
Get back to work. Work. No, it's really early, I think.
Yeah, he's probably having breakfast.
Yeah. It's like 7.
We had a question from Dean. Does Masashi-san go to final sharpness on the wheel or by hand?
最後の刃付け、まあこれじゃないですけど、最後の刃付けは何でされますかって聞いて、機械でやりますか、手でやりますか、発酵でやりますかって聞いて。
普段通常流すやつは平回しで刃付けをやってます。
So once that he produces usually at home, he finishes with the machine like this, a little bit bigger. It's called hiramawashi or the horizontal sharpening thing to finish it up.
特注品だけ角度でやります。
And the only special older ones, he finished it on the those sharpening stones, or like regular, sharpening stones.
We're asking how he is doing that without creating a hollow.
今この、こう回ってる縦回しでやられてて、押さえつけてるだけだとどんどんへこんでいっちゃうと思うんですけど、それはどうやって多分へこませないようにしてると思う。それはどうしてるんですか？
今は模様出しのためにあえてへこまします。削ってます。
So right now what he's doing, well, その後またit will probably change. Right now, though, he's actually holding a steady angle, so that he is making a little bit of convex right now to get the pattern out.
Okay.
Cave, sorry. Okay. Making a cave cavity, both sides. And I think he would go through some process to even it out later. Maybe. その後またそれをそうです隠すというか、
へこまない状態に持っていく。
So he'll make a hollow and he will use 同じ石で同じこの縦。So he will use this later to get. Right now it's like this, like so two levels, right? He's got the one concave, the other cavity, and what he's going to do is he's gonna connect these two later on. Slightly though, it's not. I don't think it's. そんなにむっちゃくちゃこう。
That's so awesome.
で、これ今ここだいたい厚みが少しずつ揃ってきたので、その後の工程ももう少ししたら見せられます。
So the thickness along the edge is starting to become very nice and even. He's gonna, before he's done anything, he just tries to make this edge and the same. Forged, there's a little, thicker part and thinner part, a little bit, right? It was pretty good though, but there was a little bit of thicker part and thinner part, not as perfectly even. So he is right now to kind of evens it out, that part.
鋼が入ってないとこんなに難しいと思わなかったですよ。鋼が入ってると真ん中に鋼があるので揃えやすい。持って
いきやすい。
そう。逆に面倒難しいんだなって今改めて。
He's saying the evening out the bevel is a little bit harder when there's no coarse steel. Because usually when there is a coarse steel, there's something to aim for. Right? Okay, there's this much coarse steel is exposed. Let's do the other side. That kind of stuff.
You can match the cladding line.
Exactly.
And see if you're centered and
yeah. Where what he's doing right now, he has to. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to really pay attention. That's something tricky with mine because I don't have any coarse steel. Sure. Yeah.
So,
Hi.
We had a viewer suggest that we could get an apron. So sorry.
Thank you. So late. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that shirt. You just wiped it off. Future Japanese clothing.
Yeah. Of course.
Oh, and it matches your outfit. Oh, so handsome.
Yeah, it wasn't my idea. It was a viewer
Thank
that
you.
suggested it. None of us are smart or awake enough to.
Right.
No, I'm fading. Yeah.
But it's like, how many hours in? Like 7 hours in now?
7.5.
7.5 hours.
Oh, we're breaking a record, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Let's go for 10.
It's in the. Our very technical equipment is failing.
So he changed the angle, as you probably can see. He was doing it very horizontally.
Yeah.
Now he's doing a little bit diagonal.
That's to flatten out the bevel.
That is to get the
Because otherwise it'll be a bit concave, right?
Yeah, exactly. 縦剣はしないです。縦はしない。
縦はしない。縦にするんだったら、砥石の面ちゃんと合わせて。
なるほど。そう、縦でやる。たまにやるときやるんですけど、そうするとどっちからへこむじゃないですか。
ちゃんと条件出ししてやらないと。
Yeah. Well, I think it's a ventilation in here. But, yeah. I'm not sure if you answered this question earlier, but Terminator was wondering what his favorite knife line that he makes is. Which of his own knives does he like the best?
今作ってる包丁のうちで取り扱ってるやつでもいいですけど、中で一番好きなライン。
トータルのバランスが取れてるなーって思うのはやっぱりクロッシュですね。あれはちょっとすごいなって
クロッシュ He says クロッシュ Yeah, he thinks it's like whole, like total balance or the craftsmanship and cutting edge and everything. He thinks that he loves the crochet the best. And I agree.
You have one, right?
I have 210. It's あれはすごいですね。
ちょっとね、白酒と同じ材料で同じ時に肌水ですけど、やっぱりまあ途中で工程が違うので、黒酒と白酒ってやっぱ鋼の状態違いますね。
今のとこ白酒が出なくて。
そうです。その方がいいですね。
Crochet all the way. Nice. Apparently the Shiroshu and Crochet start from the same steel, but because the slight different process makes for somewhat Crochet the better knife, in his opinion. I didn't want to say it because that may, hinder the sales of Shiroshu, but I said it.
One thing I know about him is if it wasn't good, he wouldn't sell it.
Right, so マサンがいいと思ってなかった。これでいいと思ってなかったらマサン売らないんで。
そうです。
Right. Say that out loud to the microphone.
Confident.
Yeah.
I'm confident in his knives.
Right.
Yes.
これで今表面は7分ほどへこんでるやつをまあほとんど完璧じゃないですかほとんど。
So this is almost pretty. It was a little bit of concave on this side, but he touched it on one side on the diagonal, so it's pretty flat right now. And he does it. He will do the same for the Kiriha, which is the bevel. I'm not sure if they can hear me, but hopefully, yeah. はい。あ、もうちょっと水。これいいですよね。
あ、いいです、いいです。もうちょっと。
ずらして。Any questions?
If we got any questions for Masashi-san, pop them in the chat. Jacob will text them to me.
Yeah, text.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right.
I thought he's gonna just run in the room.
It's very high tech. Yeah, just he'll send a messenger.
Right. それは今何をしてるんですか？刃を止めてるんですか？
ここにね、ここに乾燥の時黒いやつです。
ああ。
それを消すために
So he's not really dulling the knife right now. He found this little dark black spot from the forging, so he's just gonna grind it off.
まあ使わない部分なんで別にいいっちゃいいんですけど、かっこいいじゃないですか。ちょっとそれをちょっと整える。まあここからあんまり薄くするとこうやってバリがないのでバリが出ちゃうんですよ。だからまあそこそこ。
So he sharp because there is no core steel. If he makes the edge too thin, it will start to become like a foil.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. It will hold it, right?
Yeah. And it's a letter opener, so it doesn't need to be a razor.
Yeah. So what he's going to do is he actually gonna not dull it, like he's gonna finish a little less of the.
Not Yanagisa's.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it probably won't be able to make that sharp.
Yeah. Charminator asked, what is the most challenging shape for him to make?
一番大変な形包丁の形って何ですか？
大変
形を作っていく。
形ってどういうことですか？単造
で研ぎでもいいですよ。研ぎではこれあれではこれって言われますよ。
箱引きだ。
普通のタコ引き先丸。
先丸普通のシンプルなタコ引きの方がものすごく単純なんで、ものすごくシンプルな技術が当たり前に必要なので、それが一番難しい。
So he's saying the regular takohiki is the most difficult one to, well, I think in total, because あれはあれですね、薄刃が長くなったみたいなもんですよね。まっすぐだし、
肉張り揃えるのがね、ものすごく単純なゆえに繊細なんです。
So it looks pretty simple, but it's pretty hard to evens it out the how I guess the thickness and everything because it's simplicity.
Right.
And
it's very long and straight.
Yeah, long and straight, and skinnier too.
Right.
Yeah.
Less room for error.
ちょっと細長いから。
そうです。あれが本当すごい難しいと思いますよ。
So yeah, there you have it.
Might be a question for Kevin. I was wondering if Masashi-san will make more Sasquatch.
Sasquatch まだ作ってくれますか？
Of course.
That's good.
Good, good.
We might have a couple left. You'll have to stick around to find out.
Yeah. これはすごい貴重なそういえば日本の人が見てたらすごい貴重な同じツールじゃないにしても考えてみたら貴重なあれじゃないですか。いいじゃないですか。そういえば。
カラトこんな感じでどうかな。
あ、はい。
カラトギですね。
すごいこの。So this is the end of the wheel here. It's crazy how he can do with the this weird lighting and small wheel. Oh, すごい。これでじゃあこれの重いですか？
そうですね。あとはどうやって中身がきと仕上げやろうかなって感じです。
3度で使います。どうします？
いやあんまりね平らなのでいいです。あまあ表面ぐらいだったらここでもいいし。
それかあとはサンペーパー手で割る。
まあこれ使ってみましょうか。
なんですか。ちょっとそれと最後どっかで何か使おうと思ってた。手研ぎ。
砥石を乗っけて逆にこうやってやりたいなっていうぐらいでしたけど。
あ、最後の
模様出しとかそんな感じ。
That's really cool. I was just saying this broadcast, the live stream, will be saved and people can watch it later.
Yeah.
And I was saying like,
and we've been recording too, so I'll probably do an edited down version.
I think he's pretty good at this.
Yeah.
He's done it once or twice. Yeah.
何回かやったことあるんじゃないか。
これ？
いやじゃなくてこういう工程。まあもううまいねみたいな。
That's cool. Yeah.
そういう表現があるんです。You've done it once or twice. 何回かやったことありますね。
It's pretty cool.
いや知ってるよみたいな。どうします？ここでできそうですかね。
ちょっと当ててみますね。
It's so perfect. It's like unreasonably perfect for having just like a random warehouse and outdoor sharpening equipment.
And like, it's flat.
It's so flat. It's so
a little wheel.
So straight. That is, they say a poor craftsman doesn't blame his tools, or poor craftsman blames his tools, and this is whatever the opposite of that is. A good craftsman can make whatever he wants with whatever tools he has. Are we gonna do some polishing on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, stay tuned. I'll try not to give everybody motion sickness.
Stay tuned.
As I move the camera. I hope you all like Cloverfield. Okay, I'm gonna see Jacob.
なんか例えばなんかかましてこうなんていうんですかねああいうのもできますよ。ちょっとメタルかなんかかましてこのたわみ使って
ああまあ
やった
今
ことあります
日はね大丈夫かな。多分大丈夫。ちょっと当ててみて。はい。
Okay,
これ150番ですよ。150の目が上がってるんですね。ちょっとね、もうちょっと。
We had a good question from David, just wondering how he manages to stay focused for such long periods of time.
どうやってこんなにずっと長く集中してられるんですかって聞いて。そんなに長いかなって顔してる。ずっともう
全然長くない。全然長くない。普段。
No, but for a 10 or 12-hour workday.
いつもの話で、いつもどうやって集中して長く集中されてるんですかって聞いて。
もう集中してるって意識ないです。
He doesn't think he doesn't.
The answer is he doesn't have ADHD like the rest of us.
集中しなきゃ危ない仕事なんで、もうそれが当たり前になっちゃってるから。
It just became so natural for him.
And he's been doing it for what, 20 years? Yeah. 20 years of practice, I think, is the answer.
Now he's doing it with the 120 grit bell sounder. So he just finished. It's like grounded, so it's like really nice. You know, it's grinded, so it's pretty
and then,
flat, straight.
And then if you
now he's gonna have to do a little bit of a thing or two to get this again the pattern back on. 模様出し I think that's the last step. どういう感じで出します？
さっきのちっちゃいコッパみたいなやつ
ありますあります。
荒っぽいやつもいいですよ。
荒っぽいのは寿司マットとか使います？寿司マットって天然砥石あるんですか？
天然砥石でも
ないですね。
あ、こういうのもいいですよ。これそういうの
あ、そういうのありますよ。私がいないので綺麗にして。Clean this corner up. Oh, here. マナさん。はい。ここにコッパがいっぱい。
ありますか？
はい。白すいたもあるし、めっちゃ柔らかい旋盤もあるんです。
下地がちょっと粗いので。
はい。
どうなるか。
どれぐらいがいいかな。一回これ使ってみます。これが旋盤で、成尾さんの旋盤ですごい柔らかいやつなんですよ。
What are you guys doing?
He's gonna use these.
あ、まだ撮ってました？
Yes, まだやってます。それは何をしてるんでしょうか？
バリを取ってます。
Ah, he's deburring.
Ah, okay, deburring the knife now. A lot of sharp corners on there, I imagine.見た目変わりました。
いや、バリがだいぶ。まあちょっと残ってるんですけどね。
水よく吸うんでちょっとつけた方がいいかもしれない。合剣っていうシリーズ。
すごい水収集。
そうなんです。めっちゃ柔らかいです。同じ旋盤でこれがすごい大勢。ここに水あるんで、ここで。これもまだポッパーの天然。Sorry, folks. Nathan.
Let's go.
So now he's using the Knifewear 1000, the small things to polish it up, so that it is pretty soft stone. So it pops the Damascus or the layers of steel quite nicely.
なるほど。 One sec, guys. Sorry for the camera shake here.
We can do all shake.
こんぐらいだと
あ、いいじゃないですか。それいいじゃないですか。この石柔らかくていいでしょ。この石いいです。I usually start it without writing. Sometimes like you get mixed up. Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, it's beautiful. I do really like how this steel is. Why the carbon steel is like that. Oh, you like heat that one?
No. I don't have my stamp either.
Oh, right.
I could do
But this one, yeah, you have to do it. Yeah. You could probably do it with water.
It would probably not stay straight, but
what if the single piece screw, right? I'm like cool. It's an old Knifewear 1000 stuff.
Yeah. That's a good self-polishing.
Yeah.
I use it for my consuming finishes a lot.
how fast do you go through sharpening stones here?
Here not so much, but the shops to probably go through quite a bit. So he's using the Knifewear 1000 grit. It's just one of those stones that we've gone through, made it super thin. But we kept it for this kind of purpose, like polishing and stuff. And now he's finishing with the. So it shows that pattern really nice. Super handmade.
I had a couple of questions from YouTube. One is from 66 Bricks. Does he wear protective glasses, or for that case sake, hearing protection when he works at home?
目守ってゴーグルとか耳のあれとかなんかしますか？日本で。
しないわけじゃないけどほとんどしない。
No.
Cool. Any particular reason?
なぜですか？
ゴーグルつけると見えねえじゃないですか。
If he puts the goggle, he can't see what he wants to see.
Right. Yeah. He needs to see what's happening.
And also the I think sound too. 音もそうですよね。Yeah, important to hear.
Important to listen to the steel.
Yeah, listen to steel. 研ぐ時とか特にですよね。
まあ単造の時もそうですよ。
Yeah, especially, but also the especially sharpening, but also the forging.
一緒です。みんな一緒です。
Yeah.
David said, quick question. Was there ever a knife that he made that he regretted selling, aka he wished he had kept it for himself?
なんかこれは自分に取っときたかったなって思う包丁とかってありますか？
あります。
Yes, he does.
Oh yeah?
どんなやつですか？
一度焼き入れ後に焼き入れた後から一度も歪み取りしないで仕上がったやつがあるんですよ。奇跡みたいなやつがあって、
Sorry, folks.
一度もでもう刃付けまで全部いって仕上がっちゃったやつが今まで3本経験してるんですけど、あれは売りたくねえなと思いましたけど、商売なんで売りましたけど。
So there are 3 cases, 3 knives. I don't know how many, I don't know, he's made, but the knives that he forged and some miraculous reason he never needed to straighten it.
Oh.
Like in each step, you
Yeah,
have to.
it just stayed perfectly straight.
Yeah,
the
like you
whole
have
way.
to, you know, fix the distortion, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, it just stayed straight from the after quenching. 焼き入れしてすぐもうまっすぐ。
焼き戻しが終わってから
So
です
right after the tempering, it just stays straight
That's
until
crazy.
the last. So it was like there were only 3 that he'd experienced out of I don't know how many that he's ever made.
Wow.
So that he wanted to keep. I guess like he wanted to do experiment. I guess like 持ってなんかどうなるか見たかったですよ。
そうですね。
Yeah, he wanted to experiment that the knife and what was gonna happen, right? But he sold it. That's a good question.
I know. I really like that one. I had to ask it.
That was a really good question. そこもう一個荒いなって思うからそこ220でやってないところだから
何もやってないところじゃあちょっとチャレンジしてみようかなまあボケるんだけど下地の粗いあれがちょっとやっぱり落ちないなっていうのありますけどまあ時間内に早く終わらせるんだったらこれでいいかなと多分
結構ぼかしいいですねそれね、思ったより
すごい楽に、ただねこう、
柔らかいんでいろんなものが隠れるんですよ
ごまかすね
最高っすよそれ基本的には本当に急いでる時は僕それだけやったりするんですけど、ちゃんと一応そこに横にある白い砥石がビトのめっちゃ硬いやつなんで
その平回しって何本ですか
これもアラストなんで確か180とかその辺
最後にコバちょっとつけて、つけてから潰します
コバこれ
難しいですか
できなくないんですけどちょっと粗いかなと思うんですけど
わかりました
もう一個ねあるんですよ本当は法要の方がコバつけるだけだそっちの方が
ちょっと熱いんですよ
本当じゃあ全然いけますこれで水用意しておきますよちょっと面倒くさい
Wow. So good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Little. ちょっと。
ちょっと。
So good.
これは藤本さんちょっとチャレンジしていい
緑とかつけました緑つけるとちょっとくっついたんですよ緑にStep off. Take over. Ready to take over? Are you actually going to give it to me this time now? Last time you said you were going to give it over to me, you just...
Where are we at now? Does you want to call it a day?
No, yeah.
It's okay. I think we'll wrap up the live stream then.
Yeah.
And then we'll go later.
Yeah.
Okay, back to you, Jacob and Mike.
Timed that perfectly. All right, well, there we go. We've got a knife just about done. Special guest Ellie Piggott has been working very hard all through the weekend, never letting it go, never resting, has gone insane. That's par for the course for a garage sale Monday.
We're all losing it.
What are we at? Have we hit 8 hours of live streaming yet?
Yeah, I think just now.
We've just crossed over the mark of an 8-hour live stream. That's by far one of our longest ones, but you know what? It's been a particularly special one here today. We've had a blacksmith. We've had 2 blacksmiths here running a forge. We've had 2 knives that were built here in our warehouse today.
We tried running a brand new camera rig and had no technical issues besides my shaky hands, so that was a win.
Technically, that is an issue. And, you know, we apologize. We did have one issue. We had one issue this morning where we really had hoped we had solved a problem. And we got this third-party app that was going to help us to hold people's stuff in their cart for 3 minutes.
Maybe next time.
And we basically DDoSed it because it crashed. Anyway, we'll try again next time. Today's been absolutely a wonderful day. Thank you, everyone who's been here and watching. Maybe we just need
everybody watching this stream to help us test it next time.
Yeah, right.
And we can actually do a test run. Thank you all for tuning in and supporting us today. Masashi-san is here technically on vacation, and so we're going to let him relax and have a beer. And
yeah,
he's going to come finish the Knife of the Warehouse tomorrow. We'll film it, and we'll have a little video clip to play on Thursday.
Yeah,
so about the Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday we do another live stream. We're going to start about 1 o'clock, go till probably whatever, until it's over, 3 o'clock maybe. We'll circle back to what's left. We'll very likely have some new things. I did notice some shipments arrive today that were smaller than what we typically get. So I suspect they're kind of some leftovers from garage sale, or Kevin was just there in Japan, and so they might have some late arrivals that we can receive, and we'll launch those if we do on Thursday. Again, that's 1 o'clock Mountain Time. We'll have this Masashi knife that he's just forged. We'll have that available for sale.
Yeah.
So tune in. We'll give you the heads up, and then we'll drop it in the live.
We thought we'd have it today, but we don't want to work him to the bone. And honestly, we're tired. Jacob and I worked 24 hours this weekend each, so Misa need a beer, as the kids say.
Other things to remember. This goes all the way until Sunday the 10th. If you've got a Knifewear store in the city that you live in, please go by and say hi and visit them. They've had a good day too.
And those cities are Toronto, Ottawa, Vancouver, Calgary, and Edmonton.
Those ones. And their inventory is always kept somewhat separate during the first day. So as those stores are shutting down, we're going to add their inventory back up onto the website. So if there was something you were after today that, it's probably out at one of the store locations. So check back. It might float back into stock for you.
Not a lot of the custom handle stuff. Calgary did get some, but it didn't make it to the other stores in time. But a lot of the other stuff may be, right? We had a lot of late show-ups that were warehouse only this year, but there's a lot of good stuff in the stores still. So whether you're shopping in store or you're wanting to shop online tonight, it's worth checking it out.
Yeah, there'll be some more stuff back later about 6 o'clock.
Yeah, stay tuned for that Hudson and Nigara Hamono collab. That'll be out at some point. We'll have some more different Sasquatch knives from other makers coming soon.
Yeah, we always have fun stuff cooking. Yep. Hey, I also want to say thanks to Nathan and Jacob here for putting together this really awesome live stream. I know you guys have been working crazy hard, especially with our pal Sky out of commission for a little bit here. And also want to say thanks to our incredible warehouse team. They're pushing against shipping 600 orders today, and there's 4 of them. It is so impressive. Every time we do this, you think, you did 400 orders last time. How could you beat that? And here they are, and they've gone and done it. So big thanks to the warehouse crew here today.
I want to say
they're the ones doing the real work. We're just yapping.
Big thanks to the camera store in Calgary, because I went there and I finally sucked it up and talked to the live streaming guy that works there, and I just told him all of the gear that we have that we've been running for over the years, and he just told me everything else that we needed, and I got it. And I don't know if you remember most of our previous live streams being just total shit shows on the technical end.
Panic.
Yeah, just bad sound,
buffering issues, potato-looking cameras, and this was by far our smoothest and
So
best
hold
live
on,
stream.
wait a second. You went to a store that specialized in that thing, and you talked to the staff who do that thing,
right?
And then you took their advice, and it worked out for you.
Yeah, they are
Interesting.
like the Knifewear of cameras.
We should probably try to apply that to our business. Yeah,
Just think about it. Yeah,
interesting.
I don't know.
Help
Don't want to get
customers.
too crazy. No, they were amazing. That's one of the original Knifewear shirts, right?
This is the first Knifewear thing. This is like I was the third receipt in the Knifewear workbook. And this was one of the things that I bought. It's the OG pig shirt.
Kevin, you got anything to say? Thumbs up. Woo! That's about where I'm at.
Kevin's
too.
just been busily packing orders with the team.
The first garage sale was 12 knives, and it took me a week to sell them.
Yeah, today felt like that.
Yeah.
Today felt easier than that, actually. Surprisingly, something happens every year that we kind of get better at what we do, which means that we're not getting worse. And hey, what can you expect?
Yeah.
Thanks again for watching.
Thanks
Have
for
we
all
got
your
anything
support.
else? Have we got any other questions?
Hit like, subscribe to the channel.
Yep,
We got a video
yep,
coming out
yep.
Wednesday. If you want to learn about our terroir experience that we went on this weekend, there will be a video about that in a week or two on the channel. I don't know, holidays are coming up. We'll have lots of great like gift guide stuff if you need help choosing a knife or a other thing, a not knife.
Yeah, a
Wow.
donabe.
Yeah,
hello at knifewear.com is a really great place to reach out and get in touch with us. We're totally happy to try and do whatever we can as though you're in a store in one of our cities. We love helping people, so let us do that for you. Get you loaded up for Christmas. Be the most popular person in the family.
I don't know if you can hear the music the warehouse is playing, but it's great.
Is it?
It's exactly what you need after 8 hours of a sale.
Music. Say goodbye.